Welcome back, traders and aspiring professionals, to The Playbook, audiobook series by Bellafiore, your inside look into what it really takes to become a consistently profitable professional trader. Today, we're diving into chapters 6 through 11, and trust me, these chapters are packed with real trader stories, mindset shifts, and battle-tested strategies from the front lines of prop trading. Let's break it down. Chapter 6, Special Projects. Get ready to trade pro. Bellafiore introduces special projects, personalized challenges that push traders to the next level. It's about getting serious, developing your edge, and showing you're ready to play in the big leagues. Chapter 7, Prep. Preparation is everything. This chapter reveals how elite traders approach every day with intention, journaling, reviewing, game planning. If you're not preparing, you're just gambling. Chapter 8, We Are All Ruddy. Inspired by the underdog football hero Ruddy, this one's all about heart. It reminds us that success doesn't come to the most talented. It comes to the most determined. Grind, persist, repeat. Chapter 9, Iceman, No Guts, No Glory. Meet Iceman, a fearless trader who thrives under pressure. This chapter explores the courage it takes to step into a trade with confidence, even when the stakes are high. Chapter 10, Gman, Trading is Not Easy. Gman pulls no punches. He reminds us that trading isn't supposed to be easy. It's tough, it's frustrating, but with the right work ethic, it's rewarding beyond imagination. Chapter 11, South Africa. In this global perspective, Bellafiore shares his experience mentoring a trading team in South Africa, showing that great traders are made everywhere when they commit to the craft. So stay tuned. These next chapters will inspire you, challenge you, and prepare you for your next big move in the markets. If you're enjoying the journey, don't forget to like, follow, and share this audiobook series.
6. Special Projects. Get ready to trade pro. I am sitting in a conference room in the American Southwest with my partner Steve Spencer. Actually, it's a massive boardroom, and we're negotiating a potential joint venture JV between SMB and a hedge fund. 3 on their side, 2 on ours. The former star trader and now owner-partner of the hedge fund has instructed outside consultants to build an elaborate financial model to determine his potential profit and risk for the JV. The financial model is displayed on a projection screen, which we all now stare at. He asks, "So, what is your success rate for training new traders?" We almost never made the meeting. Even worse, we almost didn't make the meeting with proper dress attire. Our Delta flight through Atlanta was delayed, and after landing, Steve and I had 15 minutes to board our connecting flight. Of course, 15 minutes to board is 14 minutes of margin for Steve, who prides himself on efficiency. We caught the flight, but then landed on that island business travelers' hell. There was no space for our carry-on luggage in the overhead bins. Awesome. Next, an attendant came running toward us to help, evading passengers like a hurdling O.J. Simpson in those old Hertz commercials. Knowing Steve as well as I do, since we were 5 years old, I could read his mind. "This is not a good idea, Bella. We cannot give up our bags to this strange person." Like hostages being held captive by airline regulations and their enforcement staff, sometimes referred to as flight attendants, there appeared to be no exit. We handed over the bags. Steve's mood immediately soured to exasperation. He went to a dark place, convinced that our bags would not meet us at our destination. I didn't really care, as a lack of a connection would mean Steve mocking the attendant and airline industry for the rest of the weekend. Steve can be quite entertaining when it comes to lampooning incompetence. Our connecting flight landed, and we headed for baggage claim. After witnessing other people getting their bags for 20 minutes, Steve and I looked at each other as if the joke were on us. Were there hidden cameras somewhere and a TV host about to burst out laughing at this orchestrated prank? Steve's brain was practically exploding at the ineptitude of that flight attendant. "Don't say you are going to help if you are going to make things worse," snapped Steve. Eventually, we found that place where you yell at the airline because your bags didn't arrive and pleaded for a possible quick fix since we had a business meeting in the morning and no clothes. This would give new meaning to the expression, "The emperor has no clothes." Here, I learned something new. The agent explained we could replace our business attire with new purchases at a nearby retailer, keep our receipts, and mail them in for a redemption. I didn't know the airlines did that for you. So the next morning we opened Neiman Marcus, found 2 sales associates, asked them to find us some slacks and shirts, and retired to the private shopping dressing room. What would you expect from 2 busy partners? Steve has a taste for finer clothes, so Delta was in some trouble here. I ended up with an all-black Armani exchange dress shirt, and Steve found some fancy Hugo Boss slacks and a designer shirt. Delta caught a break when he couldn't quite pull the trigger on the Ferragamos that the cute Southern sales associate was pushing. In the boardroom, and picking at my too tight, new European sports shirt, I answered, "If you hire 10 of the right people, 3 will do very well and 2 others will have a chance. One of those 2 might make it. 5 will not be worth much attention because they will not do the work required by the market." So, who are those right people? How do we get more people succeeding as pro traders who enter the field? Do you fail as a trader, or do you learn it is not your passion? An email. Morning, Bella. I'll try to keep this brief because I know you're extremely busy. I just finished reading Talent is Overrated by Jeff Colvin along with Mindset by Carol Dweck, and was interested to know what drives you and Steve to be successful traders and teachers. Where does your passion for trading come from? Where did it start? Colvin talks about passion initially coming from an extrinsic factor, but over time it turns into an intrinsic motivator. From page 204 of Colvin's book, what would cause you to do the enormous work necessary to be a top CEO, Wall Street trader, jazz pianist, courtroom lawyer, or anything else? Would anything? The answers depend on your answers to 2 basic questions. What do you really want? And what do you really believe? That second question is easily answered by your mindset. Do you have a growth mindset? If so, then you believe with deliberate practice you can improve dramatically and achieve your goals. If you have a fixed mindset, well, we know where that leads. I was watching your stock twits videos, and Steve mentioned that the whole concept of why you guys started SMB as a desk was because you can make more money working as a group, sharing information and working together, opposed to trading/working alone. I responded, "My passion today is to build training methods to shorten the learning curve of new traders, build our desk, expand our training, and share what the market has taught me. This means building SMBU, mentoring passionate trainees, and to write/blog. There is another great book I recommend, Flow, by Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi. When you are doing what you love, time stands still. Often I awake on a Saturday morning and immediately start writing a blog. I do not want to watch TV. I do not want to eat breakfast. I want to write. I can work for an hour on a trading topic I want to share with the trading community and lose all track of time. When I was younger, I could shoot baskets for hours outdoors in the Long Island winter chill and lose all track of time. When I am thinking of a new way to teach traders, a better way, I can get lost in this mental challenge. Elite performers refer to this state as being present. James Lipton teaches this state of present to his student actors at the Actors Studio. When I start to think about expanding our training to another product, I get lost in my thoughts. None of this is work to me. There is a peace that overcomes me when I am so deep in thought. It is a state of flow. It's the deepest form of happiness that we can reach, according to Professor Csikszentmihalyi. The truth is that trading takes a lot of work. Staying till 7 p.m. is hard to do every day. But one of our developing traders does it. It's a grind to write a detailed trading review after the close every day. But Shark does it. It's hard work to crunch your trading stats in depth every day. But Gman does it and has been doing it for more than 5 years. Are these traders doing hard work, or are they just in a state of flow, doing work that connects with something inside of them? I had a conversation with a new trainee recently who emphatically claimed, "Bella, I really want to get better." I asked him to develop a plan of attack on a specific adjustment we identified. He followed up with a 2-paragraph email. "This new trader will never make it. This work product is short of the work necessary to succeed." It is not that this trainee is lazy or a bad person. Trading is just not his thing. There is no flow for him when he studies trading. What can be confusing is that a new trader may think he is working hard, and then he really isn't. People who work hard think about their passion all the time because that is what they want to do. As I write, Kevin Durant is about to face LeBron James in the NBA Finals. Our 2 best young basketball stars head-to-head perhaps, since Larry Bird and Magic Johnson. You think Durant has any struggle daydreaming/visualizing possessions against LeBron? If you cannot daydream about trading, how can you expect to be an elite trader? We run an internship program year-round for aspiring traders. We teach them how to trade, and they give us a peek at their interest in trading. I can tell within 2 minutes if interns are sincerely interested in trading or just filling in a few lines on their resume. How? I ask them to run the charts during a tradecast. The non-traders don't know the symbols. My asking for REN, stock symbol REN, to be displayed on our 60-inch flat screen in our training room leaves them confused. Zynga, stock symbol ZNGA, brings a blank stare to their face and maybe a "what stock?" Actually, we ought to use this as a test to hire traders. Instead of the queue and an interview, we should have them sit in the back of our training room and man the charts during a tradecast. We could find the trader fakers within 2 symbol requests. We spend too much time in the trader blogosphere discussing why traders fail, with 1,000 theses abounding. I am told anecdotally that there is way too much wasted negativity about this across trading forums. Pro traders tell me these forums are disproportionately visited by failed traders or frustrated wannabe traders who mostly leave an oasis of misinformation about trader development. But did they really fail or just learn that trading was not their passion? If I teach a new trader and he does not make it, this should be his exit, and this actually happened. There is a knock at the door to my office. "Come in." "Bella, do you have a minute?" says one of the smartest new traders in his class, and someone I have been working with very closely for the past 2 months, since I see he is so close to turning the corner to consistently profitable trader. In fact, on some opens, I stand behind him and coach him in real time, offering critical feedback of his trading. At the moment, he is mostly flat, but with his sharp mind and pretty solid work ethic, it is my sense he could be very good. "Yeah, shoot." "I want to thank you for everything, but it is time for me to move on. Trading is not my passion. I'm going to go work at a startup. This is what I really want to do." Okay, I can live with that. I gave it my best effort. He gave it his best effort and found out this wasn't what he wanted to do. Trading history will record him as a failed trader. But was he? Trading is a craft, one that you work at for years to develop. Thing is, few are willing to do the work required to build the skill to become a great trader. That is no issue to me. It is just not for them. But please, can we stop kidding people into thinking pro trading as your job can be for the masses? It's not. It's for those who, for whatever reason, have an unexplainable inner desire to work at this silly game we call trading. So you think you have a passion for trading. What can you do to improve your chances to become a great trader? And what can young traders do to advance their chances of success that too few are doing? We explore these questions and challenge college curriculums while we are at it in this chapter. The GM test. I am one of many guys you might pitch for your dream job as a proprietary trader, but you know this whole trader recruiting thing is inverted. You should not be pitching me. My desk and others like mine should be pitching you. But you need to do some work before this would happen. Like start developing a track record now. During a recent Money Show interview at the Las Vegas Traders Expo at the Paris Hotel, I revealed a test for new trader hires. I call it the GM test. Imagine that I am the general manager of the NY Knicks, and I tell you this story about a ballplayer's pitch to draft him in the first round. Sitting in my palatial office overlooking the court at Madison Square Garden, this hoopster said, "I really think I would like to play basketball professionally. I have been playing a lot of pickup basketball with my buddies from beer pong dorm. We just won the school intramural championship. I have been hitting the weight room and put on a few pounds of muscle with myoplex mass gain. I even cut back on the Pabst Blue Ribbon, ditched this psycho foreign exchange student, and am thinking I would be a nice pick for you in the first round. What would you think? You would think I was soon to be the ex-GM of the NY Knicks. You think this is an absurd analogy. This is what we do in the prop trading world. In our prop trading world, some bright, ambitious, sometimes suit-challenged candidate sits in offices all across the country and declares his love of trading. His proof, wait for it. I watch CNBC. I read the Wall Street Journal. I have made a few trades in my account. Respectfully, this is insufficient preparation for your life passion. Now, if I were the GM of the Knicks considering a potential draft choice, I could have watched you play in high school, amateur athletic union, AU ball college, had you in for drills, thrown you into one-on-one and three-on-three scrimmages with like talent, done interviews, checked your body fat, and so on. In trading parlance, I would have data to model your potential as a pro. Think of just the commitment an elite basketball player makes to a portion of his high school playing. Being a key player on an elite AAU basketball team can be a demanding task on and off the court. While the AAU season is very quiet during the regular high school basketball season due to school sports, teams become extremely active from March to June, even playing throughout the summer. While the benefits of playing on a high-caliber team are extraordinary, several large commitments must be met. The cost to be on a team can be well over $1,000, not including travel, food, and hotels. Travel alone can be the greatest expenditure, with elite teams even flying to a tournament or two. The largest commitment, however, is time. Several of the teams practice at least twice a week, and usually will have 2 or 3 tournaments a month on the weekends. Even college programs have more data about a player than prop firms of a new trader. I used to take a lunch/workout break at the Sports Club/LA when I traded at E-Trade Prop Desk on 57th and Lexington. During the summer and right before the draft, you can find some hopeful first-rounders working on their game at this gym. The basketball courts of this multi-level facility are open to all members. You can be shooting hoops a basket away from future stars and watch them work out. I have seen Mike Dunleavy, SR, the former NBA coach and GM of the Los Angeles Clippers, scouting some of these hopefuls. I watched Ben Gordon prepare here daily before he was drafted by the Chicago Bulls in 2004 as the 3rd overall pick. These hoop stars all have personal coaches, and they're watched by their agents, who prepare them for individual workouts with NBA squads. The effort exerted by these pro prospects during these training sessions is memorable. They lose a bucket of sweat per workout. The shape these guys are in, the skill, the speed, the explosiveness. It's beautiful to watch, art in creation. There is meaningful and substantial data available that I could study as the GM of the Knicks to predict how you will do in the future. In Moneyball, by the wonderful finance writer Michael Lewis, we learn that some Major League Baseball teams shun drafting high school athletes because this playing data is too limited to make an investment in a player. And with Canned, I watch CNBC answers, what can I model about your ability to trade pro? More to the point, what can you predict about your trading pro potential? Trading is a skill. You were not born a great trader. The insightful books on elite performance such as Talent is overrated. The Talent Code and Outliers teach us that to become great at anything requires purposeful practice over an extended period of time. In The Inner Voice of Trading, Michael Martin writes it takes a person about 8 years to become an expert trader. In 2009, serial money-making intraday trader Mark Sperling stopped by our shared and overly crowded conference room at our former location, 417 Fifth Avenue, to address our desk. Self-actualizing, Mark exclaimed he had finally surpassed the 10,000th hour rule as a trader, so he was now an expert. After all the money he had pulled out of the market before this talk, he only now was finally comfortable claiming expert status. You need screen time to become a consistently profitable trader. Trading is a performance activity for which we can find learning opportunities for traders from other sports. Using the GM test, I ask potential future trading candidates, where is your trading track record? Whenever I have a bully pulpit speaking to new or wannabe traders, I say the same thing to all of them, start trading now. In that spirit, I penned a blog for SMBU playfully envisioning the future stars of trading. This blog introduces some themes that we will expand upon in this chapter. The need to start trading early, the need for better trader education for college students, and the need to recognize trading as a performance sport that should require early skill development to best prepare for the profession. First Team Wall Street, The Next Generation. Aug 21, 2010 by Bella. Give me 6 hours to chop down a tree and I will spend the first 4 sharpening the axe. Abraham Lincoln, an extensive FX training program is being created for a college investment club as I write. The creator is a junior in college. A bright young trader visited SMB for a tradecast from the Midwest during a summer vacation. He had just graduated high school. I get an email every week from a developing trader who is killing the market this year. Not a month has passed without him netting $30K. He is entering his senior year at college. At Zmoose, 12 has caught the eye of the best at Stocktwits and will be attending Bentley College in the fall. At Thermotrader, a senior at UCLA, just spent part of the summer training with us and is one of the rising stars in the trading community, already with his own blog on Stocktwits. And watch out for at Ramblin' Rebel 13, who runs the Georgia Tech Investment Club. I have written extensively and repeatedly that we have learned from the trilogy of performance literature, The Talent Code, Talent is Overrated, and Outliers. The collective wisdom of these 3 books is that no one becomes great at anything unless they engage in purposeful practice for many years at their craft. For example, many people incorrectly think that the Beatles were an instant sensation when they arrived in the States, when in fact, they had nearly 10,000 hours of hard work behind them playing in clubs throughout Liverpool and Hamburg. Bill Gates is another one. By the time he dropped out of Harvard, he was already a stud programmer because of all the time he had put in writing code since he was an early teen. If you want a tongue lashing from me, go ahead and sit in on one of our trading film sessions with a month of experience and tell me you just had a feeling the stock was going up. If you want to lose my attention during an interview, tell me that you have a good feel for the market even though you have never placed a trade. Don't misunderstand. You can indeed have a feel for the market. It's called trading intuition, but you only develop this intuition after years of screen time. Tiger Woods started playing golf when he was 2 years old. Andre Agassi was starved of a childhood save hitting tennis balls. LeBron James played more basketball before entering the NBA with AAU camps and an ambitious high school travel schedule than others already in the league. I do newbies try to pick up our game of trading without any experience, without any trading skills, right after college. How silly would you think LeBron if he showed up at Danny Ferry's office, former GM of the Cleveland Cavaliers, requesting an interview for an NBA spot without ever having played? How about Agassi knocking on Phil Knight's door, founder and chairman of Nike, NKE, talking a Nike endorsement without the skill to hit a backhand? Just in case you missed the other 1,000 times I have written or said this, trading is a skill that must be learned and honed. You must develop a playbook of trading patterns that makes the most sense to you. To become great at these setups takes experience, practice, and a love for your game. Only then can you join First Team Wall Street. Future trading stars should start trading in high school with a small size and an emphasis on risk management. They should be scouring the blogosphere for knowledge. They should laugh with and at their formed broker's irreverent post, learn technical analysis from YouTube Trading King at Alpha Trends, peek in at a prop firm at SMBU blog, argue under their breath at a call by at Doug Cass, DM at Afraid to Trade about the structure of a trading day. Read every last post from Trader Feedcom to develop their mental game or classics like reminiscences of a stock operator. And ping trading questions to pros like at the Kirk Report, we will respond. They should work to build their trading playbook like at Spirathekid has done before graduation. Further, future traders should attend universities with trading labs. During the summers, they should study at the highest quality trading education schools. They should dabble in different products and markets. Dr. Steenbarger famously wrote that a new trader should trade all products first before deciding on one. Future traders should intern at prop firms and institutional banks. A Harvard sophomore took our 5-week summer training class, loved it, and then asked me what else he should do before graduation. I counseled, next check out what it is like at a big bank. Most importantly, future traders should develop a track record. After developing a track record, then you will have the power to pick where you want to trade, what you want to trade and how big, and not have to rely on someone like me to let you in the door. You will have developed your trading skills so you can become the next king on the street. In June 2011, SMB started its summer training class with 10 students. As I write, the top 3 performers traded in college. They started faster, performed better, learned more, added more to the desk, and were most enjoyable to coach. Although my thoughts in the First Team Wall Street sidebar were just an early vision and a hope for the future of Wall Street, this is all starting to happen for a variety of reasons. I see a rise of college traders, and with that a potential disruption in college curriculums. The rise of college traders. SMB had 5 traders for our June class who already had proven active trading records in college. We get emails from traders making serious money consistently, and yet are in college. I was on the phone with a college trader who thought last year's $3,000 gain owed him entrance into my firm. I explained as politely as possible, and not wanting to harm the young man's confidence, that I would be impressed if that number was $10,000 a month given the results from other college traders sent to me. I have never seen results like this before. Do you see how many young traders are out there writing awesome blogs? I wrote an article recently about the thirst for trading education at universities, and my inbox has just been littered with very solid college traders sharing their stories. I love it. Who says you cannot start trading in college? How is that any different from Cam Newton, star college football player, working 8 hours a day on his quarterback skills to gain a top draft spot? Or Jimmer Fredette, leading scorer in all of NCAA Division I basketball during his senior season and winner of every major National Player of the Year honor, including the Wooden Award, the Naismith Award, the Adolph Rupp Trophy, and the Oscar Robertson Trophy, working hours every day on his basketball skills. Which takes us to my next blog post, Stealing from Jimmer Fredette. Jan 27, 2011 by Bella. Jimmer Fredette is considered one of the leading candidates to be named Naismith College Player of the Year. I watched him play last night against SDSU. What a treat to watch someone with such advanced skill compete in an important game. Recently, I caught his interview on PTI and was struck by his training practices to become one of the country's elite basketball players. Here are 2 things you may not have known about Fredette. 1. His brother and Jimmer developed a unique drill of dribbling in the dark to improve his handle. 2. His brother organized games against prison inmates, which helped make him more mentally tough. Lastly, I like this, a contract that Jimmer signed as a teenager. I, Jimmer Fredette, will make all necessary and proper sacrifices to reach my ultimate goal of making it to the NBA. Name, signature, witness, signature. This contract was taped above his bed and he looked at it every night before he went to bed, and as he fell asleep, he visualized himself playing in the NBA. My plain advice, consider stealing some of Jimmer's training techniques for your trading. I sent a recent blog I wrote on the thirst for more university trader education to a host of colleges, some with whom I am very friendly. Not one school showed any interest in improving its trading education. I know of a few students working behind the scenes to make this happen and have hit some early roadblocks. At ZMUS 12 is very close to making this happen at Bentley University, home of one of the first trading labs in U.S. education history. Iceman, who runs our college training program, has made significant inroads at some schools, getting college credit for our summer trader training program. Now I understand that most schools are facing very real cuts in all departments, which means selling a new educational program can be very difficult in this environment of cutting. I was a trustee at the University of Connecticut and remember sitting with Dr. Mark Emmert, now president of the NCAA, when he was the chancellor at UConn, explaining the difficult decisions he was forced to make on budgeting. I was pressing Dr. Emmert to allocate some more money to a project at UConn Law School, which he thought was a terrific idea. The problem was he had 10 other as terrific ideas that also deserved funding. So I left that lunch without a commitment for UConn Law School, but promised my vote for UConn moving to Division I football. Wait, how did that happen? I went to get money, didn't get it, and left giving Dr. Emmert the vote he wanted. Well, it was a nice lunch and chat anyway. Budget decisions at universities are a tough job. All of that does not take away the tremendous new interest in trading from college students and need for them to succeed upon graduation at this profession. Demand always creates change. I see a potential disruption in college curriculums if higher education does not figure out how to service the growing demand for trader training. Colleges do not adapt. The market will extract the demand. Peter Thiel, co-founder of PayPal and angel investor in Facebook, recently made a new investment. The Thiel Fellowship announced it would be awarding $100,000 each to 20 kids under the age of 20 to drop out of college and start their own businesses. Mr. Thiel is on record that a college degree isn't worth the giant debt burden with which it now comes. Thiel sees higher education in a bubble. I believe you have a bubble whenever you have something that's overvalued and intensely believed, Mr. Thiel said. In education, you have this clear price escalation without incredible improvement in the product. At the same time, you have this incredible intensity of belief that this is what people have to do. In that way, it seems very similar in some ways to the housing bubble and the tech bubble. Bill Gates, for one, predicts a time when top-notch web-based degrees will be available for $2,000. Will colleges be forced to adapt to a more world-specific curriculum? Are certain performance fields like coding, entrepreneurship, business, and trading going to disrupt traditional education with new learning models? John Carney, senior editor at CNBC.com and former editor of Clusterstock.com and DealBreaker.com, brought to light the idea that graduating from college isn't a prerequisite for future success in a recent article. The technology space is littered with examples of uber-rich dropouts. Tech moguls such as Paul Allen, co-founder of Microsoft, Michael Dell, founder of Dell Inc., Larry Ellison, founder of Oracle, and Steve Jobs, founder of Apple Inc., never received degrees from their respective colleges. Leaving just a semester after starting, Jobs was considered one of America's most successful and important business leaders before his passing. The recent social media boom has created a new generation of tech dropouts. David Karp, founder of Tumblr, Kevin Rose, founder of Dig, Mike Hudak, founder of Blip TV, and hoodie protagonist Mark Zuckerberg, founder of a company you may have heard about, Facebook. Other notable dropouts not specifically in the tech space include Richard Branson, founder of the Virgin brand, Ralph Lauren, founder of Polo Ralph Lauren, and Jack Taylor, founder of Rent-A-Car. None of them seem to be sweating that piece of paper that hangs on a wall or is somewhere buried in a box. Though Mr. Thiel's grant comes with no strings attached, the young individuals are still provided mentoring that is essential to success. As Thiel's Fellowship website states, they are mentored by our network of visionary thinkers, investors, scientists, and entrepreneurs who provide guidance and business connections that can't be replicated in any classroom. National sports associations and Mr. Thiel aren't the only organizations these days encouraging undergraduates to leave college early. The boom in technology and social media, think Instagram and Facebook, has left myriad companies yearning for young and bright talent. As early as their freshman year, students are being plied with internships or even full-time offers that include fat signing bonuses and other lucrative perks. Starting salaries for these graduates and non-graduates range from $75K to $100K, plus signing bonuses of $5,000 to $15,000. Amazon recently offered a Brown student $5,300 a month plus a one-time $3,000 housing stipend for a summer internship. She passed for a better offer. Company and alumni in this space are treating the students who decide to stay in graduate like rock stars, providing freebies, cash, and prizes. Some tech superstars can command a 1% equity stake of the company. Even after Facebook's disastrous IPO, which Spencer characterized as botched badly by JP Morgan and NASDAQ on Fox Business TV, many students still see a giant upside in the tech space. James Altucher, a former contributing writer for the Financial Times and the Street.com, founder of Reset, Inc., co-founder of Stockpicker, and managing director for Formula Capital, has written extensively on why a young person ought to skip college. First, Mr. Altucher considers the rising cost of college education. With the average cost of college around $104,000, he explains that even though college graduates make an estimated $800K more than non-college graduates, one can make nearly $600K more over a 50-year time frame by earning 5% yearly on your money if that money is invested instead of being spent on college. Next, Mr. Altucher cites the lack of experience that young people receive while at college. By foregoing college and starting your own business, you learn how to develop ideas that will be accepted by others, sell them, build and execute on an idea, delegate and manage, and most important, eat what you kill. Mr. Altucher suggests instead to a youngster, travel the world, spend time being creative, start writing, learn how to communicate with people, work in a charity, and master a sport or game like trading. While I am not advocating skipping college to turn pro trader, we should at least place pressure on universities to adapt. As higher education may be in a bubble, as college students are thirsting for better trading education, as trading is a performance activity like professional sports, as traders should develop a trading track record early, colleges need to offer a better trading curriculum or risk losing traders from their roles. Perhaps a Steve Cohen of SMB Capital will pull a Peter Thiel and start grabbing young traders out of college. Perhaps other hedge funds will then follow. Professional trading firms in our space can help a little. SMBU initiated a summer training program for college underclassmen during a 5-week summer session. There will be 2 such sessions. Steve and I allow active college traders access to our trading tools and our SMB AM meeting for free. College writers should continue to open up their new blogs and share. College traders should continue to create trading groups at their schools, following the work at Penn State, Bentley, Baruch, Indiana University, and Georgia Tech. I do not have enough money to start trading. Trading coach Dr. Brett Steenbarger, before leaving the trading blogosphere for a top U.S. hedge fund, used to saturate his must-read trader feed blog with the importance of working on your trading game. Paper trade. Trade a small account. No matter. Just trade. Steenbarger concluded that if trading is your passion, there is no excuse in this hyper-connected online age to not develop a track record. If you need some inspiration, meet Cortez, Travis, and another Cortez. Make it happen. Cortez, a non-traditional college student, was not a fan of the misinformation about trading disseminated on his campus. He was equally disappointed with the sparse selection of trading lectures at his school. You might say he was downright so he made it happen. He reached out to a prop firm, SMB, convinced one of its partners to visit OK.me and address some future traders, organized multiple student organizations to spread the word of a visiting trader, not easy, and hit up some internal departments harder. I would imagine many Ivy League students have had similar thoughts, complaints. I've always found the trading community to be very generous, so you have a choice: you can do nothing, or you can be like Cortez. I gave a visiting lecture to some future traders from Rutgers, Newark. Make it happen. On November 1, 2010, a community of young traders launched a promising new trading blog, Young Guns Trading. Make it happen. Last year, I Skyped with a student at University of California, Irvine Usai, who helped grow the school's trading community to 70+. Make it happen. 3 students have sent me information on their impressive student trading organizations and asked us to visit, which we will. Make it happen. One SMB reader, while still in college, used to send me emails every month on his progress. The young man is absolutely getting better every month as a profitable, self-sustaining trader, not yet 22. Make it happen. Be like Travis. I talked with a recent college graduate the other day. Nice kid, well-spoken, polite. From one of those upper-middle class, lacrosse-playing Long Island towns. After 1 minute on the phone, I could tell he was not interested in trading. I cut off the call after 5 minutes. At dinner later that night, my friend gave me grief about not at least interviewing the kid. I suppose that was a good point, but let me be clear, the purpose would have just been to build this recent graduate's interviewing skills. Because there was not going to be a second round at my prop firm. This young man had no business being on a trading floor, considering being on a trading floor or hoping to be on a trading floor. He was not interested in trading. How did I know? Because he didn't do anything, hadn't done anything, and wasn't thinking of doing anything to learn about trading. I find myself watching CNBC answer to the question of an example of how he was passionate about trading. Please, come up with a better answer if you want a job at a prop desk. And by the way, I banned CNBC from our trading desk because it stresses me out. Well, only temporarily, as some of our guys insisted it be turned back on. All that breaking news, breaking stories, and loudness. Bloomberg TV is much more soothing and civilized. Bloomberg TV is like reading a great book on a pristine beach. CNBC is like getting caught in midtown traffic with a cab driver who won't stop talking at you. Please, do not sit in front of me and use the old CNBC line when I have a pile of candidates who have traded, read trading blogs, and can reference one of my previous posts. And then there is Travis. Travis is in high school. And a friend came to visit SMB to learn more about trading. Let me repeat, he is in high school. His friend already trades. Travis and his friend flew from Middle America over a holiday weekend to learn more about trading. Most kids his age are masterminding new ways to score beer. Come to think of it, how the H did Travis get invited to one of our trade casts if he was in high school? Carlton, that must have taken some maneuvering. How would Travis even know what SMB was? How would he know whom to contact at our firm to get an invite? Carlton, I need talk to our floor manager. Think about Travis interviewing at a prop firm after he graduates HR. What in your past demonstrates your passion for trading? Travis, I have traded since high school. I read AlphaTrendsCom, SMB's blog, The Big Picture, Miss, Jeff Miller, Abnormal Returns, Stephen Place, The Kirk Report, Seeking Alpha, Cass, Tickerville, Dr. Brett, etc. I run our school's student portfolio account. I interned at SMB one summer, then JPM's prop desk, and Morgan Stanley sales trading during the school year. Right now I am long gold, short SBY, short the euro, long treasuries, long Opal, long BIDU, with some options positions in the VIX. Talk about a wow answer. So be like Travis. Life offers too much opportunity not to be the best at what you do, and to be great generally means starting early, working hard, having a passion for your work, and doing everything you can think of to succeed. Be that candidate who walks into an interview and drops a few profitable years of trading records on the desk of a partner. Then sit back and wait for him to pitch you. Burn the boats. On YouTube, you can find a mesmerizing video of Andy Andrews on Hernando Cortez, Spanish conquistador. It's called Burn the Boats. Andy Andrews, motivational speaker, tells the story of Hernando Cortez, who in 1519 sailed from Cuba to the Yucatan Peninsula to take the world's richest and most elusive treasure. For over 600 years, no conqueror had been able to capture the treasure, but Cortez was set to change that. Knowing that several had tried before and failed, Cortez changed his approach with gathering soldiers. Instead of just signing them up, he told them about the treasure in detail, explained how wealthy they would be, and described how well off their families could be for generations to come. Cortez knew that he would have to build a most powerful commitment from his soldiers. When the crew of more than 600 landed, they all gathered around Cortez to hear one final speech on how they would take the treasure. The charges expected a strategy session of go here and do that. Cortez changed everything with only 3 words: burn the boats. The soldiers thought Cortez had gone crazy. How would they get home? But Cortez knew that when the only 2 options were to die or take the treasure, the soldiers' sole commitment would be to capture that treasure and ride home on the enemy's ships. The soldiers fought well, and they took the treasure. They had to. Burn the boats. So if you're a college student who doesn't have enough capital to trade with your discount online broker, burn the boats. If you are at a school that doesn't have a trading lab, burn the boats. If you are a student at a college that does not offer quality trader education for your passion, burn the boats. After I watched this video first referred to me by David Blair at Crosshair Trader, I couldn't stop thinking about it. It will change the way you view a future challenge. If you're a serious market participant, you have to watch it. When I first started trading, we had one CRT monitor. We had no charts. There was no newsfeed. Our trading system would go down for hours regularly. There was no help desk to call to close out our positions. You just hoped and prayed your positions traded in your favor. I was on the phone with Seth Freudberg the other day listening to him complain that he was not a fan of a certain options trading platform because it went down all day. Seth asked, "Does this happen on your platform?" I laughed because platforms do not really go down these days, but I remember when that was as common as the opening bell. When I started, you could trade only NASDAQ stocks. We were in the middle of the Asian financial crisis. I have written about this previously. I personally was new to trading, and my account was at negative $36K. I was just out of law school and needed to make money immediately. 12 years later, I have learned one simple truth about the market: you either find a way to succeed, or you find a way to fail. Burn the boats. Andre Agassi hated tennis. Older than most retired tennis players, he faced a career crossroads: retire or find a way to motivate himself. He envisioned an academy that offered the best of education to those less fortunate. Tennis would help him raise the money for his dream. He ran and lifted and hit and practiced to build this school. He went on to have the most amazing close to a career in the history of tennis. Burn the boats. One Thursday, BIDU opened at a long-term technical resistance level of 76.50 and steadily traded down 4 points on the open. That was our one opportunity for that trading day. Burn the boats. One Friday, Amazon gapped down and bounced 13 points, holding a most gorgeous intraday uptrend. That was our opportunity. Burn the boats. If you have the privilege to hit a buy and sell button in the market, that is more opportunity than most. Burn the boats. As traders, we must find the time to visit campuses and share our experiences, like Tada's Viscanta, of the awesome Abnormal Returns Calm, blogger, author, investor, keen observer of all things financial, recently did at Indiana University. The Stock Twits U blog study are awesome destinations for interested young traders. And students on campuses need to keep working behind the scenes, showing great respect to the decision makers to garner more trader curriculum. As the markets become increasingly electronic, as foreign markets become more important and liquid, as more learn how to trade at a younger age, as a new generation of students with amazing coding skills invade the markets, electronic trading will be an increasingly attractive career. Because developed trading skills will be necessary to succeed, college traders will have to start sooner, trade more, and gain access to better education to compete. Just like Division I athletes seeking to turn pro. Now we just have to get them the education and the ability to practice that they need and deserve. Although this chapter is mostly about college trader training, I hope this message resonates with the other wings of the trading universe. I hope the transitioning professionals who want to trade pro understand their challenge better, prepare, and are more realistic about the learning curve. I hope the underperforming traders with a passion for trading are more patient with their growth. I hope the experienced traders see how much better they can get with more time. Our challenge is nothing less than that of the classical pianist, master painter, world-class chef, or PG for the New York Knicks. Why aren't universities teaching trading? I visited Penn State in the late winter of 2010 for a talk with some students who were considering a trading career. Some serious college traders inside an investment club had reached out for my visit. One of those traders trades on my desk today. My charge: discuss what it is really like to be a professional trader. In a recent article, the New York Times highlighted the rise of trading labs. According to Rise Display, only 3 business schools had such operations in 1997. Now, more than 200 institutions around the country have them, from Ivy League universities to small liberal art colleges. These days, it's a bling factor at many schools, said Richard D. Holoksak, who runs the trading floor at Baruch College in New York, which started its trading room in 2000. It looks sexy, and it's a great way to have a donor's name literally in lights. Feel-good trading lab anecdotes circulate the media. Robert Burns logged more than 100 hours on the trading floor in his senior year at George Washington, an experience he promoted in his interviews at Wells Fargo Securities. He landed their investment banker position. Unfortunately, many of these trading labs are not trading labs at all, judging by the emails I get. They are investing labs. During brunch at Isabella's on the Upper West Side of Manhattan, I was told by a college junior that the trading lab at his prominent college is the most underutilized room at his school. I asked him to think about why. He responded, a very wealthy alum donated more than $1 million to get this beautiful trading floor with more than 50 stations built on the top floor of our School of Business. That one alum provided the critical learning environment for aspiring traders, but the school fell short in providing students the necessary training to trade. There is only investor education. Not only that, but none of the faculty have a true passion for trading where they would be led to mentor students who also love trading. Maybe that's where it has to be a student initiative to get things rolling. Investing is not trading. All things fundamental analysis, too much buy and hold is not teaching trading. I do not want to paint broad strokes. I'm just relaying the emails I get from college traders and my personal talks with them. I am just sharing my frustration at the frustration shared by college traders who have no on-campus training or mentors. How can they prepare for a career in trading without proper training? Trading is a skill. There, I said it again. Just as Shane Battier developed professional basketball player skills at Duke, so must college traders. We wonder about the failure rate of traders, yet keep asking 20-somethings to master the trading game without providing them the training they need. How many 21-foot jumpers do you think Ray Allen, the all-time leading three-point shooter in the NBA, shot before declaring for the pros? Yet most young traders have made 0 bullish flag pattern trades before they kick off their pro trading career. What would the failure rate be if traders showed up at prop firms after years of high-level practice and game experience? Maybe we would not suffer an economy-threatening crash every decade if our traders were better skilled. How many years of experience did the average credit default swap trader have under their belt before they almost brought down our entire economy? These traders move around billions of product that can destabilize our world economy in short order. Shouldn't we all be concerned about their actual trading skill? Today, we are finding a learning curve closer to 18 months before we see the greatest leaps in progress. 4 years of trading in college would give a future trader the required experience and skill necessary to hit the ground running on day one of his career. Trading stars do not arrive on day one because, unlike college athletes, they have little to no skill. A few new traders inspired this next section that demonstrates the long path to becoming a profitable trader. Let's stop a minute and just make a human point. College training, better college trader education, is really at its core just after one thing: encouraging you to have fun at your craft. It's no fun to stink at what you do, which you will if you start without training. It is no fun to be stuck at a job you dislike, and it's no fun to be trading if you do not like trading. So, why not first find out if you like it before you turn pro? The first lesson of trading: do you like it? A trader on our desk shared this email sent to him by another trader on our desk. It's based on the work of Dr. Steenbarger, and it offers a great lesson to new and developing traders. I was reading the first chapter of Enhancing Trader Performance by Dr. Steenbarger today, and I realized that I was going about my trading completely wrong. He describes that to get to a level of elite performance, you have to go through 3 stages. 1. Early phase, having fun with this activity called trading and exploring it to find out if it truly speaks to you. Learning about trading in this time frame and being minimally involved because you are in an introduction phase. 2. Middle phase, emphasize skill development, where you acquire basic knowledge and work on skill building and now put effort to learn specific techniques. 3. Late phase, mastery of the performance activity that becomes a life focus and is met with intense mentoring, journaling, and self-observation to push you toward being an elite performer in your field. These stages made sense to me, but a couple lines really caught my attention. Working our way through the earlier steps in the developmental process is necessary for moving on to the later phases. Achievement of elite performance cannot begin with the hardcore pursuit of mastery, yet that is what so many traders try to do. The implications are profound. To develop expertise as a trader, the imposition of discipline and deliberate practice is not the first step to be taken. The first step, and it's often the one that's forgotten by new traders, is to simply have fun. This really got me thinking about how I have been approaching trading lately. I went from trying to get better every day in the training program to having this mindset that I have to make money or else I am not successful when I started trading live. Essentially, I am trying to be at step 3 instead of working my way through step 1 and 2. After work, and if I made money that day, I start thinking how awesome I am and that I am going to be a multimillionaire in a few years, to where if I lose, I begin to think that I'm a terrible trader and how could I have made some of those trades during the day when I know that they were bad in the first place and were strictly emotional trades. I really don't know what caused the sudden shift in attitude or mindset, but I know now that I need to get back toward the process of skill development and simply having fun by learning new things each day, rather than being focused solely on results, which really means nothing for me 1 month in. So instead of focusing on P&L, I am going to begin each day with a question that I will always ask myself: am I better than I was the day before? I need to focus on learning the craft of trading and to not worry about making money. When your skills are in place, the money will take care of itself. I'm going to trade the open on the demo for the first 30 minutes until I feel comfortable trading it live. There is so much opportunity, but I need to develop this skill first. I'm going to trade much less than I have been. I've been glued to my screen pretty much all day, and I have no energy left at the end of the day to review trades and to ask traders questions because I am mentally wiped. I'm going to review my morning trades at lunch and watch tape of my trading. This is where I will get better, and not by trading so many stocks that it is impossible to really know what I did well or what I need to eliminate. If I am in a position, then I will monitor it, and if I miss a trade, so what? Perhaps the greatest contribution of this chapter will be many more trying trading and discovering they do not like it before they turn pro. Perhaps it will cause you to pause and consider whether you really like what you are doing. We need more female traders. While we are discussing how to improve the composition of trading desks worldwide, let me address another serious flaw. I wish there were more women prop traders. Sheila Kalhatkar, in an article for NY magazine, "What if Women Ran Wall Street?" postulated that our banking crisis might not have happened if there were more female traders because they handle risk more responsibly. When I first started trading, I sat next to a terrific female trader who taught me a great deal about trading. Right now, our best new trader is female, and our best developing trader is also female. I was recently asked to speak to the Investors Club at Baruch College. About a third of the room was female, and most who approached me after my lecture with questions about our college training program were women. In the summer of 2012, both of our 5-week summer college training program sessions were well attended by women, some even from abroad. I will keep encouraging females with a passion for trading to train and trade. But in a mostly male environment, we must be cognizant of anecdotes like the one described here, from a former prop female trader. Until most desks clean up their language and behavior, I would like to think ours has. Women, we will continue to be underrepresented on trading desks to the loss of all traders and firms. From the prop desk, a woman's perspective. Jan 31, 2012 by Bella. Hi Bella, I finished your book and it was so wonderful and inspiring. As a female trader back in the game after a year and a half away, used to trade on a prop desk. I loved that you addressed the issue of women in trading. You sound like a great guy to work for. I would like to share my experience as a female trader with you since you expressed interest in the book. When I worked on a prop desk, I worked for the loveliest, most talented trader I've ever met, and with his unruly employees. When I first started, traders would refer to the stock as a bitch, a whore, a slut, the list goes on. They would say they got raped in a stock if they lost money. I'm not like CDT from your book. I can't tolerate that kind of thing. My head trader put a stop to it after I went to him. Like I said, he is a great person, but my fellow traders ostracized me after that. They hid callouts via AIM, etc. I would never blame them for my trading weaknesses, but I hated working there and doubt I will ever go back to a prop desk. I stuck it out for almost 3 years, and that was enough. The sincere disdain they had for me was just so unprofessional. On top of that, their trading was undisciplined. I'm trading by myself now and loving it, but I'm looking for a trading community online that may be more suited to my style and personality. Again, I want to emphasize that I have nothing but respect and admiration for my former head trader. My issue is just with his employees. Anyway, that kind of experience is what many women fear they will encounter if they trade, and it is probably part of why you haven't gotten many resumes. Just my thoughts. The future 5-year career path. With schools pressed to raise money, how about this idea? Go pitch some wealthy alumni to pledge for a new Rich X donor trading center. Those who crush it after graduation with the help of this training center should then give back to the school, thereby creating a new stream of alumni giving. And the students will be exposed to trading, enriching their college learning. If you are on campus and you like the work being done at Penn State and Rutgers, start a trading subgroup inside the investors group. After a recent lecture at a university, a student approached, making the 4-hour dive down and 7-hour drive back in a torrential downpour worth the trip. The reason more students are not trading is they do not hear enough inspiring talks from people like you. So for the professional traders in the community, we should make ourselves available to college traders to encourage them to work on their game and help them build their trading communities. As our world becomes more niche-focused, with a future where we will watch the internet from our iPad-controlled TV, education will be forced to cater to what the students want. I see college students thirsting for a real trading curriculum. When will the universities listen? My hope is twofold. 1. College students who really want to trade will learn about it in school, and that those who do not have a passion for trading will come to this realization before they wade too far into the waters. 2. The street will become populated with better traders because they will have better skills from years of practice. Let's regard trading for what it truly is, a performance sport. It's one that very few people will be able to play pro, but that those who have a passion for it and develop the necessary skills will play at a higher level. The market doesn't care whether you went to an Ivy League school. The market doesn't care who your dad is. The market doesn't care where you grew up. It cares that you have skill, and that takes time. So why not start early to give yourself the best chance of being a professional trader? When new traders came to SMB 5 years ago, we offered the career path of only intraday equity trader. Today, this is not the career path. In the future, proprietary traders might learn as intraday equity traders, but then pick up options and then futures and then foreign exchange, FX. In addition, those prop traders should develop a strong knowledge of other markets. They should have cutting-edge tools that spot the patterns that they like best and feed them these opportunities with signals. In short, discretionary traders should become more bionic. Finally, they should be taught how to build trading models. They will be multi-product, multi-market, bionic discretionary traders with automated models. Do all of this in 5 years requires traders to walk onto our trading floor on day 1 as traders with a track record. Teachers, traders, and our education system all can do better. This new career path is too exciting not to. Let's meet an SMB intern who started working on his game before receiving his college degree and highlight his trade in Oracle. Let's give him the nickname Special Projects. Reversal play in oversold stock. Special Projects. Oracle 12/21/2011. Big picture QQQ. So all markets had a nice plus 2% rally yesterday after our multi-day sell-off, coming into the holidays. However, today markets could not hold their gains from yesterday and trended down for half the trading day and reversed some of their losses into the close. The markets are still susceptible to Europe news and our own economic and political dilemmas. Specifically, the Nasdaq was among the worst of the other indices as Oracle's uninspiring earnings report, missing revenue quite marginally last night, caused most other big-name tech stocks like Citrix Systems, CTXS, and VMware VMW to sell off in conjunction. Intraday fundamentals. Oracle was definitely under pressure from its bad earning report last night, missing revenues quite significantly. Oracle, which has operations in Rockland, said its net income rose 17% to $2.2 billion, or 43 cents a share, compared to the same period last year. Its second quarter revenue was up 2% to $8.8 billion. Excluding items, the company would have earned $2.8 billion, or 54 cents a share on $8.8 billion in revenue. Analysts expected, on average, earnings of 57 cents per share on $9.23 billion in revenue. Sacramento Business Journal. My trade plan and intraday technical analysis. I traded this stock a little in pre-market, but I didn't get to trade the open. During midday, when I had time to check how the stock was trading, I noticed it was down over 11% and had done over 4x its ATR. I also noticed it was consolidating between 25-ish and 25.26 and making slightly higher lows, ascending triangle. All this signaled to me that the selling was out of steam, at least temporarily. I set an alert for if the bid was at or above 0.27. My alert went off around 200 p.m. and I quickly pulled up the intraday chart and saw it did a spike out of its range and topped out at 0.29. After the quick spike up, it traded in tight consolidation for about 20 minutes. Then it popped up and held, instead of wicking. This gave me a signal that the stock might be ready to reverse for at least a 0.30-0.50 move above 0.26. My plan was to play a short reversal on the long side as the stock was definitely oversold. If it could break and hold above 0.50, I was going to add and hold to maybe 0.75 to the whole number, $26. Reading the tape. As this stock does quite a bit of volume, to me nothing distinct about who's selling and who's buying helped me get into this trade. What I did identify was a pickup in speed of the prints and more offers being printed than bids, giving me some indication that there was definitely some buying pressure with the bids not dropping. In addition to the tape, I used my charting analysis with my other underlying indicators to aid me in getting long the stock. Trade management. 1. I got long 100 shares at 25.27 once the 0.26 bid, which was the offer that kept the stock down for most of the day, was holding A. My stop was 0.19, below the low of the late-day tight consolidation range. Plan was to move stop to break-even once I was in the money. B. My target was set to 0.50, most important resistance intraday. 2. I added another 100-share lot to my position once 0.50 was breached and held with conviction with the bids not dropping for a few minutes. A. My stop was set 0.46, below the close and opening 1-minute bar after the 0.50 breach. B. Target was set to 0.70-0.75, but would hold if price action and the chart showed me we were going to $26. 3. I took my first sale of 100 shares at 0.63 once the stock wicked to 0.66. 4. I got flat at 0.78 below the consolidation after the pop to 0.83. A. This break below definitely made me think the reversal was over. As you can see on the chart, that's a pretty big red candle. Trade review. I felt like I stayed very objective and let all my indicators, i.e., tape, moving averages, and my overall chart analysis and the patterns I was witnessing on the chart give me an edge into getting long in a stock that was overly beaten down. Only thing I did wrong was shorting the stock after it made a second attempt at 0.83 double top. Especially when I saw a significantly bigger offer for 100K shares at 0.83 getting hit and soaked it up without lifting. My stop was tight at 0.84. Other than trying to flip my position, I feel I did well sticking with the reversal and took sales when it seemed apparent that the reversal was over. But it's always funny to look back at the chart and see what I missed in terms of the patterns that were forming that could have enabled me to reposition at around 0.56.60 and taken the stock up to $26, my ultimate target. But that's after the fact. All in all, I would consider this a good trade scalp. Now let's let you peek in on the trade discussion had between Special Projects, our desk, and me on this Oracle trade. From our training room, a reversal trade review with Special Projects. Special Projects. Okay, this is my playbook for Oracle from yesterday. Bella. First intern ever to do a trade cast right, Carlton. First. Shouting from the back. Bella. First intern ever to be on camera and to do an SMB Playbook trade. Special Projects. I am very honored. Bella. Well, this probably means that this will be a very long session, Carlton. It's good that I have a 430 phone call or we would be here for hours, right, Carlton? Oh, yes, we would. Bella. And you would really get in there and dig at him too, right, Carlton? Of course, you have to haze him. Bella. All right, so I would tread very, very carefully here, young fella. Special Projects. All right. Understanding the pressure of the situation. Bella. So let's see what you got. Look at Special Projects with special information about Oracle. Special Projects. Okay, I traded Oracle for the last hour or two of trading yesterday. As you know, they reported earnings the night before or after the close on Tuesday. And their revenues missed expectations, and they usually don't miss. I think it has been 10 years since the last time they missed estimates, and the revenues were off marginally. You can go to the next slide. So, big picture of the markets. The day before we had a really nice 2% rally after we had somewhat of a trend down range, and then we had a nice pop on Tuesday. As you know, Europe is still part of the headlines and they are moving the markets. And the holidays are around, so the volume is a little light and you have to be careful trading. And the tech sector was pretty much murdered yesterday because of Oracle's earnings. And you can go to the next slide, Carlton. Bella. Okay, good holiday trading, Europe tech. So, 3 big headline events when you are trading Oracle. Okay, so we are looking at the QQQ ETF index tracker for the Nasdaq 100. Good. We can use this as an indicator while trading Oracle. Very good. Did you teach him that, Carlton? No, I think he must have picked that up from Steve's morning call. Bella. So you are saying he couldn't have learned it from me? Laughter as Bella stares at Carlton. No, sorry. It probably was from you. Laughter as Carlton keeps his head down. Bella. I am not saying he had to learn it from me. I am just wondering why you didn't think he could have learned it from me. Bella moves toward Carlton. I am sure he learned it from you, Bella. Whispers Carlton. Bella. Okay, I am glad we straightened that out. Laughter as Bella takes a step back. Please continue. Special Projects. Okay, so this right here are the QQQs. Q's up the QQQ 15-minute chart. See figure 6.1. And the highlighted area is the day before when we had the gap up and the nice trend. Then followed by a gap down and trend. As you can see, toward the end of the day, QQQ started to reverse, and I think that helped Oracle and other tech stocks cover some of their losses from the day. So, as I said, the intraday fundamentals for Oracle were that they missed earnings. They reported 43 cents a share of revenue, but analysts were expecting 57 cents, so that is a pretty big margin to miss by, especially considering a company like Oracle. Everyone has very high expectations of a company like this, so they got hammered pretty much from pre-market into the trading day. When a big company misses so badly, this shakes the confidence of the street. Traders tend to sell first and then ask questions later. Bella. So they missed big time on revenue, right? And they missed big time on the bottom line. I mean, that is a terrible revenue number for such a big company, right? So good point. So, big company has a history of doing well, and to miss by that much is a big problem. Okay, good. Let's see what we have next. Special Projects. So, my trade plan and intraday technical analysis. I was doing other things throughout the day, but I was watching the stock during pre-market and traded a little bit pre-market, but had to do something else, but I noticed that it did over 4 times its ATR, average true range, or the amount a stock generally moves from close to close, including overnight gaps. Bella, Carlton, did you make him do something? What else would he be doing? Special Projects. I had to fill out a broker-dealer application. Audience begins to chuckle. Bella. What else did you have to do? It sounded like he was complaining there. Audience laughs. Special projects. No, I wasn't. I am just saying I needed to trade it. Carlton. Don't throw me under the bus. Special projects. No, I'm not. It's not you. I am saying I was busy. Bella. What? Did you have to get Carlton lunch? Did he ask you to wash his car? Carlton. Don't throw me under the bus. We just have to break you in. Always check the ATR before trading a stock. You will learn to use this as an indicator to tell how far a stock might move intraday. Special projects. So anyway, I noticed that it was doing 4 times its ATR, which is something to think about. Most stocks, when they are beaten down, there is some point when they will begin to do a little bit of a reversal. And it is the same thing when a strong stock has a tendency to pull back. Bella, all right, stop there. What do you mean by that? Special projects. What do I mean by what? Bella, most stocks, when they are beaten down, have a tendency. Special projects. Okay, maybe I misspoke. Bella smiling. Wow, you have got to be careful right here. Audience begins to laugh. Special projects. Based on my observations, I feel that stocks have a tendency to retrace at certain levels and at certain measurements. I use, in my technical analysis, Fibonacci retracements to see how much something has pulled back or retraced and confirm a trade from those levels. I know you don't like technical analysis. Audience chuckles. Bella. If you are watching at home, I am actually taking my head and slamming it into the wall. Audience laughs. Carlton. Don't worry, I have you on camera. Bella. Slamming it into the wall. All right, hold on, stop, because we have to correct a huge special projects mistake. So you said most stocks that are down a lot have a tendency to reverse. Special projects. Yeah. Bella? Well, first of all, this is a stock on a day trading in a particular pattern, and IT will have a way that it will actually trade. So if this stock, if Oracle, has such bad fundamental news, has such bad intraday fundamentals, then it should trade very differently than all of the other stocks you just mentioned. Okay, so it is important what the intraday fundamentals are. If Oracle misses revenues by that much, that is no good. If stocks get below really important technical levels, they don't tend to bounce either. During light holiday trading, that becomes another factor to throw in there, and there may be fewer people willing to throw some money into Oracle to buy it. So, here is the thing, when a stock's fundamentals get worse, it is not true that they normally bounce. It is factually incorrect to think that they will bounce. It is factually incorrect that they will bounce off of levels. It is factually incorrect that they will be worth your time to get long. All of that is untrue. And the reason for that is, why? Because there are a lot of people getting the F out of the stock, and there are a lot of people on the short side. And it is just supply and demand, and people do this all the time. They sit around and try to play off of bounces, and it is very unlikely, unless a stock acts in a very specific way, that it is going to bounce. For instance, if something is very steep to the downside and shows some sort of blow-off bottom, that is a particular subset of plays where it may be likely for it to bounce. Okay, so, if the news really isn't so fundamentally bad as Oracle missing revenues that you noticed, then it is more likely, in that case, for it to bounce. So you just have to be careful. And look, maybe it will bounce and that is fine. I'm not saying don't look for bounces. I am not saying if it gets to a particular support level not to get long, or it is completely wrong for you to see that as a support play that you might put into your playbook. But I don't want you to just sit here and say, Special Projects interjects. Did Special Projects just interrupt me? Special Projects. I think you are misreading my intention. I was watching it and I wasn't thinking, oh, get long because it has been sold off. But if a bottom was confirmed based on the price action, I might look to get long. And I also noticed on the chart that it was having a hard time going lower. Was actually making higher lows. Bella. Good. Special Projects. And I noticed 26 cents was the level to watch, so I set an alert for 27 cents. I mean, usually I like to set my alert a little bit higher with an important level, but since it was such a tight range, I decided to set it 1 cent above the important level and then I got the alert. Bella. Okay, I just want to be clear. You just said is a reason for a stock a lot of times to go back up, which is it is having trouble going down lower. It is holding higher. That is a really good reason to get long in a stock. Trading strategy for a bounce in a stock, let the stock stop going down, let it hold higher. Then get long with a stop below the low. Do not sell until a significant up move. I don't care how you actually trade this, I really don't. I just want you to think through it the right way. Make a fundamentally correct trade. And I do not want you to develop a playbook that is based on information that is not true. Special Projects. All right, yeah. So besides where I said that most stocks bounce after they have been sold off, I wasn't going to make a decision, especially when it's sold off and where it was ranging between 25 cents or so, 35 cents all day long. And then I got the alert that it spiked out of the range that it was in for most of the day. I noticed that the lows that it would break through were not as low as the previous low. Bella, that isn't a plus setup. I love that setup, stock in play. It shows you a range where it can't get above a certain price. The stock stops going down, the volume breaks above the range, holds above the range. A plus setup, great trade, special projects. And then the next slide is the 15-minute chart, cues up the 15-minute chart. As you can see, pre-market the day before, when Oracle reported, Oracle fell off of a cliff. Then Oracle popped back to around 27, but obviously there was no volume, so this isn't a trade to consider. And as you can see, pre-market the following day, Oracle continued in a downtrend, and then Oracle opens up and just gets pummeled. And as you can see, for most of the day, Oracle trades in a range followed by a reversal. Bella, so are you saying right above here? Carlton, can you show the 1 minute? 1 minute chart is queued up, see figure 6.2. So are you saying when it gets above here? Bella pointing to the range between 1400 and 1415 on the 1 minute chart. Special projects. When it got above there, you see it spiked and came back and consolidated really tightly, right here. Special projects pointing to the range between 1400 and 1415 on the 1 minute chart. What really got me interested was when it dropped out and hopped up a little spike in volume, then followed by a higher. Bella interjects. So you mean when Oracle actually broke to the bottom of consolidation, Oracle did not go down? That is important, right? You got something tight that breaks below the bottom of consolidation but does not go down. Carlton, can you please stress that? Because a lot of people fail to realize that. Bella? So, when something is real tight and it breaks to the downside and it fails and then actually breaks to the upside, that can actually be a better play. Why, audience? You have confirmation that it actually failed to the downside. Bella. Yeah, so you have confirmation that there is not going to be a lot of sellers piling on when it breaks to the downside. It's tight and it breaks to the downside and there are no sellers getting ready to pile in. So now the sellers show you they are not ready to be aggressive and the buyers are. What? Aggressive. We have to buy this higher because when it broke to the downside there wasn't a lot of people willing to sell it. So if I now want to buy or cover, I need to step up higher. So psychologically, that is very important for the stock. So that in and of itself is a good pattern. And look, what a lot of people will do in this situation is they will get short and they will be all pissed off that the stock didn't go down when what they should do when they get short is ask themselves, what, in this tight consolidation, you should get short, right? But when you are short, you should be thinking, special projects. Where is the follow-through? Bella. Yes, where is the follow-through? The short didn't work. Get out, take your loss on the short, be open-minded, and consider whether or not you want to get long if it actually holds above the top of the range. Nothing to get upset about, nothing to say, the stock had to go down. Why didn't the stock go down? This F stock didn't go down, I'm short. All right, so the stock didn't go down. There was no panic selling. You cover. If it holds above the top of the consolidation, I actually think that is a better play because you have a lot more information. Sometimes the best trades come after disappointing trades. Special projects. Okay, the white oval is my initial stop from where I got in C figure 6.3, which was when the bid started to hold at 26 cents, which was the level that was the high of the range throughout the whole day. So I got long 100 shares there, and then my plan was just to hold until 50 cents, but Oracle blew through 50 cents in the price action. Bella, I think this is a trade to hold, unless there is a technical resistance level near. It is late in the day. Oracle has gone sideways and consolidated for a long period of time. Oracle is down a lot. The market has been very strong, buying real companies that have traded off considerably. Oracle is the type of stock that a lot of people own and are going to want to own. Oracle is the type of stock where people are like, well, I want to own this or I want to build a position in this. A lot of people like to own Oracle, so you can buy a lot of it. It is an easy story for investors to understand. People have owned it for a while. It is one of those stocks that people will actually think about supporting, and you have a clear signal from reading the tape to enter with a definable stop and room for a nice reward. So, you buy that stock, and I think you have to let it go. You have got to let Oracle go. It is a good pattern. It is a trade to hold pattern, and you can use this pattern to construct 3 5-day swing trades as well. Special projects. I did hold it, and I got long another 100 shares around 52 cents. 50 cents was kind of the level intraday, so it pretty much blew through this level, dropped for a second, but Bella interjects, okay, so there's the most important point about trading this setup that I would like somebody to explain to us. The room goes silent. So there is one most important point. What is it, J-Rod? J-Rod, in terms of Bella, in terms of this trade, what is the most important point? What is the most important point? Bella addresses the entire room. J-Rod. What point are you talking about? The entry, the execution, the exit. Bella. Most important point of this trade. Ryan. Look at it as trade 2 hold because you waited so long for the consolidation that when it finally makes its move. Bella interjects. Yes, I think that is important, but there is something more important. It is a trade 2 hold, but I think there is something even more important. Jack. I was just about to say that. Bella. Okay, anyone else? Carlton. What do you think is the most important thing? Pass, Carlton. Pass. Bella. Gman. What is the most important thing? John. What is the most important thing? John. That since it has been consolidating for so long that when it finally breaks outside of its consolidation, that you have confirmation that the probability of it breaking lower is low. Bella. Yes, that is all right, but no. So the most important thing is to see if the stock will hold higher, and if it holds higher to do what? Audience member, to add more. Bella. Yes, that is the most important point of this particular trade. Whenever you are playing a bounce in a particular stock or playing a bounce in the marketplace, when something stops going down, it shows you that and holds higher. That is when you get aggressively big and hold. Not at the bottom. The better trade than the bottom is this: hold and hold higher. Get bigger. If you are making a bounce play, you must buy more when the stock holds higher. If you cannot, then eliminate this trade from your playbook. The math will not work for you then. Okay, let's go to the last chart for your review. Trade review slide is queued up. Okay, trade review, go ahead. Special projects. I felt like I stayed very objective and let all my indicators, i.e. tape, moving averages, and my overall chart analysis give me an edge into getting long on a stock that was severely beaten down. The only thing I did wrong was shorting the stock after it made a double top at 83 cents. Bella. Okay, let me give you the review for this trade because this spot-on highlights the trading principle that the stock talks to you. And if you listen, you can find a very easy trade in a stock that a lot of people are scratching their heads about, thinking, is this stock going to go up or down? Okay, it stops going down, consolidates, tries to break lower, it doesn't, holds above the top of the consolidation, tier 1, buy 1 lot. It is talking to you, it's saying, I did not go down, I am busting above this level. It is time to actually put risk in on the long side. It is talking to you. When it holds higher, it is talking to you and it's saying, look, I am showing strength. I am showing strength, I am showing strength, I am showing strength. Buy more, buy more, buy more, buy more. Buy more special projects, buy more special projects. Buy more special projects, buy more special projects. Stop being such a wuss, buddy. And in all of the data and news about Oracle, these are just patterns. There is the consolidation pattern. The specific one that you saw is a failed breakdown, hold above the top of the range subset. And that is a pattern that you will see for the rest of your trading life. And there is a lot of money to be made in that pattern. It is a very worthy pattern. And then hold higher. Something that had bad news was down a lot that you can play. That is it. Lots of numbers, lots of data, lots of opinions become just trading patterns. You can make your own trades from these patterns and figure out how to make a lot of money. Anyone have any questions? Yes, audience. How do you close your position? Bella, develop a list of reasons to sell. You work on that. We come up with ways to do that. If it breaks the uptrend, fine. If it goes and finds the next technical important resistance level, you might want to take it off. If the market comes to an important resistance level, you might want to take it off. If Oracle gets too hot on the upside, so if it has a blow-off top that is too steep to the upside, you might want to take some off. But you work on, for yourself, developing the ways that you get out of a trade to hold in this pattern. I can't give you that answer. I can just give you the things to think about and you have to work that out for yourself. All right, thanks, not bad for an intern. Audience laughs. Seriously, very nice work. 7. Prep. There is easy money and there is hard money in trading. Your longevity is determined by which one you choose to pursue. Some folks don't make this easy for themselves. Steve Spencer, co-founder, SMB Capital. Simply put, prep is the most frustrating trader I have ever mentored. He is one in SMB history for most trading flaws. He makes the same mistakes over and over again. He can make money, he just cannot keep it. He loves trading, but this has not translated into enough improvement. We have poured significant resources into his trading with a decidedly negative return. Prep has one of those backgrounds a big bank would drool over. He went to Choate, a prestigious private, college prep boarding school in Wallingford, Connecticut, that boasts President John F. Kennedy among its alumni. Following Choate, he went to one of those ultra-small liberal arts colleges for those who just missed the Ivy League. Prep is also a former high-level hockey player. Before going off to prep school, he grew up in one of those New Jersey commuter towns where most of the fathers have Wall Street jobs, and there damn sure has to be a magnificent country club. Boyishly handsome, athletic, polite, and with a bright demeanor, he seems the part to work in the business. He would look just as comfortable at Goldman as he did with us. There is a lot to learn from Prep's trading journey. I have to admit that, although he has made a series of avoidable mistakes during his short trading career, requires a great deal of daily care, and consistently loses money for the firm, I just love the kid. He works, cares, has a passion for trading, and leads the desk in sharing trade callouts. You just want him to make it. How can we learn from Prep? Many traders in our game make the same mistakes, and there are numerous traders right on that default line from becoming consistently profitable to finding a new job like Prep. I certainly would never fault him for ending up in institutional sales at an investment bank. I'm sure he'd be great at it. If he could just get out of his own way, he would succeed as a trader. If you see yourself making some of Prep's mistakes, take comfort that all this is correctable. Prep finally reached the point where he made serious P&L. Prep got to that point where we all knew he could do it. If you are right on the edge of making money consistently, then Prep is your champion. If you make the same mistakes as a trader and wonder if you will ever stop, remember the story of Prep. If you have months of negative trading data and wonder if you can succeed, then Prep shows you can. At the end of Prep's story, there is an all-too-real plot twist. First, we should run through his mistakes so you don't make them. It is everyone else's fault but mine. I could fill Yankee Stadium with traders who are experts in blaming everyone and everything except themselves. Prep at times was no exception. This is the mindset of the underperforming trader that needs to be eradicated. Prep sent me his daily review after one trading session. It started, pretty tough day not to have my full size. This was the best trading day I have seen in a while. Lulu pre-market was great. NAV was the best trade of the spring so far. Opel I was stopped out a few pennies away from making 4 points. MOH was just a difficult stock to trade. The words in bold italic caused my angry coach Bella's side to awaken. We had recently cut his trading size for distinguished underperformance. I responded via email in the bluntest of tones. Hey, Prep, we cannot give you your full size back until you are profitable. It was not a bad week that got you lowered. It wasn't Carlton. It was me. It was not just last month. It was the month before as well. You do not deserve to be trading with full size given your results. The firm is down a ton of money on you. In fact, your results are such that you would be asked to leave pretty much anywhere else. I do not send this email to be hard on you. It is not that I do not support you, but stop blaming the damn size thing. Your performance caused our firm to be responsible with the losses we can take on you right now. That is what has happened. We do not complain at SMB. We take responsibility for our results. Be more consistent. Do a playbook trade every day. Do a very detailed trading review. Make notes about your psychology challenges. Put together a good 10 days of trading data and come find me and I will bump you up. For now, it is up to you to create those 10 days of results. I am rooting for you. Prep apologized and went on to produce 7 out of 10 days of solid trading. One thing about the young man is that he responds. The trader who blames others is the losing trader. Prep is not the first nor the last to blame another for his lack of performance. Heck, even a reader of our free SMBU blog went there. Trader Rant. The reader wrote, I had something that worked for me, but I have lost my conviction because of listening to too many other people. The more I trade, the more my emotions get in the way, and all I learn is that everything I think I know is subject to change. Computers have changed the way stock prices react to patterns so that you cannot predict what people will do, so much as you must now attempt to figure out how the computer is going to try to screw the herd and ride its wake. I have oftentimes wondered if your recommendation of the morning makes a good target for powerful contrarians guaranteed a fresh supply of weak hands. And yes, I've wondered if that was in fact SMB Capital. Not only were GMCR and Soda great shorts, but they were some of the best of their Rec D days, Rec D as longs, made championship, killer shorts. And I don't believe it is a coincidence. Weak shorts make $NFLX so strong, and what better way to corral a bunch of weak longs than to offer a rec for the day, creating a possible easy takedown. I do not know everything, and the scale of influence of investment firms is not an area where I have expertise. I just think if somebody was going to be able to decipher this market, it would be those that have written books, blogs, and have proprietary trading firms. That is why I trusted your recs 2 days in a row, and those just happened to be the worst plays for those days, and those days just happened to be critical for my trading, which I can no longer do because of the damage to my account. Beller responded, "We encourage debate on our blog, and to us and certainly SMB is far from perfect, but there was a lot wrong with the comment above. Let's see if we can learn from these mistakes. 1. Do not copy the trades of others blindly. See if you can make them your own, and if so, then make them your own. 2. For all trades, first determine your stop if the stock trades against you. No one trade should ever so much as even stop you out for 1 day, let alone do serious damage to your trading account. 3. Trading ideas are ideas. If the market trends against your idea, or in this case our ideas, then take the other side of the trade. 4. Never blame anyone else for your losses. Never. 5. After each losing trade, determine what you learned. Thank the market for its learning opportunity. 6. Judge your trades on the process and not on your results. 7. Do not get lost in an endless opportunity to find conspiracies in the marketplace. 8. If you spot a pattern, no matter how it develops, exploit it. If someone was fading our AM idea, then fade it as well. That would be awesome if that were the case, since all you would then have to do is do the opposite. Think opposite, George from Seinfeld. 9. If you cannot control your emotions while you trade, then work on that first and leave your money in your bank account. 10. 1 good trade and then 1 good trade and then 1 good trade. There is still hope for that same trader. We can always choose to change our mindset. A few hours later he sent us this sorry. Didn't get much sleep the night before I wrote this comment, and I was really mad at myself, but had not realized this fact. I don't actually blindly take these recs, so much as try to make them work for me, and that did not work. I take the blame for my stupid trades. Everyone who is getting on my case here is right. I don't really have a leg to stand on. My apology to SMB. Yes, I have bad risk habits. Yes, I'm trying to make back money and it is driving me crazy. Yes, I am trying to convert to an open-minded trader from a pure bear, and at the worst time ever. Yes, I'd probably be better off taking the money I might put in my account and go on a vacation. Ah, no worries. Well said. Prep not only struggled with blaming others for his underperformance, but a common cause for overtrading, which we call FOMO, a fear of missing out. FOMO does not just apply to trading or investing. It can apply to just about everything in life that seems popular at the moment. It could be a hot night spot or a destination beach town or ski resort generating a buzz. We had to address this psychological issue. Many traders struggle with FOMO without recognizing their ailment, fear of missing out, FOMO. The day before leaving on a flight across the world for a presentation for the Securities Investors Association, Singapore, I had a trader chat with Prep in my office. He knocked on my door. "Bella, do you have a minute to talk about my trading? I am really struggling." "Yeah, come on in." Prep continued, "I am so overtrading. I think I have a fear of missing out on trades and things, even in my personal life." This was a teaching opportunity. Dr. Andrew Menaker, one of SMB's outside trading coaches, was in town filming a psychology training program with me for SMBU. There was a planned dinner with Dr. Menaker and some of our traders, so I had Prep added to the guest list. Prep joined the dinner with Dr. Menaker, Gman, and traders from the desk at Adrian's Pizza Bar on Stone Street. I suggested Prep discuss this issue with Dr. Menaker and the boys over pizza, and then send me his notes on the working dinner. As expected, Prep sent me an email later that evening outlining the dinner conversation, which was saturated with trading psychology nuggets. Prep wrote, "We actually had a great dinner, talked about a handful of topics. The first I'll mention is what I brought up with you in our chat today, the fear of missing out. Dr. Menaker had definitely addressed this topic before, judging by how complete and preordained his thoughts were. He basically said that before every trade, I should use a FOMO scale. And this is basically a meter of how much of my desire to make this trade is based on the setup and how much is based on a fear of missing out. Anything over 50%, and I should not make the trade. This led to Gman's thoughts on putting 100 shares on to fulfill his desire to make the trade, even if he knows it is wrong or he is paying the top or hitting the bottom. Gman will put 100 shares on to A, keep an eye on the stock, and B, to just satisfy his desire to make the trade. I found both of these concepts really interesting, and I am definitely going to consider them in my trading. Next, we talked about making the jump to bigger size, and the biggest thing I took away from this portion of our talk was that we should not be looking at our P&L, and that with more size the methodology is by far the most important issue. Sticking to a system and disregarding the P&L. Why am I making this trade? Is this within my risk parameters? Shark wanted to talk about daily routines. One of the things Dr. Menaker brought up was each morning he has his mentees write for at least 5 minutes about how they are feeling and why they are feeling it. This helps relieve angst and anxiety and puts you in a much more objective mood. I think this is really good, and I'm going to start doing it. This led us to talking about dealing with trading because of our emotions. An interesting notion that Dr. Menaker brought up was that if he can't turn away from his screen and take 4 deep breaths, then he is not objective enough and he needs to walk away. Whether it is to get some fresh air or go to the bathroom or whatever. I think taking a break is something that is super important, and that I should probably do this to keep from churning during the middle of the day. That is a problem I have. We briefly talked about breathing and ways to calm yourself down and psych yourself up. Music was discussed as well. I think all in all this was a really positive dinner and I took away a lot from it. Let me know if you have any questions. Tu and Pippin were also there. In more detail, Dr. Menaker and I collaborated on a blog post for the issue of the impatient trader. Stop being the impatient trader. February 19th, 2012. Greetings from Singapore. Today is my last day here in the new gateway to Asia. I have a day packed full of some more learning meetings and then take a 2:30 a.m. flight to Johannesburg, South Africa. I arrive in J&B, will shower, and then head to meet some top South African traders in Johannesburg. I've been tasked to talk about improving your patience as a trader. I had better sleep on the plane. As preparation for my discussion, I sought out my friend Dr. Andrew Menaker, trading psychologist. I have traded for 13 years. Read everything on trading psychology from the greats like Dr. Steenbarger, Mark Douglas, and Ari Kiev. Written extensively on the topic, but wanted to improve my preparation and gain input from a specialist. You have seen some of this work on our blog in the past. SMB has been working with Dr. Menaker the past 6 months to create a comprehensive trader psychology training course. To create a quality program takes time. Below are his thoughts, which I wanted to share with you. Dr. Menaker, what to tell an impatient trader. When talking to an impatient trader, I always begin with FOMO, fear of missing out. The impatient trader is experiencing FOMO and is unable to manage the emotions that come with FOMO. Strong, unmanaged emotions can easily trump one's willpower or conscious decision to do or not do something. It's very possible that impatient traders will continue to be impatient even after various attempts to deal with it, including mental rehearsal. If that's the case, and it often is, it suggests that the impatience is a reverberation of something deeper, something subconscious out of present awareness. So then the question becomes, what's going on in the trader's subconscious process that is producing such emotions that can trump willpower and intellect? When I work with such a trader, what I almost always find is some type of unmet developmental need, perhaps a feeling of needing acknowledgement or wanting their sense of self-worth validated, etc. Lots of different possibilities here. What's usually happening for the impatient trader who has not responded to mental rehearsal or other cognitive behavioral techniques and continues to be impatient is that they are not trading the market. They're actually trading their subconscious need for validation, etc. This is where a trader can often benefit from guidance, such as coaching. It's important to identify the unmet developmental need and to develop a strategy that deals with the core issue, not just the symptom. Otherwise, the problem will continue. The interesting thing is that no one is perfect. We all have some unmet developmental needs, but for some people, those issues are stronger and more easily triggered by the environment. And for a trader, the environment is the market. Traders may understand on an intellectual level that the market generates a lot of opportunities. But FOMO and the emotions that come with FOMO are often associated with an unmet developmental need that can easily overwhelm one's intellect, which is where willpower comes from the prefrontal cortex. Though our prefrontal cortex, our intellect and willpower can do many wonderful things, most of our mental functioning is outside of present awareness, subconscious. Think of an iceberg. The part you can see above water is just the tip. Most of it is below the surface. Mental functioning is similar. Another way of approaching impatience is looking at it from the perspective of why does the trader have such a strong need for immediate gratification. If our life is not very satisfying, if we don't experience much contentedness outside of trading, it greatly increases the chances that the trader will have a higher need for immediate gratification in trading, which is often expressed as impatience. I was talking to a neuroscientist I know at Stanford, Jody Trafton, PhD, who has identified specific types of neurons and levels of key neurotransmitters associated with the need for immediate gratification. Brain research with rats, monkeys, and humans all show similar results. The experience of low satisfaction or low contentedness in life is associated with impulsive behavior that is an attempt to grab a reward. The remedy with this approach is to teach the trader specific ways to increase the experience of gratitude in their life to counteract the need for immediate gratification. Gratitude will slow down an impatient trader. What awesome advice for the trader who suffers from FOMO, and the hits just keep on coming with Prep. Prep was not only impatient and guilty of blaming others, but he also failed to follow his giveback rule. Follow your giveback rule. Traders should develop a giveback rule. That is, if you give back a certain percentage of your profits on the day, then close your positions. No trading should take place for the rest of the day. Yes, swing traders and hedge fund traders should also adopt a giveback rule. This rule should be developed by the individual trader in consultation with the head of a firm's risk management and based on how that individual trades. Then the trader should trust the risk administrator to enforce this rule, protecting the traders from themselves. Some traders swing more and thus should have a larger giveback rule, and others, such as scalpers, should have a tighter giveback rule. A good giveback rule for most traders is 30% of your closed P&L. At SMB, we ask our traders to close out their intraday positions if they have given back 30% of their trading profits for the day. We do this only after they have had a profitable open. So if an SMB trader is flat or barely positive after the open, then this rule does not apply. But say a trader is up over $1,000 on the open, then he should not give back more than $300. A profitable open varies among traders. For some not yet consistently profitable traders like Prep, $500 on the open may be considered a profitable open for which now the giveback rule should be followed. Our analysis of trading data suggests if our traders follow this rule, they will take home a significant amount more at the end of the month. More advanced traders may amend the giveback rule to a mandatory 10-minute break after they have hit their giveback rule, and then the ability to trade again after their self-imposed break with a very tight stop. Having a rule that makes sense to you and is monitored by your risk administrator is more important than the details of the rule. Prep struggled with his giveback rule more than anyone on the desk. He could make P&L, he just couldn't keep it. You struggle with this. Worse, he often ignored his giveback rule. The following is an email exchange between Prep and me highlighting his failure to follow this rule. Prep: Bella, today was a very tough day for me. I need to cut my size in half tomorrow. My trading confidence is very low right now, and I am really frustrated with trading right now. I was having a great morning and trading a few opening drive plays, DIS and BWLD. I have definitely improved on trading opening drive plays over the last couple of months. Within 3 or 4 trades, I went from positive to negative, and I couldn't make a winning trade after that. I need to stay away from extremely tight consolidation plays. When something consolidates within a few cents for more than 15 or 20 minutes, that is a death trap. These plays do not work. I was sizing up in plays that make sense to me and losing in them. Short TWX into a pullback rollover. Short CVH consolidating at the low with a seller below the previous buyer's dropout. Plays that worked a month ago are just not working. I don't know what else to do but to lighten up and wait for the market to show me what is really working. I don't see many plays from this week that really make sense and have worked out. I am just very frustrated with trading right now. I don't even attribute my losses today to not being disciplined to the giveback rule. I lost so much in just a few minutes, I had no chance to be concerned about the giveback rule. Also, I was having a good day really early, and I wanted to try to press it to have a great day. I don't know, I need to get my head on straight. Let me know if you have any thoughts. Thanks, Bella. Bella, weren't you up 500 today? How is it possible you then were not positive? Prep. I was up with an open P&L of $500. This means he had not yet closed his open position but was marked as up $500, most of which was BWLD, which I took a 150 rip in. My highest closed P&L was just under $300. Bella. L looked over after the open and you were up over $400. Prep. I don't think that is correct. Regardless if you think I am okay with my actions, I am not. I am beside myself, Bella. This is unacceptable and I will not let this happen again. I know what I did, but I also know that dwelling on my mistakes today when I come in to work tomorrow is the last thing I should do. I should learn from today, move on, and get better. Bella. Yeah, but the giveback rule is not voluntary. Look at the effect at not following this rule. You went from positive almost 500 net to negative 650 net. You went from positive for the month to negative. You should be sitting with a positive 300 day. This is not an email about P&L. This is an email about progress. You must have a giveback rule that you follow. I'm merely pointing out the effect it had on your month. With Prep, it takes a few times of asking before he gets it. The next month after he failed to follow his giveback rule, I asked him to come talk to me. Bella, you were following a rule away from having a $2.5K week, which is $10K for the month. Prep, what do you mean? Bella, come talk to me and I will explain. Bring your numbers from this past week. I sat with him and showed him the data that proved if he had followed his giveback rule, he would have had a solid week as compared to his reality, a negative trading week. He received a few days on the demo for his lack of compliance. Others on our desk have struggled to develop the proper giveback rule for their trading and follow it. What is your giveback rule? In his daily trading review, a trainee wrote with disgust about giving back too much of his early profits. I really hate what I did today. Basically gave back 90% of my net on the day by trading like a jack. Just started with one bad trade and snowballed into a few more, and before I knew it, I just quit for the day. It's a shame too. I thought I was trading really well with CIE and Oracle. Midday, I nailed that CIE reversal and I called out the 14.80 breakout on INSI, and it seemed like I wasn't doing much wrong. Then I made my worst trade with too much size, buying immediately into a pullback on INSI, and it just got worse from there. The rest of his review consisted of a lot of I am a jack this and that. He's not, and my response was, this is not an issue of you being a jack. This is you not having a giveback rule. You were up $, P&L numbers redacted for compliance reasons. Lose $. Stop trading. Time out. Create a rule for yourself. Earlier in that day, Steve told me about coaching an experienced trader to shut it down. He was up nicely, lost some, and then lost some more. Steve pinged the trader, cautioning not to give back more. The trader gave back more and then a little more. Steve personally went over and suggested to close it out for the day. Later I wrote this to our desk. Guys, I am seeing the same issue and spotting the same problem on the desk. If you have a positive open and you give back 30%, shut down your trading for the day or at least until after a long timeout. It is very common for HFs to shut it down for the month or week or quarter after such a giveback. Develop a giveback rule for yourself and send your personal rule to us. One trainee responded, as a developing trader, I will not give back more than 50% of what I earned on the open. In the event I breach the 50% rule, I will close my light speed account for the day and analyze what I did wrong. As I increase share size, this rule will be reevaluated. So I ask, what is your giveback rule? And if you do not have one, shouldn't you develop one? Now you can overhear Prep consider his giveback rule into the close as he talks to himself. I am $80 away from my giveback rule. That trade is not worth it for me. That is excellent progress by Prep. So now for Prep's next big challenge. Consider the big picture. At the start of our SMB AM meeting, we discussed the big picture. For us, this means the important SBY levels, what is most moving the markets in each stock we discuss. You cannot make a good trading decision without also considering the big picture for the market and your stock. As I write, it is June 26, 2012, at 8:27 a.m. EST, and our morning meeting is 23 minutes from beginning. We will discuss the most important levels in SBY. For example, if SBY 137 is a huge technical resistance level and we are near that level, then you should consider trimming or closing your long positions no matter how strong they appear. The most important element of your trade at this moment is that the market is near important resistance. Most likely, this will cause the market to pull back and your stocks to trade lower as well. We will update what is most important to consider in Europe for the week. We will mention that the U.S. Supreme Court is expected to announce its decision on the Affordable Care Act, ACA, and to watch healthcare stocks such as AET, PSI, UN, and WLP. I shot Steve this email before the start of the week, discussing a possible overturn of the ACA and its impact on the markets. You may want to mention for the desk to be aware to watch healthcare stocks if the Supreme Court ruling comes down this week. It is expected Monday, Thursday. Starting to hear that it could be overturned would most take the SC seriously anymore if they did. Not sure whether the whole bill or just a part, single payer. You may want to prepare the desk for this catalyst. This is us covering the big picture for the market. If you are not doing this daily, you are not a pro trader. Drilling down even further when you are trading a stock, you must know its story. What makes the stock move? Is there a catalyst in the stock? If that catalyst changes, then all that price action that you have seen of late may be irrelevant. New prices most likely will be created for the stock since a catalyst has been removed. If you do not know what is moving your stock, then you cannot properly determine your risk. That is a fundamental trading error. Before I proceed with how Prep screwed up again, combining analyses of the big picture with individual stock stories is not what Steve and I did when we started out together. I can't just follow individual companies and price action anymore. I have to read things about government policy and the balance of congressional power that was once only the domain of DC policy wonks and political science PhD candidates. I have to examine whether small countries with no industrial economies to speak of are going to default on their debts. I have to worry about the Federal Reserve throwing more money at too-big-to-fail banks, only to have the too-big-to-fail banks just throw printed money back at the Fed on deposit and not lend it out to those who need it. Can't I just trade? The background analysis I need to make informed decisions is substantially higher than ever before. Back to Prep. He made such an error that Steve spotted and sent me an email to get fixed. A few days before that, Prep had knocked on my trading door looking all dejected. Having experience with hundreds of similar trader psychology sessions, mainly Prep just wanted me to listen and tell him that things would be better. I did, but we teach traders to always find a solution. We teach our traders to learn from their trading mistakes. And we ask for them to analyze their trading objectively so they can fix problems that are holding them back. The market does not have a vendetta against them. Stocks were not created to screw them. I am just having the worst luck is usually code for fixable trading mistakes. So after the Steve email, I pinged Prep to fix that fundamental trading mistake that he had made. Bella, you keep getting all frustrated about trades, and then when we drill down, there are reasons why many of your trades aren't working. The mistake today in PGN cannot happen again. Attention to detail. Go talk to Steve. Prep. I realized that PGN was a merger and knew that going into it, but I thought negative comments on the likelihood changed that. I will go talk to Steve. Steve, before we chat about this, please answer a couple of questions for me. 1. Why did you write in your playbook that it was trading higher Friday on a rumor? That is either sloppy on your part or not knowing the news. Why would you trade a stock for a gap fill when its price action is not being determined by its gap but on the price action of a different stock? Prep. Okay, in terms of the news, I guess I didn't fully understand what was going on. The stock was gapping up because regulators considered new conditions for the takeover of PGN 2 days ago by DUK. Both drove down on the open yesterday, and I looked for news, and found on my Thinkorswim that JPM had negative comments on the takeover. So I thought that maybe there were merger/arb firms driving the stock down, or firms that believed in the takeover that were selling their positions. The intraday chart looked like a nice bear flag, and there was a seller at the hole. The problem, which you pointed out, was that I wasn't aware that it was trading off DUK. I see the charts from yesterday, and they are almost identical. When DUK popped off the low, I should have covered my PGN/ should have just been trading DUK if I wanted to make that play. I know it is pointless to trade stocks that are being taken over, but my thoughts were that it was a second-day play and that someone didn't like the merger, and it could drive back down to the price it gapped up from. It was in a clear downtrend, consolidating at lows and making new lows. I understand that I should have been watching DUK, and I won't trade mergers like that again. Oh, Prep, a year into his Wall Street career, and he's pretending to be one of the great arbitrageurs of the 1980s. If he wants to pretend to be Carl Icahn or John Paulson, the pre-2011 version, I'm happy to support his doing so with someone else's capital. Fast forward a month, and I was leaving my poolside seat in Bermuda on a 4-day getaway. I piped back into the desk at the hotel lounge and found this email from Steve pointing out another fundamental mistake from Prep not understanding the big picture. Steve wrote, I was kind of surprised. Got this chat from someone who has been trading more than a year. The market had broken all recent support and was in a perfect downtrend. 232p Prep Steve, thoughts on a bounce now. 233p SMB Spencer, markets don't usually bounce on trend days. 233p SMB Spencer, there may be some type of retracement but bounce very unlikely. Learning the nuances that move markets is the last lesson traders learn. With Prep, it was one lesson at a time after one bad trade at a time. You have a choice as a trader. You can either do the work to find your mistakes and improve, or you can become an expert in all the ways of all excuses that the market, the financial media, your firm, its partners, the air conditioning, your trading computer, your trading platform, dark pools, algorithms, tech support, your clearing firm, your trading neighbors, regulators, the exchanges, the floor manager, your trading data, and your significant other are screwing you. It's up to you. Negative self-talk. Prep also had periods of self-destructive review. This is common. I correct this flaw in almost every trader I coach. It infects every conscious trading moment. It can be the silent killer for the hopeful, consistently profitable trader. Following is an example of Prep caught in a web of negative self-talk that does not help you improve at anything. And it's a raw and honest look at what super ambitious, developing traders experience during low moments as pro traders. Are you guilty of this? I am in whole. I had a comeback going. At 2:20 p.m. I was down $23 after being down all day. I was calm and selective and thoughtful all midday and into the 230 hour. I lost $250 of open P&L in 30 minutes in GNC, Cores, NKE SMG. I am such an A. It is quadruple witching the day on which contracts for stock index futures, stock index options, stock options, and single stock futures all expire is referred to as quadruple witching Friday, and I am tick trading GNC and Cores. All I had to do was not trade today, and I would have finished my second week in a row positive. Now I am flat for the week and an idiot. I went way over my stop out and I am an idiot. I was putting together what would have been 7 out of the last 10 days positive, and now that is ruined because I am an idiot. The sad thing about Cores and NKE is that I was right and I couldn't stay in the stocks. I was right and I didn't give NKE and Cores the extra room for the shake. I am writing this review right now and watching my stocks rip up higher. It makes me sick to my stomach to watch this, but this is what I deserve. Rig, I had the right idea, but it didn't look like it was going to move, so I timed myself out of my position. AOL, Piker stock in the middle of the range. QCOM, I liked on the short side, but it was wrong and I hit out. And AV was pinned to 30 for options expiration. SMG, I thought was going to be great but reversed when the market popped. I can't wait to come to work on Monday, but I have all weekend to think about never making a mistake like this again. Quad Witch Summer Friday, and I am pressing my positions at 2:45 p.m. after slowly grinding back and being so calm and selective all day. Timing is everything. If I had waited 10 more minutes, I would have made chops in Cores and NKE. There are so many lessons to be learned from today, and I have all weekend to think about how to never make these mistakes again. Things I did poorly today. I traded way too many names during the first 1.5 hours of trading. There was no reason to be trading, let alone during the first 1.5 hours. I tried trading NKE and lost a bunch of times. RIG was just in a range on the open. NAV had a nice opening drive that I missed. I tried to buy the pullback, but it was just above below. Cores, this stock was difficult right on the open. Step back and look at the big picture. I got so obsessive when I started to make a comeback that I wasn't thinking clearly. I worked way too hard all day to make a comeback and then pee it away. Stick to the game plan and that nonsense doesn't happen in cores. NKE, you can't do anything about that. That is just terrible luck. Gave it 3 pennies extra. Traded way too many tickets, and I did half of them within 30 minutes, from 245 to 315. I get that it is a good time to look for stocks, but that is just unacceptable when I am trading 300 shares. Things I did well. GNC should have made a lot more, but I caught 2 points in it, was down a chunk in it before that. I was in the right stocks, NKE, cores, GNC. Next week. Next week is so important for me. I have a few goals. First, I want to be positive 4 out of 5 days. And I want one of those days to be Tuesday. I want to make sure to be extremely selective, and that means trading 6 stocks until 3 p.m. I also want to trade no more than 20 tickets if I am trading with 300 shares. If I am down and not seeing anything good, I want to make sure to take a break. I get in trouble when I get fixated on stocks and do not take a break. I need to put today behind me and refocus and continue to make progress and get better each day. I honestly felt like over the past 2 weeks my trading has improved, and today the market just taught me a lesson. Bella's comments. In the future, let's stick with the facts and not vilify ourselves. I lost money into the close because of XYZ. I did that because of 123. Next time I will not do that because of ABC. There is a ton of good in your review to build on next week. The comeback, the recognition of how you could have improved your day, and a feeling of trading improvement supported by data. Soon thereafter, we ran into the same issue of Prep being unproductively hard on himself. I noticed after the close Prep cursing at himself under his breath for missed trades. Bella? I kinda don't understand why you guys spend so much time beating yourselves up. After an underperforming day, reevaluate, set a new daily improvement plan, execute on that plan and you will improve. Why so much emphasis on the results of one day? Prep. It has been 3 weeks of bad results. That is why I am so rough on myself. I realize that you can work hard without preparing. I don't know, I've just been super frustrated with my performance. I feel like I am making trades that make sense, and they aren't yielding the same results that they used to. I also am rough on myself because I haven't made any money yet, and sometimes it's hard mentally to go a year without making money and still keep at it because it's what you love to do. Bella. I guess I just don't see the world trading game that way. You are in a bad streak. You have to stop it. How do you do this? You aren't making money. How do you start making at least some? Do those things. I guess I just don't understand spending too much energy on anything else save doing those things. Prep continued to work on this area of his trading game. It takes time and practice to learn how to talk constructively in real time to your trading self. As if all of those other challenges were not enough, Prep faced yet another challenge. You are trading too many stocks. Carlton and I spend time every Monday around noon in my office reviewing the results of our desk from the prior week. We flag certain issues, such as overtrading and traders on whom we need to cut risk. Further, we focus on who is doing well and discuss how we can get them making more. Prep got flagged for overtrading 1 week, and we held a closed-door meeting with him. He'd had a nice gross profit week, but barely kept any of his gains because of overtrading. Our core traders trade at our cost. We do not mark up commissions, and then they earn a profit split. So this was not a case of overly high commissions eating away trading profits. When we flag an issue, our first approach is to raise the weakness with the trader and then let him work on a solution. A few days after our talk, we received this email from Prep acknowledging the issue. The first step in solving a trading problem is acknowledging there is a problem, kind of like those 12-step programs. Goodness knows, I've done plenty of trader rehab with Prep. Bella, here is my review from today. I really need to figure out why I've been trading too many stocks and overtrading. I don't want to be scared to trade, but I am really going to have to lighten up on my trading until this improves, which means trading 10 or fewer symbols and under 25K shares. It just needs to happen. Writing all these tickets and losing in a bunch of crappy stocks is what needs to disappear in order to get me to the next level, which I think is becoming consistently profitable. I spoke to Steve briefly today and he suggested strongly that I see a trading coach because the problem is psychological, and that I will never make money unless I figure out how to get rid of my overtrading / being in too many bad stocks problem. I am reviewing my trading from today. I had a pretty bad day, and out of the 13 stocks I traded, 2 were good setups that I made money in, not nearly enough size and didn't catch enough of the move. 3 were setups that with better execution I would have made money in. 2 were good setups that just didn't work, and I would make these trades 9 out of 10 times. 1 was a pre-market trade that didn't work. 4 were just bad positions that I shouldn't have been in. And the last 2 were small plays that I was barely risking anything in and just wanted to see if they worked. That means that only 1 out of 4 of my trades, approximately, were really worth trading and had the potential to move, 5 out of 13. I need that to be closer to 50% each day, which means being more selective, having better execution with fewer tickets, and really thinking before I make a trade instead of just jumping in. Please let me know if you have any thoughts on how to fix this problem. I know this is something I need to conquer to get to the next level. Thanks, Bella. So Prep identified the issue and started to think about a solution. The problem was his daily reviews did not show signs of progress. He was still overtrading commensurate with his P&L and skill level. After a trading session, Prep sent me a daily trading review of the following stocks, see figure 7.1. He traded 15 stocks. I thought, what is he running, a portfolio? This is intraday trading. Gman can cover that many stocks, but not Prep, not now. I responded in an email simply, too many stocks. Too many stocks. A week later, Steve flagged Prep's overtrading on his risk monitor. Prep. As far as I am concerned, every guy on the desk can develop their own style that works best for them. What traders should not do is repeat the same mistakes over and over and over and over again. When you continue to do the same things repeatedly that harm your results, the outcome will always be the same. I'm glad that you have taken the step to work with Dr. Menaker on your issues, which hopefully will get you over the learning curve to profitability. In the meantime, you have continued to do many of the same things that have prevented you from reaching your potential. Today should have been a profitable day for you as you made money in both GMCR and MCP. But you chose to be involved in an additional 10 names and thus barely be net positive. The lack of a significant positive day today has a huge impact on your end-of-month numbers. Steve. A few trading sessions later, and I caught the same nonsense. Prep was trading way too many stocks. I sent him this email. There is no reason for you to trade more than 8 stocks. Set that as a rule. You have to see the big picture and start concentrating on where the real money can come from. Just trading 15 stocks and hoping something works is not a good process. You have to learn what is more likely to work. Prep replied, understood. A few days later, another review arrived with a dozen stocks traded. Perhaps I'd been too much of an enabler here, but he was just not getting it. Bella, you told me recently you would keep it to 8 stocks. You didn't today. Your results last week and to end the month are irresponsible and cause for a timeout. You cannot lose money that consistently being an intraday trader without making changes that lead to making some money and stopping the losses. You had no idea on the open today that we had been very weak the past few sessions and weren't even ready to consider that into your trading on the open until I brought it up. This is a lack of preparation both mentally and work-wise. Why are you trading feelers when you aren't making money in stocks you are watching more closely? The way you go from losing to positive is to watch a smaller number of stocks more closely and find the very best entries for those stocks, like the MAT into the close that you mentioned. I'm harming your progress if I don't bench you tomorrow. You have to follow rules to progress. You have to cut bad streaks. You have to make changes when you are going badly so that under no circumstances will you be positive the next few trading sessions. Not trade more than 6 stocks going forward. Prep. Bella, I understand what you are saying. Maybe I do need to be benched, but to say that there is a lack of preparation is a very frustrating thing to hear. I am literally the first person in the office every morning, and I have an extensive routine looking over nearly 300 stocks and reading several news sites, as well as reviewing my work from the previous day and writing in my journal for Dr. Menaker. Preparation is not my problem. I understand that I need to end this losing streak and that maybe I deserve to be on the demo, but it is frustrating to me that this is the day that it falls on. If you don't think, I have been beating myself up over being on a losing streak and working my hardest to try to fix whatever is wrong, then you are mistaken. I know I said I would keep it to 8 stocks, but I slipped up. A quick aside here, my guys hate it when I challenge their work ethic and preparation. Man, I love them taking that personally. They should. Me saying you do not work hard is me saying you are not one of us, and our guys hate that. Bella, isn't it possible to work hard but be unprepared? A week later, Prep again exceeded the maximum number of stocks he could trade intraday. This was starting to get ridiculous. Had I gone from adult coach to kindergarten teacher here? Timeouts, rules on the number of toys, stocks in our case that he could play with. Was I going to stick him with the next training class as if I were holding him back before going to first grade because he needed another year of maturity? I swear these things crossed my mind. Didn't someone write a book called Everything I Need to Know I Learned in Kindergarten or something like that? Bella, why did you trade 7 stocks? Prep knowing what is coming. I hear you, Bella, demo tomorrow. I wrote about that in my review. It was a mistake. I didn't realize I had done 6. I instantly realized it was wrong but didn't take the trade-off because the risk was already laid out. Bella, here's what I don't get with you and your buddy Ryan. You guys want to trade more stocks as if this is some sign you are better traders, yet neither of you consistently big in your best plays, and this is exactly how you make money. And to be big means you have to really watch your stock. So doesn't that mean it's better to trade stocks and watch them more carefully and work on being bigger consistently and then growing the stocks you cover? Prep, I absolutely agree that it is better to be in fewer stocks, and I have been doing better because of it. I did not mean to trade that 7th stock. I realized it and regretted it instantly but kept the trade on. I realized that trading fewer symbols is the key and will continue to trade 6 symbols at the most. Over time, we allowed Prep to trade a few more stocks intraday, but his maximum was still 8 stocks. Every so often he would knock on my door and ask, Bella, can I trade one more stock? ABC stock is really setting up nicely and I have been watching it closely. I give my permission. If he goes over by 1 stock, it is not an issue now. We have identified the issue, he has worked on it. He has made excellent progress not covering too many stocks, and we have a system in place to help him succeed. And now on to our next issue with Prep. Making money starts with being professional. Our desk had one of its better days of the year on a Thursday. Truth be told, there was a night of drinks after the winning trading session. The next day, about 5 traders from our core cut out early on a Friday. It was a gorgeous summer Friday that tempted them to leave after lunch. A guy like Prep, who had struggled to be net positive for his entire existence as an SMB trainee, should have stuck around. Unfortunately, Prep bit. A huge opportunity continued in NAV that these traders had crushed on Thursday and the start of the Friday trading session. They left easy money on the table. I was livid. I sent a personal email to each of the traders who bailed early. Bella to Prep. Why did you leave early today? Nav. Prep to Bella. I didn't want to give back any more, to be honest. Is that wrong? I felt like the right thing to do was to lock it in after a comeback from being down. How do you feel about that? Obviously, the NAV trade was a great setup, but I thought because I am trying to be more consistent, it was better to be disciplined than to push it. I don't know if that was right, and maybe I was trading my P and L too much, but I am less worried about missing trades right now and more worried about locking it in. Let me know your thoughts. Some advice. When you are in a hole, stop digging. And this was me purposely nastier than I normally get. I was going to bump you up next week. Now I am not. You figure out if it was a good idea to leave on a Friday with an opportunity like NAV. If you want to enjoy the weather, move to California. This is a trading job. Prep. But you are absolutely right. I should not have left, period. Teaching traders to be professional and what that entails is more important than teaching them trade setups. Trading mentors should overreact at a sniff of unprofessional trader behavior. Do not let a minute go by without ending this behavior. If you want to do what you want to do when you want to do it, then trading is not your sport. The market demands your consistent attendance. Unprofessional traders will never execute on the setups taught to them if they are not able to show up prepared and alert and committed to a full day of work every day. First comes the professional trader. Only then can the trader become consistently profitable. And then there was the issue of Prep trading on tilt. Trading on tilt. The most common challenge for the intraday trader is trading on tilt. Tilt is actually a borrowed poker term in which a player bets aggressively out of emotion and without too much pre-bet analysis. There is so much failure in our business that it is nearly impossible to spend the entire time trading in the zone, as Mark Douglas would recommend from trading in the zone. Traders must learn to decrease the periods they trade on tilt. Prep sent me a review outlining his difficulty controlling his emotions in real time, completely undisciplined today. If this were sports, I would be doing sprints after practice. I am extremely upset at myself. Mako really hurt me today. I made a great 1.5 2-point trade in it and then gave it all back, and then more being an absolute idiot. I gave back 50% of my highest unclosed P&L. That is way too much. My giveback rule is 30%, and I disregarded it because I was mad that I had given back so much and I wanted to make it back. That is trading on tilt and doing the wrong thing. Go for a walk and come back refocused. This is the second day in a row I have been stubborn and on tilt. Do not get fixated on a play. Why are you doing this? Be objective and do the right thing. If you hit your mark, there is a 30% giveback rule. No exceptions. It is more important to be disciplined than to make money. Get IT through your head. I haven't been this frustrated with myself in a few weeks. In another review, Prep again highlighted the issue of trading on tilt. Terrible trading day. Wrong on everything. JPM just bought 4 or 5 times and was wrong. Ilm, are you kidding me? Second day in a row I have been wicked out by some BS play even when I gave it the appropriate room and the stock just tanks. Such bull. I'll show the chart in a minute. VRTX, I don't know what else to do there. I am right on the idea and I give it the real stop and it gets me out. I am so frustrated and I am on tilt. This week was incredibly frustrating. I feel like I am doing the right things and just not getting paid for it. I probably risked too much in JPM and in FI, but it wasn't because I was trading with lots of size. I wasn't trading with more than 400. It was because I was just wrong a bunch of times. I am really frustrated with today, and I need to step back and look at my week and day when I am not angry. After another review, I commented to him about working to control his emotions. My sense is Shark was on to something. The RSH trade was not a good idea. But then you got into some stocks that 1, had moved away from prices, 2, you could define your risk, 3, there was more room to go in the direction of the trend. You trade these plays well. Spend most of your energy on them. You have to make sense of this and internalize what you want to see. This seems to be where most of your effort should be. Also, you have got to relax. You make me nervous sitting next to you. It's a long day. All the huffiness about the plays that you are in that are not working is such a waste of energy. Spend that energy learning why you were in a crap stocks. Spend that time searching and asking others for trending good stocks. Trading on tilt often comes from being in the wrong stocks. That day after the Supreme Court ruling, Spencer offered feedback to those banging and screaming and complaining. It was simple and eloquent. Some stocks are good, some stocks are S. Stop looking at the shitty ones. I sometimes notice Prep overreacting to a trade gone wrong. It's hard to miss as he pushes back his trading seat, puts his head between his knees and grabs his hair. Why are you so upset? I ask, and then he explains how the trade didn't work out because of this reason or that reason. He takes the negative trade personally. He seems to do a world-class job of being in all those moves that are screw jobs. I wonder what that means about his trading. That cannot be a coincidence or just plain old lousy luck. It was a good trade. You cannot control the results, I continue. I know, Bella, you are right. If you sit near Prep, you can feel him place his personal worth into a trade. If it works, he is smart. If it doesn't, he is a failure. This is a tough way to spend the trading day. Especially since we play a game in which we will be wrong an awful lot. I recommended that Prep talk with Dr. Menaker about improving his mental game. I set up the call between coach and trader. A few weeks later, I learned that Prep had negotiated 1 session and only 1 session with Dr. Menaker. Arg. How would that help? He needed a good 6 months with Dr. Menaker to improve his mental game. Dr. Menaker surely agreed to only 1 session as a favor to me, and on the assumption that Prep would soon ask for more help. Dr. Menaker assumed correctly, and there were more sessions. Dr. Menaker gave Prep some mental drills, like writing down his emotions before, during, and after trades. Dr. Menaker teaches his students that just the act of writing your thoughts on paper can calm them down and help frame a better context for their trading. The mindset is not to win on each trade or you are a failure. It's how do students help themselves get in as many good risk/reward trades that make sense to them, and then let the results take care of themselves. Evaluating with pen to paper your most important trades can help you see that a losing trade may not have been a bad trade, and it certainly is not a signal you are a loser. Finding the solutions never discourage anyone who continually makes progress, no matter how slow. Plato. Believe it or not, we were still working with prep after all these mistakes. He was still not consistently positive. We scaled back our risk on him because the data didn't support added firm exposure. With a lowered intraday loss limit, recently Carlton flagged prep. He placed prep on the demo. I've lost count of how many times I've placed prep on the demo at this point. Next came an email from Prep Bella. I really disagree with your decision to put me on the demo. I realize that I went over my stop and I have not been making money for the firm, but it's not making me any better to put me on the demo. I would like to discuss this in person if you are available this morning. Thanks. He remained on the demo. Prep had been making progress from corrected flaw to corrected flaw. I could sense he was so close, and then it happened. He had the best day on our desk, and then again, and then again. He ran off 3+ weeks of best days bested. $1,200, $1,300, $1,500, $1,800, $2,000. His mindset shifted from doubt to how do I make 2K plus. In his personal swing account, there were chirps about significant chops. This was not just a trading hot streak, but with this much data, a changed trader. His trading was cleaner. The outbursts quieter and shorter. He started leading other traders into the best setups. His trading was in control. His growth was growing the confidence of other traders. Even after all of those mistakes and time as an underperforming trader, there was no doubt that he had arrived and showed he was going to now be the trader I always knew he could be. Now let's take a look at a trade in JCP that Prep prepared for us. It is one good trade that caused our desk to take a serious loss. I was sitting in the Chicago office of Linda Raschke, a legendary trader featured in the New Market Wizards, talking about the format of this book. Instinctively she directed, "Oh, show a losing trade as well. Readers should know not all good traders end well." For those who have never met Raschke in person, she is probably one of the more charismatic people you will ever meet in trading. So following the advice of this prodigious trader and magnetic individual, here is one awesome losing trade. And stay around for the plot twist right after the trade discussion. 8. We are all Ruddy. I worry that some think they are special before they turn pro. As if the day they walk onto a trading floor, they are on second base, far ahead of other new traders. Perhaps they have a high IQ, hold an 800 math SAT score, were a champion athlete, or possess the latest trending special characteristic, now poker player. If they do view themselves as special, this makes their trading journey more difficult. Worse yet, if we believe in this rubbish that the special have an easier path, this idea discourages those without these characteristics to mistakenly believe they have a lesser chance. Further, all of this undervalues the pro-trader reality that you must be able to execute in real time. Many who develop a playbook of trades that are best for them cannot properly execute these setups when the lights are turned on. Let's meet a young man I trained whom many, including himself, would mistake as special and debunk some of these myths. This will give you a truer path to consistently profitable trader, CPT. My G-chat lit up with a message from Spencer. I didn't realize Ruddy still works with us. To not know that a trader is still with the firm can't be a great sign for the trader. Ruddy is one of the smartest traders I've trained. He was raised in Middle America in a small town where no one was even close to as smart as him. He matriculated to a prestigious university to which Irish Catholic parents dream about sending their sons. Hint, think Ruddy. For the first time in his young life, the smartest kid in his hometown met a community of thousands as smart as him, yet he still stood out. In college, Ruddy used his sharp mind to become a professional poker player. The leadership secrets of Attila, the Hun, just couldn't hold his regular attendance. Interact with him on the trading floor, and it is hard to miss the ease of calculations for which he is capable. You talk with him about a trading setup and its risk-reward, and he gets it 2 sentences in and spends the next 5 bored with you. Ruddy is different. He looks different, with some unusually curly hair and old-school glasses, which give him the appearance of some hip 1960s rocker. I vote Buddy Holly and Ruddy as lookalikes. During a chat with him while strolling the streets of the Upper West Side after Sunday pizza with some new traders, my treat, you cannot help but feel the comprehensive thought he gives to each of your statements. Unfortunately, our trading data suggests this boy wonder mind might just not be enough in our game. Let's remember how you become a CPT. Not only do you have to acquire all of the domain knowledge that the market requires to be great. This is a matter of trading passion, not high IQ or athletic prowess. But then you have to be able to execute. Even if super smart meant you could learn the patterns that would work for you more succinctly, which it doesn't, that would still leave you with the massive challenge of executing in real time. Literally, you could read this book, develop the most amazing playbook for you, and still never make a dime because you couldn't execute. A firm can teach you well, you can be a great candidate on paper, but you still may not be able to play our game. Spencer sat at our conference table with a glorious view of the Statue of Liberty, joshing with Freudberg about the realities of teaching new intraday traders. Freudberg teaches a systematic approach with options that present lesser frustrations for the teacher. Spencer asked, "If I outline a trade to make during our AM meeting, all of our traders will crush that trade, right?" Spencer waited for an answer that never came. He continued, "Wrong, and that is the essence of trading. Can you execute?" Spencer could have been thinking of Ruddy during this diatribe. That Ruddy possesses intellectual gifts is not necessarily a prequel to his being a franchise trader, possessor of solid execution skills. Ruddy's story shines a bright light on the nonsense that there can be special new traders. We will dive deeper into those considered special by the street. Do poker players make for better traders? We will hear from some who have done both. Is possessing a mastermind enough to become a CPT? Then we will shift to pro trade execution and some challenges traders might confront. The truth is most of us come to the street more like Ruddy, from the classic movie Ruddy, the undersized, underdog son of a steelworker who achieved his lifelong dream of playing at football giant Notre Dame. The market only pays those who have developed a playbook. Coming without one, whether smart, athletic, or skilled in gaming, leaves us with a challenge of a lifetime. In a globally competitive market with landmines in every tick for our markets, this is a climb up Mount Kilimanjaro. Start with the mindset that you are a Ruddy. At the end of all of this, you will gain admission to a trade discussion between Ruddy and me. Memorably, after this review, Special Projects approached me chuckling and said, "Bella, that was just brutal. You destroyed Ruddy during that review." I don't see it that way. I critiqued a trader who required my critical feedback. Anyway, it makes for an entertaining review. The blue-collar trader. Your first test as a trader is to see whether you can absorb all the domain knowledge you must to become a fundamentally sound trader. This is not rocket science. This is a passion test. You love trading enough to take the time to learn everything about your subject to build a strong trading base. Think of your journey as a blue-collar trader. A large swath of this trading base is your playbook. Will you take the time to develop a playbook that makes sense to you? You cannot just copy this playbook from a CPT. You certainly should co-opt trades from other traders and absorb their thinking behind these setups. But then you must roll up your sleeves and do the work to make these setups your own. Wear your hard hat, as this is a daily grind sidestepping danger, as you have seen from the ultimate blue-collar work ethic traders, Shark and Tio. The building of your playbook is an everyday event after the close, when you are tired, perhaps hungry or emotionally worn out from a day of trading combat. Staying in your seat and archiving the best trading setup of that session for you is the lonely work required. And if you are a noob, you should do more. Not only should you archive a playbook trade that made the most sense to you, but you should also review other playbook trades from experienced traders. Learn how they think through a setup. See what setups they view as excellent risk-reward opportunities. Perhaps you can lift that trade for your trading and make it your own. Perhaps you need to ask that experienced trader a few questions about his playbook trade to fully grasp it. Building your trading coliseum, the playbook, is a Roman effort. This work needs to be done daily and forever. Based on research and based on my experience as a mentor and coach, I worry for that trader who thinks he is special. If you think you are special, and I suggest that you do the daily work of building your playbook, you are more likely to think you do not have to do it. Ah, that exercise is for the unspecial, Bella. Worse, when those who believe they are gifted struggle at the start, research shows they will be more discouraged. You are supposed to be a talent. You expect to crush the markets from day one. Yeah, the market doesn't care. The market cares that you develop skill in her game. Let's consider the spreading street myth that poker players make for great trading candidates. Do poker players make better traders? Inside the world of trading, a debate has ensued about whether poker players inherently make for good traders. The number of poker players trying or thinking of trying our game has increased. Ruddy came from that world. In fact, Ruddy's poker assets were frozen during the government shutdown of online poker. The Department of Justice seized the US-based assets of the biggest internet poker sites. Since 2006, it has been illegal to play online, but the feds didn't crack down on it until April 15, 2011. Ruddy had his money with the second-largest poker site, Full Tilt Poker. The site was mixing working capital with player deposits and didn't have enough money at the time to immediately pay back all players. Fast forward to now, when FTP has finally found a buyer. The biggest poker site is acquiring FTP's assets through a deal with the DOJ. Ruddy expected to get some money back before the end of the year. Hedge funds have considered hiring their game's talent. Blogs rage with discussions on the similarities between the sports and whether a poker player like Chris Moneymaker would excel as a trading moneymaker. Admittedly, we assumed poker players would make for better traders. For those who do not follow poker, Chris Moneymaker, with a master's degree in accounting, was just a normal guy living the suburban life in Tennessee until he saw the movie Rounders. In the movie, Matt Damon, as a former gambler, returns to the poker tables to help a friend in need of money. Becoming motivated to play, Moneymaker looked for local poker tables. Having no success, he went online and started to play. Starting with small amounts of money, Moneymaker started to win tournaments consistently on PokerStars.com until he finally gained the opportunity to enter the biggest and most prestigious poker event in the world, aptly named the World Series of Poker in Las Vegas. The tournament is televised on ESPN, and winners become part of our pop culture. Moneymaker shocked the world by winning the championship in 2003 and instantly became famous for turning his initial $39 deposit into millions. Could someone like Moneymaker or some high-level poker player turn his attention to trading and have a similar anonymous to star trader journey? You become great at your passion. I asked an SMB trader whose brother is an elite professional poker player whether poker players would make for good traders. This trader has an inside seat into the world of prop trading and high-stakes, professional poker. Here is his insight. There is certainly a good amount of overlap between playing poker professionally and being a professional trader. My brother, who has been playing professionally for about 12 years now, has absolutely no regard for money. This makes him an excellent poker player. When he sits down at the highest stakes games in the world where six-figure swings are commonplace, he is not thinking about making money. He is thinking about how to maximize value on every hand and make good risk-reward decisions. I would venture to guess that a good poker player would make a good trader, but good traders don't necessarily make the best poker players. I hear stories of Wall Street guys coming to play in the underground NYC games and donating small fortunes to the pros on a regular basis. It makes me cringe when I tell someone I trade for a living and their response is, "Oh, isn't that like gambling?" First of all, let me preface my poker remarks with a quick detour by saying that pulling a lever and hoping for 3 cherries is gambling. Throwing your chip down on a spinning wheel is gambling. There is no skill to pulling a lever, but there is a skill to trading. Now, as for poker specifically, even if you're playing the game at the highest level, there is still an element of luck involved. There are only 52 cards in a deck. You can make all the right decisions and get unlucky. This is called running below expected value. And vice versa, you can make poor decisions and be rewarded for it. In trading, once you get to a certain point, there is little to no luck involved. In the economy that we are in right now, hedge funds and trading desks have an abundance of overqualified individuals from which to choose. But once a year, these recruiters head to Las Vegas for the World Series of Poker to look for new talent. I even heard of one trading desk that requires of the candidates during the interview process to play a few hands of poker to see how they make decisions under uncertainty. After what is now known as Black Friday, when the world of online poker came to a halt, you can bet that a large percentage of these online players looked for employment on Wall Street. Instead of having 16 tables of poker spread across 4 monitors, they would now be looking at 16 charts of stocks. These former online poker players are generally very analytical thinkers who excel in high-pressure situations. They also have an ability to control their emotions when real money is on the line. If you get steamrolled in a $1, $2 game, you don't move up to $5, $10 to try to get back your losses. The same principle applies to trading. If you make 3 bad trades in a row, you don't double up your size on the 4th trade. It should come as no surprise that some of the top fund managers today started off by playing poker. After graduating from Princeton, Carl Icahn started his fund with his poker winnings. James Simons of Renaissance Technologies started off playing poker at MIT and parlayed that into a hedge fund that is largely based on gambling-related concepts. Steve Cohen of SMB Capital played poker while attending Wharton and said that it taught him how to take risks. Bankroll management is a very important aspect of both poker and trading. I remember at the end of 2009, sitting behind my brother while he played heads-up $1,000, $2,000 against one of the best heads-up players in the world. Over the course of 1 hour, he lost $700,000. I was awestruck, but my brother just sat in front of his monitor with absolutely no emotion. As a result of this, I learned the importance of bankroll management, and it has helped me tremendously over the course of my trading career. I told myself that if I ever had that kind of money, I would never lose it. In trading and poker, often the most important element is preserving your capital and living to fight another day. The market will always be there, and likewise the casinos will always be there to gladly collect the rake. It also really comes down to being passionate about what you do. In the same way, prop traders stick around after the market closes to talk to their peers about how they traded a certain play and what they could have done better. Good poker players are always discussing how they played certain hands and what they could have done to extract more value. Ruddy erred in assuming that his past poker gaming would provide him a significant head start as a trader, if not guarantee success. On his first day live, he overtraded. His trading volume exceeded our starting guidelines by 300%. That is like an NBA rookie strolling down the court and shooting every possession. He was immediately put on the demo and ushered in for a talk with Carlton and me. Well, this was another bad sign. Nervously, he entered with a look of someone trying to escape this perceived sequestration. We had a calm conversation about the probable negative result of starting too quickly. He peered at the closed door as if getting on the other side of it was a secret mission. I wasn't waterboarding the poor kid. I was talking with him. I shared 2 anecdotes about super bright past traders who had made the same mistake and were managed out of the firm. Next, I shared my interaction with a large hedge fund that had thought about hiring poker players as their stable of future great traders. "Mike, what do you think about our fund hiring poker players to trade?" asked the hedge fund member. "I think it is a terrible idea," I replied, not wanting to waste the busy gentleman's time. "Why?" "Because people who are great at poker are great because they love poker. People who are great at trading are great because they love trading." "How do we know they wouldn't love trading?" "Because they aren't trading." "Oh, I guess that is a good point. Well, we are kicking it around internally here. It's a horrible idea. I would wish you good luck, but I know how the story will end if you guys try it." This multi-billion-dollar fund never implemented the program. When I finished, Ruddy looked up at Carlton and me and asked, "Is that it?" "Yes." "Oh, I thought you guys were gonna yell at me." He was relieved I didn't yell at him. I wanted to after that comment. Admittedly, I can really rip a trader who underperforms like Ruddy had. However, I would have hoped Ruddy wasn't so interested in escaping this session and was instead recognizing what he had to do better. To expand on the preceding point, poker players who love trading can become good traders. In fact, I was at dinner with a large group of traders on the Upper West Side when a hedge fund manager shared that his best new trader made 7 figures in his first year of trading after leaving the world of pro poker playing. But I've also seen a number of former poker players at prop firms fail miserably because a love of trading wasn't there. Worse, it's the complete lack of an understanding and willingness to be good at our game and build trading skills that concerns me the most. These guys were shooters taking outsized chances, addicted to the win and loss of it all, and not making controlled risk-reward TR has an excellent buffet, but not trading floors. As for Ruddy, he's still with us after achieving a better understanding of what the market expects from him through daily discipline from Carlton. I asked Ruddy whether he thought poker players would make for good traders. His response showed growth of mindset and humility, particularly on the importance of being professional. "Bella, I do believe poker players are more likely to become good traders. What separates good poker players from bad ones is the ability to patiently wait for favorable opportunities and put your money to work when it counts. The blinds forces bets in poker will slowly eat at your stack while you wait, But in trading, there is nothing forcing a person to enter a position. Furthermore, what separates great poker players from good ones is the ability to read the small nuances in subjective information. I have played millions of poker hands online, and I see the same players regularly. After a while, I learned their patterns and would notice when they deviated from them. It takes a similar ability to read order flow and judge a stock's pattern. SMB says that you are only as good as the stocks you trade. Ironically enough, table selection is the skill that has the largest effect on poker profits. You are only as good as the players you play against. Once I developed the discipline to no longer allow certain players to sit on my left, giving them the advantage of acting after me, I noticed a huge increase in my poker profits. As you can find table selection near the top of any list by Googling most important poker skills. This is not simply my personal belief. However, I've noticed some glaring problems when making a switch from poker to trading. First of all, poker rewards aggression and table control. In almost all situations, it is better to be aggressive rather than passive over the long term. A trader coming from poker must adapt to the fact that he is no longer in control and that his aggression must be very selective. This is the major hurdle I have struggled to overcome. Second, there is speed. Man, if I could slow time down like some sort of superhero, the market would be easy. If a poker player needs more time, he gets it. However, the market waits for no one. You can't just lower the of tables you are playing because you're unfocused that day. Poker allows each player to adjust his own speed from the start. Poker players moving to trading have to know that they will be forced to wait years before they are really comfortable with the speed of the markets. Lastly, there is routine. Poker players enjoy the luxury of being able to play at any time we want and to sleep as long as we want. With sleep being so important for both poker and trading, the poker player must discipline his daily routine a lot more than even the average 9-to-5 worker. This sounds relatively simple to the average person, but most poker players have had years and years of this freedom. It does take time to completely adjust. Poker players do have what it takes to be traders as long as they are willing to take the time to adapt. All good poker players are great at adapting. Trading just takes a lot of time to adapt to. Okay, so maybe poker players are not a sure bet to succeed, but those who possess a gifted mind must be, right? Is a gifted mind enough to become a great trader? During training, there are classroom lecture moments when I ask for an answer from the class. I await the answer, relishing that a tough question causes the trader to struggle and thus learn more. Challenged to answer a question that causes deep thought and struggle are your most productive learning moments. I cringe when a newbie offers an overconfident response. A sick-to-my-stomach feeling manifests if a student gives an answer that's too macro-comprehensive. I get faint, in a bad way, if a trainee responds with economic theory supporting his conclusion. When students think they are so smart, I watch them closely. It is a red flag of future failure. It is not that we do not like smart. We love smart. Heck, you cannot get any smarter than my three partners. JK, Spencer, and Gman. JK makes Spencer look slow. And Spencer scored above the 97th percentile on his LSATs the night after I got him drunk at UConn, and the test conditions were 90 degrees with no AC and a loud lawnmower interfering with his thought. What we do not like is those who think that being smart starts them on second base. Those training sessions can tell me all I need to know about the mindset of the new trader. Show me that you think you are smarter than the others in the market, and that is determinative of success, and I ride your $1 till you get that silly thought out of your mind. Enter VP, a former Wall Street employee licking his chops to trade. I asked him a simple question about why Apple had gone up when SPY was strong. 3 minutes of Europe talk. He made the rounds of all the interested parties in the Eurozone, led to his answer. I looked around searching for TV cameras, wondering if he was doing a spot on the BBC rather than sitting as a student in my classroom. I was looking instead for this, because the market was strong. I asked him to stay behind after that learning session for a learning session with me. Guess who overtraded his first day live? Guess who was the first person to piss me off in his class for coming in late to a midday review because he was watching a position? I scolded, watching a position. You have been trading 5 days. What the hell are you watching with 100 shares that is more important than the next 50 minutes of learning? I was P. Your job is to learn, not pretend your 100 shares is important at this stage of your trading career. He thought I was being an A, truly surprised I was cursing him out. I thought he was acting like a piker. He even asked to talk with me privately in my office after his lateness. "Bella, can I talk to you in your office?" I forwarded that email to Carlton with "Handle this, please." The kid either gets over his love affair with his brilliant self, or we will manage him out of the firm. The following is a funny exchange at Indiana University, EU, during a trading lecture. The correlation between GPA and CPT came up. GPA. I was invited to speak at IU Business School, and during my lecture I asked the room full of college students what they thought it took to land a job on a prop trading desk. One uber-confident, preppy Hoosier, standing in the back at this standing room-only lecture, blurted out, "A high GPA." Ah, a perfect moment to make a teaching point. I grimaced as if in pain and simply replied, "No." This outburst quickly earned the young man the nickname GPA. I couldn't help myself. Here is our exchange. "Bella, let's say you actually want to get a job as a trader. Do you do it? Who has a couple ideas? Who actually has a job as a trader? Raise your hand. Who actually wants a job as a trader? Raise your hand. Okay, so throw out some ideas. You want a job as a trader. What do you do to improve your chances? You, sir, student? Network. Bella, network. Okay, what else? Yes. GPA? High GPA. Bella chuckles. No, students laugh. Student. Start trading on your own account. Bella. Yes, very important. Anyone else? Yes, student. Keep up with news. Bella. Okay, keep up with news. Points to GPA again. Let me guess, you have to have really good LSAT scores. Students laugh. GPA. Oh no, I was going to say to have a mental edge. Stay fresh. Bella. Okay, yes, student. Marry a trader's daughter. Students laugh. Bella laughing. That's pretty good. Okay, so trade. I think you should trade. It's so easy to open up a trading account. It doesn't mean you have to open a $50,000 account. But look, anybody can go to Schwab, E-Trade, wherever you want to go, and you can paper trade and open up a small account, and you can just start trading. I went to an event in New York. It's actually called the 92nd Street Y Lecture Series, and there was an author there named Daniel Pink who wrote this book, Drive. Best-selling book. He was in law school, and he was at the bottom of his class, and the reason he was at the bottom of his class was because he wasn't going to class. He wasn't reading about the law. He was writing for $15 an article for a magazine that very few people would read, or for $25 bucks, he was writing an article that was read by even less. People would ask him after he wrote this very famous book, "What should you do when you graduate?" And what's the most obvious answer? If you ask your parents what you should do when you graduate, what do they say? "My dad told me find something you really love and do it." Has anyone ever been told that? Most students nod. That's pretty common, right? I'm pretty sure most of our parents have said that. Dan actually spins it a little differently. Don't do what you love, do what you do. And for a future trader, that means to trade. So when I talk about being a trader is like playing center field for the New York Yankees. Let's not pretend this is something else. This is not a job where you go to and you stay for 30 years. This is not a job where they have an end-of-year review, and if you're mediocre, you're staying. Trade like that, and the market is going to eliminate you. You can be good in some years, and the market is going to eliminate you in other years. You can make 7 figures from multiple years and never be able to make a dime for the rest of your life. I've seen it. The guy that I actually learned from was one of the 50 best traders I've ever seen, and he's made so much money that he's retired. But every once in a while he comes back and he tries to trade and he can't make money. He's not into it anymore. He has a lot of money. He just cannot focus on the work that needs to be done to make money. He doesn't need to make money, so I guess the work is not worth it to him. To my delightful surprise, a year later, GPA reached out to me via Twitter. Notice the Wall Street reference. At Luncheyes 4 Wimps, at Mike Bellafiore, you may remember me from IU a few years back. You referred to me as GPA. Has got a new account. Tia checks for the value. Of course, I remembered him. There are skills that may translate from gamer, star athlete, math savant, and academic honors to CPT, but they are not as important or as vast as many believe. You are certainly not going to have an easy path to CPT if you won some money online besting daddy big bucks in a game of Texas Hold'em. You are not special as defined as starting on second base. What can gamers learn that would help them as traders? Mental agility and concentration built from gaming, but a number of hedge funds, Trading firms and investment banks have started to look less at exam scores and more at old-school card playing and board playing experience when hiring new recruits. Some firms test new recruits with video games to gauge their decision-making abilities. Other firms make playing games a part of the culture to keep traders mentally agile. Susquehanna International Group, SIG, uses a plethora of games such as poker, chess, and bridge. This is done to teach its traders how to manage risk, take advantage of opponents' weaknesses, and stay cool under pressure. Our firm sat for a few years adjacent to a trading entity controlled by a billionaire proprietary trading magnate, where his traders were encouraged to play a myriad of games to improve their trading. For the record, it was well known that these traders severely underperformed our traders to the point where their traders kept pestering Spencer or me or our traders for guidance. David Einhorn, Steve Cohen, and other hedge fund managers are widely known for being successful in the gaming world, and they all agree that these games are excellent tools for training traders. Whether it has been from a teacher, coach, or parent, we've all been told in one way or another to concentrate. Whether it's working on homework, practicing a new drill, or even just listening in church, all serious endeavors and undertakings of all kinds have a higher authority telling us to concentrate. Thing is, concentration isn't taught as a skill. But understanding the need to concentrate, set goals to steadily increase concentration, take steady breaks, and set aside time to think of things that worry or distract us are all essential tasks that we can accomplish every day to increase our skill of concentration. Like all humans beings, professional athletes constantly battle internal and external distractions, but what makes them great at what they do is having the skill to concentrate at the task at hand and nothing else. Poker and trading require a number of similar skills needed to master each game, with one that is often overlooked: concentration. Each sport requires your full concentration for hours on end, and when an opportunity finally presents itself, you must be able to make a split-second decision. Understanding that not all trades and hands will be winners, professional traders and poker players have the ability to handle several hands and stocks at one time, always clearly understanding the risk they are holding. The skill that few learn to obtain, though, is handling the resiliency from a loss. Most professional traders and poker players lose a majority of the time, but they allow their profitable trades and hands to outweigh the losers. They enjoy taking small losses and understand that it's just part of the game. While poker and trading do share several themes in common, a few important differences prevent a poker player from becoming a great trader overnight. In a normal poker game, you have a set number of variables, which means that you can relatively easily predict your odds of winning. In trading, however, an infinite number of variables can affect your trade. From the corresponding futures, to the movement of the euro, to a mutual fund furiously buying, there will always be myriad factors that affect the movement of a stock. Therefore, accurately predicting your odds of success on a single trade will be nearly impossible if you do not have the year's worth of necessary screen time under your belt. Most important, it is the fiery passion of trading that pushes a trader to get out of bed at the break of dawn. It is not the love of betting or the thirst for money. It is the hunger of learning new trading setups, taking in and comprehending enormous amounts of information the market provides, putting on trades and taking calculated risks, and enjoying the comradeship of other traders. I played the undercard to Jim Rogers, legendary U.S. investor and author, at Shares Investment Conference 2012 in Singapore. Jim was asked for advice on getting into the markets. He slowed the questioner down. Do what you love. First, it's hard to figure out what you love, but do that first. I had a passion for learning about the world which I applied to investing. After you find your passion, then execute. Do all the hard work to become good. Maybe your passion is gardening. If so, start gardening. Open up a gardening shop, then all around Asia will be your gardening shops. Do what you love doing. Then you will never do a day of work. You will wake up excited for the next day. That is my advice. Let me be very clear so that you do not miss the point of this chapter. Excellence should always be applauded. A high GPA, an 800 SAT math score, athletic prowess, and mastering a game are all outstanding triumphs. You have my complete respect for such achievement. And some skills such as concentration, a history of working hard, and so on will make it easier to succeed at your next passion. You will have skills that make it easier for you to do the daily work required by the market. You have that history of working at a goal and delaying gratification. But no matter how smart or accomplished in another sport, you still have to do that work. You do not stand on second base. You stand at home with a bat in hand with perhaps better hand-eye coordination or better bat speed. But that still means your work task cannot be ignored, and that it is massive. As the legendary Mr. Rogers said, passion is the key. Do not mistake a passion for one game or life challenge for ease of success at another. From Ruddy's trading journey, next we get to explore the importance of execution. Can you execute in real time? After you have learned all you need to learn, there is still one humongous challenge for the new trader: execution, execution, execution. You must first be ready to succeed as a trader before you can expect to execute consistently in real time in the market. We will not exhaust all of the reasons why traders fail to execute. We place a few common reasons in front of you so that you recognize that intellectual comprehension of the game is just step one. And there is a huge step two, which you must work on daily. Throughout the rest of this chapter, we address some common issues that relate to execution that came up with Ruddy. You cannot execute if you don't first settle your personal issues. Trading is not the place to show up and then attempt to work out your significant psychological issues. A trader case study of Ruddy highlights this point. We all come to the marketplace with things to work on personally. Ruddy had more serious challenges. Carlton and I had been covering for his unprofessional behavior because of some personal issues. In Carlton's words, Ruddy comes into the office late on a regular basis. Most of the excuses for his lateness are unacceptable. Ruddy hasn't complied with SMB risk parameters since he began trading for SMB. For example, Ruddy violated his stop by more than 75% on numerous occasions. Ruddy didn't close out his positions when they went against his stop by more than $0.50 on numerous occasions. Ruddy doesn't have a detailed schedule or consistent system of reviewing his trades and ideas after the close each day. Ruddy only performs well when he's kept under strict risk settings and constantly policed. Ruddy has issues on focusing his trading career, seems distracted by his financial situation or issues not related to trading. His medical issues have hindered him from staying focused and coming into the office on a regular basis. Let's be more specific with our challenge coaching Ruddy. "Carlton, where is Ruddy?" I asked via email. "Bella, he's not trading the open. He claims he has to share a bathroom with his roommate. His roommate spent most of the morning in the bathroom," replied Carlton. "Okay, so just when you think you've heard everything in your profession, the old his roommate was in the bathroom excuse will enter from stage right. Trading is not an occupation for you to work on your psychological demons. Look, we all have psychological weaknesses that will hold us back as traders, some more than others. But if, as traders, we have psychological issues that are consuming our thoughts, we need to take a timeout. That crazy girlfriend needs to be attended to or dumped. That family issue first requires your attention, like my recent loss, before trading should resume. You should not come to the show before sorting out your psychological baggage. You cannot trade well with this mind baggage. Trader Max. Trader Max is a believer that first you must fix yourself before you can prosper in the marketplace. He wrote me this email below uncovering his recent trading prowess. "Hello, Mike. This is supposed to be a long story, but I'll do my best to make it short. Without these changes, I could never take trading as my career. First, I just started trading like all beginner traders did. I read a couple of books, listened to webinars, joined a guru's chat room, and tweaked my trading software to find out the ultimate optimal indicator. After a period of time, intellectually, I knew that there was no magic formula or best indicator or ultimate trading system. And I learned the proper actions I should take. I could even teach others what a good trader looked like. However, the biggest obstacle for me was I couldn't walk my talk. I didn't know why I just couldn't do the right thing. I got stuck in that situation for about 10 months. To find out the solution, I started to learn stuff in psychology. I realized that it might have something to do with my mindset. I read the famous book by Mark Douglas, The Disciplined Trader, but could not digest it well. It didn't feel right for me. However, I found inspiration in 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. It told me that our reality actually depends on our paradigm of the real world. It's a personalized interpretation. I sat down and reviewed my paradigm of trading and found it pretty ugly. A frightened, lonely rookie soldier was thrown into a battlefield with only a knife in hand. This is also the image the mass media or lots of trading books paint for us, a dangerous, scary, bloody war zone. After I realized that, I decided to play with it. I changed the perception of market from a battlefield into an ocean. I changed my self-image from a rookie soldier to a fisherman. To the fisherman, the ocean is a place he respects, but also a huge resource he can use. Certainly he knows the ocean is dangerous, so he prepares each trip carefully. But he loves the ocean. He knows what to do when the storm comes. He also knows what to do when the fish come. From then on, trading became an interesting, challenging, and fun game for me. I told the fisherman's story to myself every morning for about 2 months till I truly believed I was a fisherman. This simple change removed 60% of my fear while watching the market. You might think this idea is quite original. I thought so. When I proudly celebrated this big breakthrough in my trading mindset, a real storm came. My girlfriend left me. This event actually forced me to lift my trading mindset to a higher level. At that time, I couldn't pay attention to my trading because I loved her so much. All I thought about all day was how to get her back. I tried all methods. I wrote her letters, sent her flowers, talked to her in tears, read tips about winning your ex back, watched clips, what women really want on YouTube, learned tricks from those so-called pickup artist PUA gurus. But nothing seemed to work. I kept searching till a book saved me. The book is How to Be an Alpha Male. Don't laugh, please. I realized the key problem was I was not alpha enough. I was showing lots of traits of approval-seeking, insecurity in myself, indecisiveness. These are the traits of a beta male. They have no power to direct your own life and build a strong connection with a woman. So I decided to rebuild myself. Being an alpha male means being dominant and a leader. This actually starts from the inside out. This means to be centered, decisive, and a leader to yourself first. I kept telling myself how to be centered and maintain confidence and strength. I kept reminding myself what my vision was, what I really wanted to be. It had become my habit. I started with changing my body gestures, language, and the way I interacted with people, and then almost everything changed in my life. As I was removing those beta male traits, I felt happier about my life, confident about myself. After becoming more centered, I actually became more open to others' suggestions, tips. I used to reject others' ideas and strongly believed those were noises and distractions that might taint my clear mind. Because I am centered now, I know what my goal is. I let those noises go though me and see them as a resource to use. I won't easily change my mind just because of a piece of advice. I am taking control of my decisions, no matter what the results are. Others may call it being responsible for yourself. At the same time, I started appreciating other people's work and help more. As I felt better, I eventually decided to continue my life in trading. I hadn't touched my trading station for weeks. I almost forgot it. I had no idea what those changes had done to my trading. I came back to my trading desk as usual and scanned my watch list and drew those support and resistance lines as usual. The first day back was not a big winning day. It was a choppy day, little wins and little losses. But I didn't have the heavy and exhausted feeling I used to have after a choppy day. I felt light, relaxed, and full of positive expectations for the next day. It was a bit strange, but a very good feeling. Then in next 5 trading days I kept this good feeling, and it effortlessly brought me more money than I thought. I realized I had found the missing piece of my trading puzzle. I love your book, One Good Trade. For me, it just confirms what I believed. Trading is kind of like playing tennis or badminton. The player has to quickly move to a neutral, centered position after each strike. The ideal mindset is, if I could describe it, I would say, bear the goal in mind, be confident about your ability to make the right move, not to pick the direction and time right, and meanwhile focus on the here and now. Before those changes, I would say only 5% to 10% of my trading time I had the ideal mindset, and my trading results were just so-so. Well, after those changes, I now can keep myself in that state for 75% to 80% of the time, and my trading results have improved exponentially, a 203% gain in 45 days. So these are the 2 changes I have made. 1. A new perspective of the market. 2. A hardened alpha core. For me, these changes were crucial. Good luck and happy trading. Michael Martin and I discussed fixing yourself first before trading success in an interview right after the release of One Good Trade. Here is our exchange. Bella. Trading is a reflection of who you are as a person. You need to learn to be patient as a person, not will yourself to be patient when you are trading. Martin. I've always said to my students that trading doesn't really build your character, it reveals it. So you've got to do a lot of work, you are always trading. Bella. And that means spending as much time during the day finding out the best about yourself, finding the best about your trades, finding the best about your personality, and staying in that zone. And when you do that, it really enriches your life, and I'm not talking about monetarily. I'm talking about being a better brother, a better fiancé, being a better son, a better friend. It is something that changes your life, and it really makes the other parts of your life so much easier. And building persistence, getting yourself up and coming back the next day, these are skills you have to learn. We all come to this game with flaws. Trading holds a mirror to your human flaws and requires you to fix them or be fixed. If you are an anxious person, you will be an anxious trader who overtrades. If you anger easily, you will be a trader who quickly trades on tilt. If you are scared to take chances in your personal life, you will miss many excellent risk-reward opportunities in the market. If your father never offered you a vote of confidence, you will trade with a lack of conviction. If you come to work late, you will be late to enter a good trade. If you fail to diligently do a trade review after the close, you will fail to search your scanning tools and chat for the best setups in real time. If you are not willing to do a playbook trade after every close, you will not sit in your seat and capture the easy trades. If you anger easily, you will miss an easy flip trade gifted by the market because you are busy cussing the markets. If you are distracted easily, you will be playing on ESPN.com when a stock sets up so perfectly. If you are in a bad relationship, then getting slipped in a stock will start a day of depression because this is your reality. I will stop here. I hope you get my point. You must address these flaws if you want to be your best trader, IBT. You do not always have to change these flaws so much as recognize them. Understand when they hurt your trading and when they can help. I grew up in a very safe and comfortable environment in a tony part of Long Island. I was trained as a lawyer and drawn to an ideology that things ought to be fair. You can see this in my trading. I fight as hard as I can not to coast when things are going well. I am self-aware of my coasting harming my trading. I easily trade on tilt when I view things are unfair in the market. If I experience slippage in a stock, that will assuredly set me off. The morning of the night capital trading malfunctions is a perfect example. Night has a series of orders that misfired into a morning session, resulting in an illiquid market on the open and $440 million in trading losses for Nights. At 9:34 a.m., I tweeted that there was a lack of liquidity in the market and to be careful. I sent an email to those who interact with the front-end execution software, wondering whether something was wrong with their platform. If you could hear me on the desk, I was yelling for our floor manager to figure out what the hell was wrong. The news about the KCG trading error that messed up the market came an hour later. My need for fairness had sounded an internal caution alarm that something was not right well before most of the trading world knew. In this case, my emotions protected me and my firm from substantial trading losses. I also wrote the following note about my emotions, the market's lack of liquidity, and then offered a solution. Here's what I wrote. August 2, 2012, SMB traders, the last 2 trading days have had the worst liquidity I have ever seen. Obviously, the huffiness on the desk is high. In my opinion, it should be. I have not been this mad on a desk in 3 years myself, trading this ridiculous market. The market is broken, and some of these moves are absurd. Having said that, Gman was still able to post almost $$ in P&L, and as long as we can hit the bids and pay the offer, then we can make money. Traders, there is no right to an orderly market. The truth is that more movement intraday means more opportunity for us. Let's agree on one thing first. Let's end the complaining and just accept this is the market and that is the way it is. Now, our only concern is this. How do we capture some of the new patterns being created by these low-volume wicks? Some solutions to consider. Trade smaller. Scalp. If you get stopped out on a low-volume wick, get right back in. Set alerts for exits and then manually exit. Fade wicks to the upside of stocks clearly in a downtrend and play for a return to the mean. If you get pissed, take a mandatory 10-minute timeout. Trade significantly less on the open or not at all. Limit the number of stocks you are trading. The market will probably correct soon as algos will be introduced, ending the low-volume liquidity. But if this doesn't happen, then no matter. We then will just have new patterns to exploit. Thoughts? Bella, if I cannot get a fill on the bid where it seems I should, I might say. Why can't I get filled? I am a part of this expletive-deleted marketplace as well. I fight being complacent with my trading because of my comfortable upbringing. I'm up enough on the day, so now it's time to check out ESPN.com. I battle with this harmful mindset every day. I am decidedly positive. I'm a well-adjusted, self-confident, and resilient person. For example, my parents, particularly my mom, instilled in me a belief that there was nothing I could not do. If I ask staff at SMB to solve a problem and they later respond that they couldn't find a solution, my response is this: I don't ever want to hear you say that we can't do something. It might be too expensive or not worth the effort, but don't ever tell me there is something we cannot do as a firm. SMB was started in my apartment, and it's now a global, trader training thought leader. It is hard for me to understand how there isn't anything we cannot get done if we work at it. Think of others with lesser psychological development who play my game. There is nothing wrong with having psychological deficiencies. What is wrong is not working to recognize what they are and not doing the work so that they appear less often and cause fewer disturbances to your trading. I learned from Dr. Katz, a performance coach who has counseled me and our firm, that there will be perpetual psychological fires. You just want the fires to visit less often, blaze weaker, and burn shorter. The difference between a 9-to-5 job and a career in trading is that trading requires you to rewire your mind. A majority of traders and investors are doomed from the start because they don't understand the preparation it takes to become consistently profitable. Quint Tatro, president and owner of SMB Capital, LLC, says a majority of those who start trading refuse to let go of their most basic human emotions and tendencies. Most beginners do not live strictly disciplined lives, understand the physical effects of greed, or know how to overcome sudden fear. Thus, years of dedicated effort toward training your mind to embrace the psychological effects the market imposes is a necessity. Even the greatest of traders understand that you have to constantly keep your mind in shape, no matter the years of experience. Charles Kirk, founder of the Kirk Report, recommends smartly that all traders keep track of their emotions in a trading journal. We do. Remember at the outset that Ruddy made the mistake of thinking that his past poker betting would give him a head start and advantage with trading. He was quickly reprimanded, as discussed earlier, and you might expect the story got better and faster. Not quite. 2 days after his fantasy torture session with Carlton and me, Ruddy walked in at 9:28 a.m., sat down and got stopped out in 5 minutes. He went 100% over his max loss. Conversation 2 upcoming. I had trained enough traders to wonder if that was even worth my time. Maybe he just wasn't ready to be successful. Carlton and I had no idea what to say to him about his ridiculousness. Both of us stood in my office with our eyebrows raised and eyes squinting, and brains hurting to try to find an explanation for such self-sabotage, rule-breaking, and chutzpah right after our first long talk. This absurdity, after 2 experienced and busy traders who didn't ream him out, but instead calmly presented an irrefutable case about starting slower. This is why experienced, successful traders never want to coach a trader. Who wants to deal with this nonsense? Aren't there professional, well-trained, state-certified, saint-like kindergarten teachers for stuff like this? This exceeds my patience capacity. Ruddy was the poster child of those who think poker relates to trading and that he can start on second base. He can't. But an incident in my past about myself brought empathy. I remember when I first went to UConn and how our baseball coach during summer tryouts in no uncertain terms told us that anyone who showed up late to practice would be cut. Sure enough, there was an overnight power outage at my off-campus apartment that killed my alarm clock. By the time I awoke naturally, practice had started. I grabbed my gear and ran to the baseball field. Upon arrival, I was promptly told to go home. I expected to get cut. I came to UConn to play baseball, and it was all about to end before it started. A list was to be put up the next day for all who would be a part of UConn baseball for the upcoming season. I went to check whether my name was on that list, expecting the worst. Lo and behold, my name was on the list. I went to find Coach and apologize. He looked at me and said, "You know, if you weren't a freshman, I would have cut you. Don't ever be late again." That has stuck with me for some time. Ruddy didn't get cut right on the spot partly because he was too new not to make a few mistakes, and we felt he would never do it again. Also, we had learned about some issues that required his serious attention. We had invited him to train with us, and then learned of these personal issues, so we felt he deserved time to work through them. Just not while at the firm. I had Carlton speak with him about a hiatus to get his stuff in order. He was excused from our trading desk for a few weeks. When he came back, there was improvement. His work consistency was better. There were no reasons for closed-door meetings. He was doing the work he needed to do to become a successful trader. If you are a trader with distractions, call a timeout and handle your business before you come back into the game. Distracted traders, particularly those with personal issues, will have trouble competing. You have to be ready to be successful before you can be successful. Ruddy's great mind lets us examine a topic that most non-pros misunderstand. Trading is not rocket science, says my partner and Wharton grad Steve Spencer. It ain't, and the intellectually gifted do not have the edge some think they might. Overthinking harms your execution. Why do stocks go higher? Answer: supply and demand. Are there going to be more aggressive buyers than sellers at a certain price? Yes, certain patterns develop that give us an edge in predicting whether a stock will most likely trade higher or lower from its given price. Period. Let's not pretend we are working for the Council of Economic Advisors. We are the players of the trading arena. Players perform. I do not have to know how or if the Eurozone will stay together, although I was asked this on stage during an international trader panel discussion. For the record, I voiced that I hoped they did, but that they probably wouldn't. I have to know how to trade the event. Trading is not an IQ test. The following are some choice quotes from various market veterans of all trading styles. Spencer, a graduate from Wharton. Trading is not rocket science. Gman, a graduate of Columbia with a degree in engineering, scolding me in real time about overthinking a trade we were both in. Bella, don't make the trade too complicated. It is either going to work or it is not. Shark on a KCG trade. Yeah, I don't know whether they will get funding. I am just going to trade the price action. Dr. Steenbarger. The very short-term trader, the scalper or market maker, can't afford to overthink trades. He or she also can't afford the luxury of a well-laid-out trading plan. Rather, that trader needs to become so familiar with short-term trading patterns that he/she embeds them in perception itself. Warren Buffett. The business schools reward difficult, complex behavior more than simple behavior, but simple behavior is more effective. Jesse Livermore. It never was my thinking that made the big money for me. It always was my sitting. Got that? My sitting tight. It is no trick at all to be right on the market. Keeps things very simple, and don't overthink your trading methods, said at Trader Stewie from http://artoftradingnet/. And there is more. The trading community has long been familiar with the story of the turtles, the result of a bet made between Richard Dennis and William Eckhart over whether traders are born or can be taught. In wanting to prove to his longtime friend that anyone could learn the game, Dennis was adamant about selecting an extremely diverse group of students to train, regardless of IQ or past experience. As written in Michael Koval's book, The Complete Turtle Trader, Dennis was not about to be taken in by a hereditary interpretation of IQ. His aim was to implant his mental software into the brains of his students, and then place them into his controlled environment to see how they would react and perform. While he did select a few college graduates to take part in his experiment, he also included people with much less educational experience. He brought in a security guard, a salesman, an assistant manager, a phone clerk, a bartender, a board game designer, and even a woman, which was rare for the time. He wanted students who showed a willingness to take calculated risks, Koval writes. So how did the newly trained traders perform? In 1989, about 4 years after the experiment began, 14 of the original 20 turtles had returned an average annual compound rate of return of 80%. Just as in the movie Trading Places, though not directly related to the turtle experiment, Dennis discovered that IQ and experience are not prerequisites for becoming a great trader. Anyone willing to take risks and who has the patience and open mind to learn a proven method has the potential to be great. Back to Ruddy. First, Ruddy would execute on too many trades. His superior mind saw more risk/reward setups. Carlton disciplined him into the best of those setups with resistance. And Ruddy wasn't sizing up in his best opportunities. Carlton would have to push Ruddy in real time to get bigger in these setups. Let me share a great exercise to help with this. Right after my mom passed, I spent 6 months standing behind our most promising traders, focused solely on them being big in their best trades. I didn't care if they lost. I was only concerned that they were big when it mattered. Coaching in real time is one of the most effective ways to make a trader better. Pushing him to get bigger in real time is a very effective way to get people trading bigger in their best setups. You are forcing them to be bigger and experience that trade. One thing to be careful about as a coach is not to get the trader into trades you would size up in. Get them into trades they want to size up in. Many traders want to get bigger. Intellectually, they see where they want to add size, but they just cannot execute. And you have to work on this with them just like you do explaining an opportunistic setup. The first step is learning, then the next step is executing. So now the event you have all been waiting for. The review of a technical analysis trade where I supposedly rip Ruddy follows. First, see Ruddy's trade in playbook form. Midday ascending triangle into LT resistance. Ruddy LVS Feb 1, 2012. Big picture. After its first test of the 130.00 level on Monday, the SPYs gapped above 132.00. Once the pre-market high of 132.40 was broken, it was clear we had a high probability of seeing a test of 133.00. Intraday fundamentals. Set to report after the close, LVS gapped up and spent the first half-hour testing and rejecting the 49.00 level. After spending most of 10 a.m., 11 a.m. struggling and succeeding to get past 49.75, LVS made its first test of 49.75 at around 11:10 a.m. There appeared to be little selling interest below. I did not start looking at LVS until around 12:10 p.m., so this information was chart-based, technical analysis, long-term, reading the tape. At around noon, I could see 49.90 was resistance, so I set an alert for 49.91. After LVS cleared 49.91 the second time, whenever it pulled back, the volume would completely dry up. There were about 600 lots on the offer at 49.95 that kept LVS between 49.90 and 49.95, but still there was little selling interest. These offers were taken in about a second. About 600 more lots appeared on the offer at 50.00, but these were again cleared instantly. Trade management. I try not to play breakouts midday unless I have a lot of checks in my favor. After the first breakout at 49.96, LVS didn't move. However, the bids weren't getting slammed, so it felt like one of those slow-to-develop breakouts. I did not add at the flag between 50.15 and 50.25, because the combination of the SPYs nearing the important 133.00 resistance level and the LVS target level of 50.50 being quite close made the reward not worth the risk. Trade review. What did you learn from this trade? How could you have done better? How would you trade this differently for the next trade? Once I was in the trade and it was working, I forgot to keep close attention to the SPYs, which I told myself would be important. LVS hit its high at the same time the SPYs tested 133.10. If I was less greedy, I could have gotten out of half at around 50.35. Trade idea. The 50.40 level provided clear support the next day, allowing several opportunities to get long. From the training room, a technical trade review with Ruddy. Ruddy. All right, my trade is from the beginning of February 1. Midday, ascending triangle into long-term resistance in LVS. So, with the big picture. After the first test of the 130.00 level on Monday, the SPYs gapped above 132.00. Once the pre-market high of 132.40 was broken, it was clear we had a high probability of seeing a test of 133.00. Bella? All right, so that has been a really big level, that 130.00 level, right? On a level of 1 to 10, how important has that level been? SMB Trader. 8, Bella. All right, so we will give it an 8, so really important level. Okay, good. Good to know that. Make a habit of judging every technical level you view from 1 to 10. This will help build your charting skill. Ruddy. So, next slide. The intraday fundamentals of LVS. It was set to report after the close. LVS gapped up and spent the first half-hour testing, going down, testing, and rejecting the 49.00 level. And then, after spending most of 1000 AM to 1100 AM struggling and succeeding to get past 49.75, which I will show you on the chart of the last couple of days, LVS made its first test of 49.75 at around 11:10 AM. And really based on the tick chart, there was a little selling down there. And I say on the tick chart because I set an alert for LVS and then it popped, and I started looking at it around noon. So, next chart, please. When you do your playbook trades, you want to be complete with your information. Not covering the intraday fundamentals is an incomplete playbook trade. Perfect practice makes perfect. Bella. So, just wait, let's go back. Intraday fundamentals means what? So, when we are looking at intraday fundamentals, what is important for us? Go back, go back, go back, Carlton. I'm sorry, Carlton. Slideshow is placed back on the intraday fundamentals slide. So when we talk about intraday fundamentals, what do we mean? Ruddy. Are you asking me or the classroom at large? Bella snaps. Well, since you don't know what it is, I'll ask the classroom. SMB trader. Like fresh news. Bella. Okay, so like fresh news. So intraday fundamentals means, what about LVS? Is there any certain news about LVS on this particular day, right? So is there any news on LVS? Ruddy. I don't recall. I didn't go into the trade because of the news. Bella. Could there have been fresh news? Ruddy. There could have been. Bella. So you are saying that you didn't know whether there was fresh news about a stock before you traded it. Arg, when you are in a hole, stop digging. What I should have said was this. How the hell do you consider yourself a pro trader if you aren't prepared to trade this setup, then review it and not even recognize there was essential information you didn't have? Ruddy. That is not the reason I got into the stock. Bella looking quite unhappy. So I will assume that is a no to my question. Okay, so intraday fundamentals for LVS would be, is there something specific about the gaming sector? Or is there something about the particular stock that would make it move cleanly in a distinct way that is different from other days? Okay, so we want fresh news. Okay, next. Signaling to move into the next piece of playbook conversation, Ruddy. Okay, next slide, long-term chart is brought onto the screen. See figure 8.1. So on the long term, we can see this 50 level being tested numerous times and not being able to get above. Okay, next slide, technical analysis slide is brought onto the screen. See figure 8.2. So here we see the couple days beforehand, we have this 49.75 that it was struggling to get above. And then on February 1, that is when it is really going to get above. And my target was going to be that pivot of 50.5. So next slide, technical analysis is brought onto the screen. See figure 8.3. I like seeing patterns like this where something trends. Bella. Okay, go back to the longer-term charts. Long-term chart is brought back onto the screen. See figure 8.4. Okay, you drew that red line. Where's that red line going? What price is that? Ruddy. 50.20 or so. Bella. Okay, so 50.20 you think is a long-term level. Ruddy. Yes. Bella. Okay, and then show the next slide signaling for the technical analysis chart. See figure 8.5. And if it gets above there, where do you think it can go to? Ruddy? Well, my target for this play was 50.50 at least for this day. But I mean on a long-term chart, there could be other days I did learn. SMB trader from the back of the room. Speak up. Ruddy. My target was 50.50 just for this play, but I think if it was able to get above, the target would be much further. Bella? Okay, so I guess my question would be what? Who can guess what my question is? Carlton, what do you think my question is going to be? Carlton. I'm not sure what your question is going to be. Bella. What do you guys think my question is? SMB trader. Why are you trying to make 30 cents? Bella. Well, I don't even know if I can get that far. SMB trader. Why are you getting long in front of resistance? It is not worth your time almost always as a trader to fight for 30 cents. You want to find setups where stocks can trend for multiple points. Bella. Yes, so why are you getting long in front of resistance? So in the long-term chart, there is resistance very soon. Right? And you are showing us an intraday chart where there is resistance at 49.75, though when we look at the longer-term chart, there is resistance very, very soon. So my question is this. Why are you bothering to get long above there when there is long-term resistance so close? Right? I will let that be your question. Is that your question, both of you guys, Ryan and Chris? Bella directing this question at the SMB traders who just recently spoke, in a joking manner, playing off the obvious fact that he has answered his purposed question for the audience. Chris, sure, Ryan. Yes, it is. Audience laughs. Bella. So, Ruddy answer, Ruddy. Okay, can you go back to the long-term chart? Long-term chart is brought onto the screen, see figure 8.6. I mean, here especially, I drew the line to the wick. That is why my intraday target was going to be. Oh, I'm sorry. That is 50.50, that line. So I guess 50 would be. I may have been mistaken in what I said. 50.50 was the level the line is drawn at there. So my target would be that line. I made this like a week ago, so I am a little rusty on the details of it. Bella? All right, so you think the longer-term resistance is 50.50, Ruddy. That is where the wicks go up to there, and pretty good there, Ruddy motions to the wicks on the long-term chart. Bella. Okay, so you are trying to make an intraday trade on LVS. It gets above 75 cents. Show the intraday chart. Intraday chart is brought onto the screen, see figure 8.7. It gets above 75 cents, then goes up to 50.50. That is the trade, Ruddy. I mean 75C. I was happy to see that. I didn't start looking at it until it was already above it. So seeing that it was able to clear that last week of resistance, that was another plus in my favor. I set my alert for 90.91 because I saw LVS having trouble getting above it, and I wanted to take a look at it once that happened, so I will explain my trade to you on the next slide, reading the tape. Okay, so around noon, I could see 49.90 was resistance, so I set my alert. After it cleared it, I noticed on the tape that the selling interest would just dry up, and there was a pretty big offer there at 49.95 that kept it in a tight range of 5 cents. I will show you again on the chart that after it broke 49.95, another 600 lots appeared at 50, which were cleared much quicker. So we can go to the next slide. Bella. So there was an offer of 600 shares. Ruddy. Yes, and then no one was really taking it and it just got cleared. Bella. All right, well, when you see 600 shares taking an LVS, what does that tell you? Ruddy. That someone wants the stock. Audience begins to chime in with various responses to the question. Nothing. One trader. So was it 600 or 60,000? Another trader. Well, a lot is 100, so. If this trader had taken our training program seriously, he would never say something like this. This is clearly a trader going through the motions, which has caused a very smart person to miss a very basic trading fact about reading the tape. Bella. Is it 6,600 or 60,000? Is that your question? Another SMB trader prep? Either way, it is really not that relevant with LVS, right? It is a really thick stock. It averages 29 million shares a day. Bella. So your question is, Prep, why do you think that is significant? Prep. Sure, Bella. Ruddy, why do you think that is significant? It's not a lot of volume. Ruddy. To me, I'm adding it into everything else and using it more as a place to get in than anything. It is not the reason for my trade to hold specifically, but it allows me a good point to start my trade. Bella. All right. Does anyone have a follow-up to that? Silence. All right, well, I don't think that anyone was suggesting that you were only making the trade based on that, but I think that was your reading the tape clue. And what we are saying is that in LVS that is not really a clue. Right. Is that what the consensus is? Because there is so much volume that gets done in LVS that isn't really an example of something shows more strength on the tape. Right. Did I sum that up correctly? So what is your response to that? Ruddy. Well, that is exactly what happened right there. Ruddy points to an area on his trade management slide. See figure 8.8. As you can see, this is the most volume of the day. Ruddy circles the area of highest volume with the computer cursor. So, relative to everything I was looking at, it was more volume. Bella. Okay, that would be much more than the volume you told us about. I'm just telling you what you told me. All I can do is listen. I heard what you told me and asked you a question. Okay, I think what you are trying to say, Ruddy, is that you would like to retract what you said, and that there was actually a lot of volume that was done, and it looks like there was about 200,000 shares done, which was a lot for that time period that you saw on the tape. Is that what you want to say? Ruddy. Yes. I'm saying at the time I got in, that was the biggest volume in a short period of time that was done. Bella. Okay, so what else do we have? Ruddy. Okay, so I normally don't try to make a momentum trade in the middle of the day, but I liked this setup. I liked how everything was setting up, so I paid it, wanting to quickly get out if anything went the other direction. And you have told us about how sometimes things that could be momentum may not appear obvious. They may just slowly work their way in and pick up speed. So it didn't go against me and I wanted to keep watching what would happen. Bella. Okay, so let me ask you this. Was there anything in the news about the sector, about the gaming sector, when you were trading this stock? Ruddy? No, Bella. Was there anything unusual about the 49.95 price? Ruddy. Unusual? Bella. I mean, was it an unusually important level intraday? Ruddy. At this point, right here, Ruddy points to an area on his trade management slide. It was. I think so, Bella. Is that an intraday high? Ruddy. Yes, Bella. What was the market overall doing when LVS was going above 95 cents? Was the market clearing an important level such that you would want to get long a market stock? When the market clears important technical levels, we may consider a market play where we get long market stocks. Ruddy. Actually, I'm glad that you mentioned that. I did forget one of the important parts of this trade for me was how the SPYs were moving because this wasn't totally in play and how LVS is affected a little bit by the SPYs. The SPYs had moved above their range at around this time and were creeping higher toward where they double-topped, which was at about the same time this hit the top. So the SPYs were acting strong at the time, so that made me more confident in the trade as well. Bella. Okay, terrific point there. What do we have next? Ruddy? Well, the thing is I am still working on getting out early. So I watched this, and as soon as the SPYs started turning and I saw selling starting to generate on the tape, I just hit out at 23C or 24C. Bella. Okay, why wouldn't you get out if it got close to 50.50, the next technical level? It got up to what, 50.42? Ruddy. That is one of the problems I have. Knowing where to get out if it does not get to your target. Bella. Okay, you had 2 lots, you were tier 2. Did you take off any lots as it came up toward 50.50? Ruddy. I did not. Bella. Okay, as something starts to get close to your target and you start to see it slow on the tape, that is probably a reason to take off at least 1 lot. Right? Develop your trading plan to lighten up on a position as it approaches your target. Do not expect it to always reach your target exactly. You need provisional plans to take risk off the table as the target area is approached. So you want to take off at least 1 lot. We have talked about this before. So going up to 50.50, you see selling on the tape and you get out. That's easy. So we want to do something like get up close to 50.50. Use your judgment based on what you are seeing on the tape. Then it is sort of like a fade trade. You sell it when it starts to slow on the tape. So we tick higher, and when it stops ticking higher, we kind of get out and have 1 left, tier 1. And we see what happens. And it's not good there. It's 7 cents from your target, and it is not really that likely it is going to get above 50.50 right away. Ruddy. I think the thing that was keeping me in it was the SPYs were pushing their highs. Bella. That is fine for tier 1. That is a legitimate response, but not for both tier 1 and tier 2 because that is why we look at the level. There was a significant level at 50.50, right? When you are making a trade, you must respect the next important technical resistance level. Ruddy. Yes, Bella. Okay, let's go to your trade review. Ruddy. What I learned from this trade. Once I was in the trade and it was working, I forgot to keep close attention to the SPYs, which I told myself would be important. LVS hit its high at the same time the SPYs tested 133.10. If I were less greedy, I could have gotten out of half at around 50.35. Bella? Well, is it greed? I mean, how do you get out of stocks like this? What would be your plan to get out of stocks like LVS if you had to trade it again? Same setup, Ruddy. So when the momentum slows close to the target level, Bella. Okay, and how do you get flat? Ruddy. I usually set it to what I think is an important support or where it is pulled down to last. Bella. So I don't understand what that is. Is that a technical level or? Ruddy. The next low may be Bella. What happens if the market had gotten weak all of the sudden? Ruddy. Then I would hit out like I did with both of them. Bella. What if you saw a lot of selling on the tape? Ruddy. There would be a lot of reasons. Bella. Okay, well then what are they? You need to know that, right? So when you say to me, I have trouble getting out, what you need to do is understand what is going to get you out and then work on that every day. But first, you need to be very definitive about what gets you out. This is a common mistake that floods my email inbox from developing traders. Develop your system for exiting. Do not just say you have trouble getting out. So what gets you out of this trade? Ruddy. What did? Or what ideally would get me out? Bella. Just in the future with the same pattern, what would get you out? Ruddy. Tier 1 when the momentum slows. And Tier 2, probably where I hit out of both once I saw selling on the tape in LVS and the spies tested or rejected their high. So that is what would have gotten me out, and that is what did get me out. Bella? Okay, so what do you think of the trade overall? Good trade, bad trade. Could you have added size somewhere? Would make it again, wouldn't make it again. Hands down, this is the worst trade review in the past 2 years. Ruddy? There was a place when it flagged after the first move between 50.10 and 50.20 where I could have added, but since my target was 50.50, I wouldn't add that close to my target. Bella interjecting. You know, I don't want to engage in this. Somebody tell me why this is an awful trade, and what is a trade you really should make. Prep raises his hand. Bella. Prep. I think that this is just a breakout scalp, and if you are going to make the trade, if you just buy the break and that is how you are going to make the scalp, you are looking for a quarter at the most. It is just taking it off when the stop is going against you. The scalp is for momentum. I think a better trade would be holding above 20 cents for at least 15 minutes, or maybe even above 50 cents for 15 minutes, and you are going to play a long-term support resistance play. Bella. Okay, so definitely a sort of swing trade above the resistance is a better trade, but let's remember the market overall. I mean, this trade works for a very specific reason, and you have to understand that, which was the market broke out of its intraday range, the market got strong, and you found a market stock, and that market stock then pushed higher. Okay, so if you are playing a sort of market breakout, which is a good trade, you are saying the market breaks to the upside, and I want to get long on market stock. Why is this an awful trade? And I want to be clear, this is awful. I don't ever want to see anyone make this trade. Tio. You can pick a lot of stocks to make a market play on, and you want to pick something that is not heading into a hard resistance level. Bella? Yes. You want to find something that is above its longer-term resistance matched with the fact that the intraday market is now breaking to the upside. Okay, so if you are ever going to make this market play, it has to be matched with the intraday market breaking upward. You need to put those two together. And if you put those two together, then that is a trade that will work. This trade will absolutely not work. Ruddy. So you are saying it would be a lot different if that was just a little more. Bella. If this was above 50.50. Let's say we were looking at an intraday chart and it couldn't get above 50.55, and then the market broke to the upside, and then LVS got above 50.55, that would be a very good trade. And LVS is a good market stock. This would be a market play with a market stock trade to hold, where we would not sell until there was a reason to sell. And the thing that you really have to do to make that trade is do your research and understand the levels. Maybe you want to trade FCX. People love to trade FCX as a market stock. All right, maybe you want to trade IBM, not as good, but... Tio, what are some good market stocks you like to trade? Although you may not like to trade market stocks, Prep, what are some market stocks you like to trade? Prep. Citibank is a primary one. Bella. Okay, very good. So CD is a good market stock. SMB Trader. JP Morgan, SMB Trader. Caterpillar. Bella. Okay, Caterpillar. Okay, JP Morgan, not so much. I would rather trade CD, but JP Morgan, we will give it to you. X, I hate that stock, but I will only trade it as a market play. Okay, Exxon. Okay, so you get the idea. So there are stocks, and each trader needs to come up with their own list of market stocks that they want to trade when they want to make a market play. These lists of market stocks will shift as the market changes, by the way. Some markets, IBM, NFLX, Goog might be your market stocks. Other markets, CMG, CAT, Bidu, LNKD might be your market stocks. And there are days, particularly when the market gets above or is holding above a significant level, that you may want to do that. Okay, thanks everyone. Ruddy, stay behind please. Postscript. A few days after the review, I found Ruddy working late in the office. He said, I was glad you took me to task for my last playbook. I cannot make a good argument that Ruddy has any chance to become a CPT with the work above. Objectively, we should have asked him to leave already. But we are slow to give up on traders, in this case too slow perhaps. He either does better work or will be looking for new work. Ruddy postscript of class. Literally days before closing the last edits to this book, Ruddy sent us this email. Everyone, people come and go from trading all the time without notice, but I'd like to say goodbye to everyone at SMB. Unfortunately, too many external forces are making it near impossible for me to continue to pursue trading at this time. I really enjoyed the atmosphere at SMB and will definitely miss you guys. I can't think of any other place, work, or school that I have felt more a part of. Keep up the hard work. Also, someone else will have to take over the poker tournaments for me. If you're interested in doing that, go speak with Carlton. Personally, I think one each quarter before earnings season starts works best. Lastly, feel free to email me at or add me on Facebook at if you want to keep in touch. Best regards, Ruddy. What a class act. When he is ready, I hope to hear about the great things he is doing next. It is amazing how demanding the market is that it humbles such a brilliant mind. 9. Iceman, no guts, no glory. Spencer, perturbed, pulled me into my office. These guys are such a bunch of wusses. Why weren't they loaded in Vive Us? Perturbed now became a rant. I don't understand. During the AM meeting I told them to watch it at 20. In our SMB real time I chatted to get big at 20. Look, here is my chat. I said I'm getting bigger here. I screamed at the desk to get long, and then I look at the risk monitor. A handful of guys are long 300 and 500 shares. What the F is wrong with these guys? You know the only one who was really long. Well, I knew, and that is whom this chapter is about. Iceman, I know, great nickname, is the next trader we will study. His story provides 4 important lessons of trading. 1. You must have guts to be your best trader and not suffer from trader wuss syndrome. 2. Find the trading style that works best for your personality. 3. Have some fun while you are at this game, please. 4. Embrace the unavoidable psychological journey to reach the goal of CPT. As a trader, you must not only construct your playbook and execute on your favorite trading patterns, but you must also develop the skill to be big, loaded, committed, all in, add size, or however else you want to say establish a large position. This chapter will help you consider whether you have adapted your trading to your personality. In this case, taking risk suits Iceman. If not, you are holding yourself back as a trader. We will introduce Iceman and share some entertaining vignettes of his time with us. Always add fun and laughter and great people to your learning, please. We become more successful when we are happier and more positive, teaches Sean Achor in The Happiness Advantage. We will also challenge you to admit that not taking on risk with your best trades is dangerous. Being conservative with your favorite plays is a ticket to trader failuredom. This chapter offers 11 steps to trading bigger, and potential cures for trader wuss syndrome are offered to help you add size to your trading. Finally, take comfort that even successful pro traders must work on psychological issues and learn the best template, 5 steps to improve trader psychology, to fix them. Now let's have some fun, not take ourselves so seriously, meet a gregarious and charismatic developing trader and learn from his trading adventure. Having the guts to be your best trader. Iceman was lecturing to our summer trainees in our training room. He runs the SMB College training program. Their eyes affixed to him as he was walking through a high beta setup that he had just crushed. He looked directly out at the audience of future hopeful star traders and delivered a trading lesson to be written down, highlighted, reviewed, and implemented. He taught, if you are not taking on enough risk with your trading, then you are taking on too much risk. Let me explain this further. Trading is a game of math. Your best setups have the choicest combination of win rate and expected reward. Win rate is the percentage you profit on a trade. The expected reward is how much you bank when you are right. If you are not biggest in these setups, it follows logically that you are increasing your risk. Let's consider 2 trades. In trade A, you have a 60% chance of capturing 2 points with 16 cents of downside. In trade B, you have a 60% chance of making 30 cents with 10 cents of downside. If you place equal size with trade and B, you are enlarging your risk as a trader. In fact, if you are not willing to do so, unable to psychologically handle the stress of adding risk in trade A, you are augmenting your risk as a trader. We must strike and strike without mercy when the market gives us our best setup. It is a long journey to becoming a consistently profitable trader. Anyone who tells you otherwise is a duplicitous huckster or just incorrect. Even if your trading profits are not outsized, it is a huge accomplishment to be consistently pulling money from the markets. Studies show that only 5% of all who attempt to trade can reach such status. To go further, more rehearsal needs to be done, and this often requires getting the trader to reach outside of his comfort zone. The great trading psychologist Ari Kiev described this trader state as skiing downhill as fast as you can without losing control. Are you willing to take this risk with your trading? Let's dive deeper into what we mean by taking on more risk in my game. Taking on more risk means confronting these specific and separate challenges. Trading bigger trading stocks that are more expensive, trading stocks that have bigger spreads, trading stocks that move more intraday, higher volatility, opening drive patterns plays in the first 15 minutes of the open when the market is more volatile. These are all separate challenges. For example, some traders can trade bigger with stocks that have a penny spread, but are reticent to trade more expensive stocks. Some can trade big but not in highly volatile stocks or right on the open. If you can demonstrate the ability to become a consistently profitable trader, again, no matter how small your profits, it means that you have the skill and wherewithal to take your trading to the next level and to confront these new challenges successfully. In short, if you are in a plus setup and you are not at your max size, you are losing money. So if you have these skills and these other challenges offer more trading opportunity, why then do most traders have difficulty taking on more risk? Psychological issues mostly. A lack of sizing techniques to grow bigger, perhaps. I was on the phone with our partner for our trading joint venture JV in NYC, considering a candidate through statistical analysis of his trading. Our partner said, "This guy is not very good. For whatever reason, he has trouble pulling the trigger. He never uses all of his buying power." We didn't hire that applicant. Yet there are traders who up their game better than others. Meet Iceman. Iceman trades his personality. Traders often discount finding a trading style that fits their personality. They trade a system that is in front of them instead of first taking a great deal of time to determine which style would best suit them. For example, maybe their buddy is swing trading, so they start swing trading. Maybe they catch a trading TV personality on CNBC and decide to try his trading style. Hey, that guy is on TV, so that trading approach must work for me. Tadas Viskanta, the founder and editor of the well-trafficked blog Abnormal Returns, recently interviewed Jack Schwager, author of the famous Market Wizard books, about what it means to have a strategy based on your personality. Mr. Schwager noted in the interview, as well as in all of his books, that the best traders find and implement a strategy that best fit their personality. To be the best trader they can be, he encourages all traders to find a strategy comfortable for them, whether it's long-term, short-term, technical-based, or fundamental-based. Further, renowned trading coach Dr. Van Tharp famously advises traders to start with a personality test to determine what type of trader they are. Dr. Steenbarger encourages traders to try multiple products before they turn pro so that they match their trading interests with their talents. At our firm, we created the rotation training program so that traders could learn which product and style of trading made the most sense for them. In trading terms, if you are cautious in your personal life, trading expensive high-beta stocks with a momentum-based strategy is not a great idea. Your personality will short-circuit this trading strategy. Iceman trades his personality as well as anyone on our desk. Let's discuss how that translates into his trading. Iceman has no conscience, which we will review in humorous detail, from his personal life to his trading. He has crafted a trading style to fit his personality, trading high-beta stocks, stocks with larger spreads, more expensive stocks, opening drive plays, accepting more downside when he is wrong, and emphasizing sizing up in the best opportunities. A personality to trade the high-beta stocks. One summer day, for some reason I can never remember, we decided on a push-up contest during Iceman's training class. There was a prize, probably free drinks at the next happy hour, and maybe we started this to build morale among the summer trainees. I hope that was the reason. Who was the first to accept the challenge? Iceman, of course. Most of the other trainees slumped in their seats, hoping not to be called upon. Just as they would later be gun-shy to trade high-beta stocks like LNKD, Opel, Amazon, CMG, Goog, IBM, and Bidu. Iceman, of course, couldn't get enough of this high-beta trading action. As a former frat boy from a southern school with a deep tradition of frat-centricity, Iceman jumped at this admittedly sophomoric challenge. I couldn't get the challenge out of my mouth before he was volunteering. It was easy to see that this was not the first silly challenge game he had participated in throughout his life. One could easily imagine he had played this game before, but perhaps after 6 shots and 5 beer funnels. Instead of Iceman, he could have earned the nickname Frat, and we would have left it at that. For example, Ted, a 2012 movie saturated with puerile humor, became one of his favorite comedies. In fact, after seeing the movie over a weekend, he insisted that everyone on the desk should run out and see it. He promised to go back again the next week with anyone interested. For Fridays, He started a personal tradition of fasting all day so that he could save room for drinking games after the close. So who won that push-up contest? Iceman. He won with a fast 100 push-ups. Iceman wouldn't lose a competition like that, just like he wouldn't let a high beta stocks that move the most intraday on average compared to other stocks get the better of him. Fast forward a year later and we're sitting at our trading desk. During a midday trash-talking session that traders can lapse into during a trading lull, we mentioned Iceman's conquest as the firm's push-up champion. A new trader with a bit of brass and lots of muscles suggested a challenge to the push-up record. Iceman didn't care for this noob's challenge at all. He scoffed, "Why bother? If you do more than 100, then I will just do more than you." He could have been talking about trading LNKD, a social media high-beta stock. LNKD, why bother taking 50 cents from me on this trade? I will just take $2 from you on the next, is Iceman's trading ontology. SMBU, our education arm, received an inquiry about doing a webinar on reading the tape organized by the social media Russian trading site Hamahanet for Russian traders. They wanted me to do the webinar because my book One Good Trade, translated into Russian, was a sellout. There were two problems. I do not speak Russian, and most of the audience didn't understand English very well, so in came Iceman. Did I mention that he speaks fluent Russian? In a day, an audience of 700 was attracted for this seminar. Most would get a little nervous before the presentation, right? Iceman. Bella, this is awesome. Can you believe how many traders they assembled in like 24 hours? This is gonna be fun. After the huge turnout for this event, Iceman created a mentoring program led by him for Russian traders. 10 spots were made available. In 2 days, the program was full. One day after lunch with Iceman and a few other important SMBU members, a top female salesperson on Wall Street turned to me and said, "He's really cute. I am sure that he doesn't have any problem with the ladies." I suspect that even if he wasn't cute, he wouldn't have any trouble with the ladies. He is Iceman. With his philosophy, approaching a woman is just a risk-reward exercise. If one shoots you down, you just move on to the next nearest one. One eventually will be interested, or eventually you will catch one stock for a huge move. How Top Gun can improve your trading. Because Iceman is a huge Top Gun fan, now you might start to understand his nickname. Things discussed on the trading desk are often related to this movie classic, sometimes quite humorously. Bella, you think I would trade better if I watched Top Gun while trading? I am gonna give it a try. There are gonna be a lot of bullets fired. I will conduct this social experiment for the desk. Of course you will, Iceman. Of course you will. Interestingly, Iceman was on to something with his movie-watching idea. Trading psychologist Denise Shull pointed out during a 5-course Union Square lunch with me during Restaurant Week that traders who watch movies while in longer-term trading positions make better decisions. She argued that traders' subconscious keeps the trader focused on the real trade, which is to say that a good trade is not short-circuited by overvaluing the ticks. While we are on this topic, research also concludes that looking at attractive women before trading helps a trader take on more risk. I encouraged Iceman to try this movie idea while in a trade to hold. He loved the idea. When I arrived back to the desk one trading session with my new Samsung Galaxy S Roman 3, the hottest phone on the market in the summer of 2012, many traders were mesmerized by my new toy. After 6 years as a BlackBerry holder, produced by RIM, I caved into Spencer's advice and purchased an upgraded smartphone. Please get over the absurdity of my BlackBerry allegiance and keep reading. Dazzled, Prep asked, Bella, that is so cool. Can I check it out? This was the reaction of almost all others on the desk. Iceman. Bella, do you think Maverick from Top Gun needed a new cell phone to kick ass? Well, I hadn't thought of it that way, Iceman. A crisis on Valentine's Day. My favorite Iceman anecdote concerns the pickle he found himself in with a few young ladies. Well, actually, my favorite is of him ordering the friendlies happy ending sundae, unable to control his laughter in the little town of Danville, Pennsylvania. But we had to drop that story from the book. He met one girl promptly after moving to the city and began dating her. Then after a combination of cheap beer, shots, and a crowded bar during one of those young professionals' nights out in NYC, he met another. How I feel about a big city experience for our young traders reminds me of that Hemingway quote about Paris, admittedly perhaps the most beautiful city in the world. If you are lucky enough to have lived in Paris as a young man, then wherever you go for the rest of your life it stays with you. for Paris is a movable feast. A young trader should work hard, but then make sure he finds time to play and grow individually. Uniquely, NYC offers excitement in all fields. Movies, Broadway, sports, law, music, fashion, parks, law, medicine, academia, food, art, advertising, media, new media, fashion, Wall Street, business, private equity, startups, and so on. Young, single, and living in NYC is an experience of a lifetime, one in which every drip of knowledge and experience should be consumed. Fulfillment outside of your trading is a key to becoming your best trader. This being NYC, a young professional lady and young professional man can often meet and start dating without agreeing to dating guidelines. Iceman innocently got himself in a predicament, meeting, liking, and dating too, and he was unclear whether either woman would be concerned to learn there was another. But he never actually took the time to settle this quandary. Then came Valentine's Day. Young Iceman now was deeply stressed, like most are holding a 5,000-share Opal position. He couldn't take them both out on the same night. He didn't want to end it with either. Both girls were great. There was never a talk with either. His solution? A night out with Gman and drinks to search for a solution. This would be the equivalent of asking Charlie Sheen for tips on sobriety. Gman bought a new dog for the very purpose of procuring Iceman's problem. Extending this example further and having some fun with Gman, you might say Gman bought a dog to be more of a dog. Doing some of his best work in this field after a few drinks, Gman devised a solution, a fictitious email. I would just like to clarify that I had no idea any of this was going on until months later, and I personally apologize to any female readers for these shenanigans. Gman sent Iceman the following email below to extricate him from his quagmire. Warning: uncontrollable laughter may ensue shortly. Please secure your nearest beverage before continuing. From Gman, date February 10, 2012, 61,058 p.m. EST. 2. Iceman, subject: you are gonna hate me. There is a big announcement out of Australia that will affect the Asian market, and I'm gonna need your help on Valentine's night. Apologize to your girl in advance. Mine hates me already. Need you to help me manage a few positions. Meet me at the office at 9:30 p.m. Thanks, Gman. Iceman then forwarded this Gman hatched bind-solving email to the unlucky girl, or lucky girl, and he had his escape. Weeks later, Iceman manned up with the unlucky girl, and then there was one. Of course, that soon led to a first meeting with the parents. They are not gonna like me. I am not that interesting if I haven't been drinking. Iceman poked fun at himself. The desk roared with laughter and agreed that it was not a good idea. He just got bombed the night before with the summer training program trainees and hopped on the train to a new adventure he knew he would find a way to navigate. So you might be wondering what these anecdotes have to do with trading. They do. Iceman is not afraid of anything, and this shows up in his trading. He has found a niche in trading stocks that most do not have the guts to attempt. Also, Iceman enjoys himself on the desk after work, which shows up in his trading. The new field of positive psychology, founded by Dr. Seligman, clearly shows the link between happiness and improved performance. Happiness comes first, then followed by success. No guts, no glory. Most traders are uncomfortable when I deliver critical feedback. Not Iceman. Bella, I want you to yell at me to be bigger when you think I am not big enough. I used to have a favorite t-shirt from the ski resort at Akimo Mountain that said, no guts, no glory. I should hand those shirts out to our traders. No, I should have Iceman pass them out to our team. Unfortunately, I can't say this is true for most of our guys. Let me do my best to recreate a mild scolding I gave in our training room to our desk about, as they say, growing a pair. You guys have to start taking on more risk. Every trade cannot make perfect sense. Sometimes you just have to play. What exactly are you so scared of? It's the firm's money. I am telling you to risk more of our money. Start looking at these stocks with wider spreads that are trending. Look at CMG, Bidu, IBM, SHW, GWW. Take a controlled chance. I am not saying not to control your risk. I am saying that if these stocks are really trending, you might have to risk more than you are used to. Give them a shot. Try to learn them. Look, you guys know what you're doing. But you have to stop being such a bunch of wusses. Let your hands go. Sometimes it's too risky not to take a shot at a stock with a bigger potential loss because of the potential upside. Iceman was in the room, and I should have excused him before the meeting began. He has none of the trader wuss syndrome issues that can stifle a young and developing trader. No one on our desk trades the opening drive play better than Iceman. An opening drive play is a strategy in which a trader gets long a stock that gaps up, is in play, and trades for a momentum move higher right off the open. An example of Iceman's prowess trading opening drives can be summarized like this. If LNKD has gapped up and then spiked on the open, I will ask, Iceman, are you in LNKD? Yep, Bella, I'm just holding. The best of the high beta stocks like Opal might be in play and I will notice its opening drive. Iceman, did you catch Opal? Yeah, Bella, I am just holding, trying to get bigger. One day very early in his trading career, Iceman sent a trading review to me after the close that serves as a classic example of his guts to trade. Analysis. What a day. I am really exhausted after this trading day. I probably tried to do too much. That being said, I traded the news well and aggressively. I was down $400 when the news came out because of the crazy market tick, but I stayed poised and made back $1,300 and went up as much as plus $880 or $900 at one point before finishing up $760. I traded WLP with a ton of size and it didn't work when I had size, so I didn't make a chop on that and took a really big rip, which set me back. But I kept taking trades with size and saw a really good trade in HCA and used about 2,000 shares on that. And that is when I made $800 in that trade, and then another $500 in other healthcare stocks that I was initially down in, and that helped turn my day around. All it takes is one good trade. I think today was good because it showed that I have the guts to trade the volatility with size. I have always had no fear trading these situations, but today, I traded them with 2,000 shares, which was awesome. Even though I shorted WLP at 67 for 1,800 shares, and it stopped me out and then went down without me, I still was in it, and I still came back strong with size and other trades. I think HCA is my second best trade ever. That being said, VRTX should have been my best trade ever. I need to be open-minded about the pattern and not just the distance traveled. What I mean is when I short 55 and then it goes down to the 52 low, this is still just the first target. It is entirely possible that it could still go down points from there. Also, if a stock is really weak or really strong, I should wait for either a turn on the 15-minute or an exhaustion blow-off bottom or top move to get out of my core. Also, I shorted Bidu the first time through the big level and then lost on that on size and then had no size the next time through. Should have been the other way around. Also, I should have been bigger in UHS, and I should have been more open-minded about being long UNH into the close. I kept being biased to be short the insurance companies and long the hospitals, and even though UNH was a long, I didn't want to be long and miss the trade. It is entirely possible that people with this mentality were caught short, and there was an intraday long. The same reason that the HCA didn't have follow through. That being said, I understand my role as a trader is not to be right or wrong, and my job is to manage risk. Being aware of all that allowed me to manage risk well and not give back profits in HCA. Overall, good job being gutsy. I think this will be a turning point in my trading. I should have been a little less aggressive when the news just came out and focused instead on what the bigger picture short in WLP was and held a wider core. Good job today overall, though. Iceman revels in added risk-taking. If I took him to that Akimo resort and he was a solid skier, he would be the guy most likely to challenge the group to the bottom on a northeast icy black diamond trail. Of course, then he would be the first to dare anyone not wrapped around a tree to some drinking game at the ski lodge, and the first to approach the nearest attractive female. Iceman has learned that not taking on risk with outsized reward is in fact too much risk for traders. So a small percentage of traders will not have the personality to trade high beta stocks or opening drives or man up with size. But most can and just need to work on how to improve their sizing strategy. The first step is to point out this potential weakness to them. I just did that, I hope, and let them work on solution improvement. That is now your job. I cannot leave this subject without offering some ideas for you to consider if you suffer from trader wuss syndrome. 11 steps to trade bigger. My 11-step process to taking on more risk with your trading is as follows. 1. Build your playbook. 2. Choose your favorite setups or A+ trades. 3. Risk 30% of your intraday loss limit on your A+ setups. 4. Hold for the real move. 5. Trade a bigger account. 6. Invest in your trading advancement with higher price and bigger spread stocks. 7. Enter stop limit orders for your biggest positions. 8. Commit to visualization exercises to improve your performance. 9. Trade options for your bigger swing trades. 10. Develop your all-in trade. 11. Expand your trading time frame. Build your playbook. The first step in adding more size is building your playbook. First, you have to know what patterns are best for you. Choose your favorite setups or A+ trades. Next, sort out your A+ trades from this playbook. Select the best of the best from your playbook. Risk 30% of your intraday loss on your A+ setups. Develop a risk-loss rule of placing at least 30% of your intraday stop-loss with your A+ trades. Or for swing traders, risk 2% to 5% up to you of your account on these A+ trades. So if your intraday loss limit is $1,000, you must add size such that if you lose on the trade, you risked $300 in P&L. If with your size you could have only lost $200, you were not big enough. Hold for the real move. Also, you must hold your trades for the real move. It doesn't count if you risk 30% of your intraday stop, but 10 cents into the move, you start getting out of your position. Getting big and selling so early is being a piker. Risk 30% of your intraday stop loss and hold for the real move until there is a reason to sell for your swing trades. Trade a bigger account. So let's say that now you can risk 30% of your intraday stop loss and hold for the real move. Next, you want to get even bigger. At this point, most incorrectly focus on adding share size. So if 5,000 was your biggest position, you start to think about trading 8,000 shares. This is a mistake. A better idea is to increase the size of your trading account, increase your intraday loss limit, and continue risking 30% of your intraday loss limit. In short, think of your biggest positions in percentage terms and not share size or P&L. Let me make my point clearer with a story and a blog. SMB hosted a guest lecturer of international trading acclaim. During our Q&A, one SMB trader introduced that he had been consecutively positive every month for over a year, but needed to trade bigger. The hedge fund principal instantly offered advice using a trader he had helped. He said, "I had this one trader I was working with who had a similar issue of putting on more risk, though he trades much bigger than you, a book of 250 million. What did we do? We gave him more money, so keep doing what you are doing. Just trade with more money. Over time, slowly but consistently increase your trading capital and thus your intraday stop loss and how much you are willing to lose on your A+ trades. With this increased capital, keep thinking of your trades in percentage terms. If you can think of trading in percentages, you become scalable. A trader the firm can easily allocate more capital toward because you offer them a clear understanding of their risk and demonstrable evidence that you can handle more capital. If you do not have a methodology to determine your best trades and how you will place risk, then you are not scalable. And if you do not do this from my seat, you have not done the work to deserve a bigger bankroll. This visit from that top trading coach and his sizing idea was captured as part of a blog post reprinted here. See bold. 10 takeaways from a top trading coach on how to be a successful trader. Jan 10th, 2013, by Bella. SMB had an elite trading coach. Name cannot be shared for compliance reasons. Visit yesterday for an informal presentation with tips on how to improve trader performance. This coach has worked with the top traders in the world at prop firms, investment banks, and hedge funds. SMB trader King of Men put together a list of 10 takeaways from this talk. We thought you might consider them for your trading. 1. Successful traders have meaningful attachments or some other source of motivation and happiness outside of the financial markets. 2. Successful traders are proactive. They know what they need to learn and they know what they need to do to execute. Being active alone is not sufficient. 3. Successful traders tend to be process-driven. They develop and refine routines that turn good trading behaviors into habits and execute these routines habitually. 4. Successful traders have a unique signature. They have an edge that they execute consistently and improve constantly. 5. Successful traders treat every trade as a learning opportunity, especially losing trades. 6. Successful traders identify their A+ setups, best products, and optimal time frames that are most intuitive for them and work to maximize their production in those ideas. 7. Successful traders avoid thinking in dollar terms. They standardize in terms of percentages to measure performance as well as put on risk. 8. Successful traders have a sniper mentality. They are prepared to wait for as long as it takes and ready to pull the trigger when valuable targets appear in their scope. 9. Successful traders have a comprehensive set of measurable and challenging yet realistic goals. They regularly evaluate their progress and always ask what they need to do to make further progress toward their goals. 10. Successful traders use all their resources to improve, particularly other traders. Let's spend even more time clarifying this technique and why it works. Again, most think of trading size as the number of shares you are willing to trade. Do not use this as a measurement. Think of how much you are willing to lose in percentage terms of your bankroll. There may be limits to how much you are willing to lose given the size of your trading account. This might not go away even if you are ready to trade bigger. A rip in that bigger trade with your present size trading account may bring trauma to your trading brain. The loss may be too much money to you given your account size. That is why you need to increase your bankroll. Get more capital to trade. Then your loss will just be a percentage of this higher bankroll, and you will still have plenty of money left with which to trade. In summary, increase your trading capital for your trading account, and then keep taking the same percentage risk for your trades. This assumes your ideas are scalable. Keep doing what you are doing. Think in percentages of your account as a swing trader and intraday trader. And seriously, if you need some more capital, you are consistently profitable, and you need someone to take your added downside risk, give SMB or a firm like ours a ring. This is what a true prop firm does. It will be an individual and long journey to add size. Do not force this process. You cannot go from being able to lose $300 to $1,000 overnight in Euro Plus trades. Add incrementally. An extra 20% for each 10 days of positive trading data is an effective technique. Invest in your trading advancement. Next, as mentioned at the beginning of this chapter as we discussed taking on more risk with your trading, you also want to invest in your trading advancement. Dabble with higher price and bigger spread stocks. Attempt opening drive plays. Play with stocks that are more volatile. Start with 100 shares. Just try it. Invest in your trading career by taking some growing pains losses in these high beta stocks and bigger spread stocks. Consider this your investment in your trading education for additional trading strategies. Most likely, you will take some losses before you find setups in these other types of stocks that you can consistently trade. I often have to plan a yell session at my guys, like the no guts, no glory section, to let them know it is permissible for them to lose on these setups. I want to invest in their education for these plays. Go ahead and lose firm capital. In the end, they will add new trading strategies from which we will all profit. Enter stop limit orders for your biggest positions. Stop limit orders if a stock hits a price you are automatically executed can help you take on more risk with your trading. I feel calmer when I place automatic stops for my bigger positions. Recently, I was trading LOY. It had bad news, gapped down, and then popped right on the open. I faded the up move with shorts for a pull-in to 49, the discernible support on the chart. I saw that LOY could not trade above 50, see figure 9.1. So I started a short position with an automatic stop at the intraday high of above 50, or in this case, 50.01. There was a nice battle on the tape at 49.80. The bids dropped out in a way that my intuition signaled a large short position was now the right play. So I shorted some more at 49.74 and 49.70 with stop limit orders at 49.82 and 49.86. The right play was to get aggressively short. There was nothing to stress out about as my automatic stops were in. I did not have to worry about how and where to exit anymore. I could just sit, gather information, and wait. LOY ended up trading down to 49. Chop. But using stop limit orders like this is a nice trick to jump-start your ability to get bigger in your best positions. On our desk, we discuss one caution about entering stop limit orders. This is a little insider baseball, but I cannot leave this out of this discussion. High-frequency traders, HFTs, often have access to your stop orders because of their agreements with the exchanges. I will save whether they should for the regulators and policymakers, though it seems intuitive that they shouldn't. Sometimes it can be better to set an alert for where you will exit and then just manually close your position. We do this so that the HFTs do not just run our stops for profit and leave us flat a terrific risk-reward opportunity. Commit to visualization exercises to improve your performance. Visualization is a powerful tool to help you trade bigger. My good friend Bruce Bauer, doing some of the best writing on becoming a better trader in the blogosphere, wrote a 3-part SMBU blog series on visualization exercises. Everything you wanted to know about visualization and trading, Part I, Part Roman 2, Part Roman 3. I wrote about this technique in One Good Trade. Video lectures from Dr. Andrew Menaker, Dr. Phil Perlman, and Dr. Steenbarger on this mental exercise are embedded in our training program, the SMB Foundation. Dr. Steenbarger's books and blog, Trader Feed, are wonderful resources for learning how to use visualization to improve trader performance. In short, you will not trade bigger until you spend the time doing visualization exercises to see yourself trading larger. If you are prepared to do this work every day for 3 months, you will build the mental skill to trade more size. If not, you will be stuck at underperforming trader. It's up to you. Trade options for your bigger swing trades. Some swing and intraday traders have trouble staying big in positions because they see all the ticks in their stocks. Each tick is a temptation to convince yourself to exit. Traders on our desk have found a way to combat this urge. They place their bigger swing trades with options, which makes it much more difficult for them to wuss out. Performance students might cite the 20-second rule as authoritative backup for this technique. Let's say you want to learn how to play guitar. Moving it 20 seconds closer to your couch, or wherever you mostly sit in your home, makes you more likely to practice. The takeaway is that the easier you make it on yourself to build a habit, like practicing your guitar, the more likely you are to successfully build that habit. Building from this rule, we use options to make it harder for us to fall prey to the temptation of the ticks by making it easier for us to stay in the position. Develop your all-in trade. I have been thinking about a new trade, the all-in trade. I have been thinking about this trade for a few years and how it would work. Shark, during his review after the close on a Friday, was working on it. Let's start by reading his review edited. I went for it within a plus trade. I had 8,000 or 9,000 shares at one point. Now maybe I overtraded it, but I'm working on taking shots when I think a stock is ready, and it just looked 3 or 4 times like it was ready to blast off. That is a play where I am going to pull out 5 or 6 grand at least if the trade works. I read this right after he sent it and summoned him to my office. Here I said the following. I love this idea of you getting huge when you see it. If you think you really see it, I love you just going for it. I mean getting as big as you can while controlling your risk. Determine where you would get out if you were wrong and how much you could get out of within a reasonable price. If you really think you see it, then risk your entire stop loss. Just go for it. The key is you have to really see it. You might really see it 3 times a month, maybe less. But I love you seeing this as a separate pattern. This is a special opportunity. All I want you thinking about when you see it is how big can you get? How can you get bigger? Am I big enough? As long as you can exit at a reasonable price. Heck, I am even fine with you exceeding your loss limit if you think you really see it. It is ready to go, and this is a special time. During the Playbook webinar series, created as a celebration for this book, we discussed with the trading community the concept of a plus trades. To review, first you build a trading playbook of setups that make the most sense to you. Then you ferret out the best of those trades, which we call a plus trades. We set risk rules for these a plus trades. For the intraday trader, if you see in a plus setup, you must risk 30% of your intraday loss. If you are a swing trader, you must risk 2% to 5% of your trading account. This is a powerful exercise to help you trade bigger and make more P&L. But what about the best of best a plus setups? As a trader, we are sometimes trading when we spot our a plus setups and just see it. By we just see it, I mean that we catch 2 things. The position has an incredibly high chance of working, and the trade will work right now. The ability to read the tape helps us see it. For this setup, perhaps also called the I see it trade, I propose that you risk your entire day. Risk your entire intraday stop loss. So if your intraday stop loss is $3,000 and you determine that you can get out of 15K shares with an average loss of 20C, you must have a position size of 15K shares. You are all in for this trading session, as they say in poker. One thing to consider is the psychological risk for this trade. A rip that breeds disappointment is good. A rip that causes trauma is bad. If the rip causes trading trauma, get rid of this trade. Trauma harms your trading, while disappointment is just your journey to getting bigger. Also, you may only see this trade 3 times a month. These are special trades. These are the best of best a plus trades, and for only when you really see it. If you think you see it once a day, we need to work on what this trade really looks like for you. Finally, this trade takes advanced trading skill and discipline. Here's how. after you are all in, the trade should start to work for you immediately. This is why you went all in. If the trade doesn't work immediately, then you must start piecing out of the position slowly. Offer some out. Offer some out hidden. Hit a few bids. Offer some more out. Slowly and with trading care, get back to the size of an A+ trade. A skilled pro trader can get in and out of a 10K share position in a liquid name without leaving a footprint. I love the idea of a few times a month you just deciding you are all in. And whatever happens, happens. Keep rehearsing your strategy for these special setups. Expand your trading time frame. As the intraday and swing trader knows, getting bigger is not just an issue of mindset and capital. Some trades are not scalable. Slippage may interfere with adding extra size to certain setups. One solution is to expand your time frame so that slippage does not change the risk-reward. For example, instead of trading on a 5-minute chart, think of setups you find from the 15-minute chart. In the next chapter, you learn how Gman implemented this with his favorite setup, the pullback trade. Try these 11 steps to trade bigger. I hope it helps your trading. The unavoidable psychological journey to success. Let's pivot here to examine another lesson we can learn from Iceman. There is an unavoidable psychological journey to trader success. No one arrives to the show without issues, demons, or however else you want to characterize psychological weaknesses. If you struggle with psychological roadblocks, you are like every other trader who has ever existed, including the successful ones. Building the proper psychology and state of mind that a trader requires is a skill. You do not read a book such as Trading in the Zone or attend a lecture, perhaps become a millionaire in 6 quick steps, or talk to a guru, and then just get it. Our traders are exposed to the works of the best trading psychologists. Remember, our training program was generously scrubbed by prominent trading psychologist Dr. Brett Steenbarger. The traders are taught techniques to cure any issue holding them back, but there is still a journey that every trader must endure to learn how to manage himself. Here is the journey that Iceman took, and also the template, 5 steps to improve trader psychology, to rectify any psychological trading issue. Overcoming your psychological issues as a trader. Here is a case study of Iceman struggling with his psychology at the start of his trading career. I am sure that many readers have experienced similar conflicts. Iceman: I'm really disappointed. This was bad, probably the most disappointed I have been in myself in a long time. There is no reason, no excuse, that I'm not up 2K today. Honestly, I traded the open so well. I was up like $500 by 10 a.m., then I gave it all back. Then I made it all back and finished up 630. Between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m., I did nothing but lose money. In that time, I could have bought back IBM on that trend line around 194.50, 195 twice. I am just so mad at myself for not being bigger in IBM. In reality, I should have been up like 800 today. I had a $170 error when I accidentally got an IBM instead of MLNX because I entered an order in the wrong market maker box and gave back $170 in IBM. That being said, 800 still is not a good day for earnings season for me. Anything short of $1,500 is a disappointment. So, either I am trading wrong between 11 and 1, or I need to be less active at this time. I think if I am up on the open, I need to be better at settling down, not being very active, and looking for trades to hold with real risk that I actually want to take and potentially hold through midday. I need to be better at transitioning from momentum, open trading to trades to hold. I eventually made this transition and made money from 1 to 4, but I think I did a poor job of this. The part that makes me angry is that I know this. I even said to myself around 1030, time to settle in, change trading and wait for setups. Somehow, it all didn't work out for me. Also, the keystroke error really bummed me out. Without that error, I made about $525 in IBM for the day. I didn't buy back the first 194.50 or the second or the third. Not acceptable. It's fine to not do the second, but the first I must do. And later, when the range is established, I should be bigger buying at support. Also, WCC, I should have 1,000 shares, not 200. This is pathetic. I am trading way too light. So often I am perfectly correct on a trading idea on no size. I really am selective, and I do have a set playbook, which is why my win rate is high. I need to make the most out of this by actually sizing up. I had almost $2,200 of positive trades today and about $1,500 of losing ones. This is too much to lose. If I cut down how many losing trades I had today, I ended up having one hell of a day. Need to be more selective between 11 and 1. How best to resolve this? I reminded him of the one key element that intrudes on all traders, Bella. You are too emotional while you are trading. You have to work on just making trades and not worrying so much about the result. You are getting in your own way by caring too much and letting disappointment in trades affect finding other trades. Thoughts? In other words, always be looking for that one good trade and the money will take care of itself. We miss trades, we fumble on our keys, we are too small at times with our best trades. This is all part of trading. Do not self-interrupt your progress with a trading in the past mindset. Next trade, next trade, next trade. Iceman, you are right. Yeah, I think I just get so mad at myself for not being big in trades that I make chops in. Like I have such a good understanding about what my playbook is and how to execute trades, just not big enough. I think if I were performing to my potential, I would be less emotional. Like I make trades that others find hard to make and consistently make money in them. Why don't I risk more? How do I get past this mental block? I don't think being emotional prevents me from finding other trades. Even when I'm emotional, I am focused. Like today, I still bounced back and made $600 after giving back a lot. You are right in this situation. I see missed opportunities in stocks I trade, and I feel like because I maybe didn't make enough the first time, I don't buy the pull-in, which turns out to be an even better trade, and this is when I get mad at myself. What do you suggest I do? Bella, controlling your emotions is a typical problem for the active pro trader. You trade so much that disappointment sits ready for an appearance on every trade. You, like every successful trader before you, suffer from the disease of impossible self-trader expectations. Trading is a game of embracing limitation, often our own. What can you do so you are not so mad at yourself intraday? Here are some typical disappointment remarks, I call this trading in the past, that we hear from many traders. I didn't make enough in a trade. I should have been in another trade. Why did I make this piece of S trade? I should have sold this position earlier or later or never. Iceman has made all of these remarks at one time or another. Denise Shull cleverly frames the context of most trading. She has said that traders are unhappy 75% of the time. They are unhappy either because they lost on a position, won and were not big enough, or regret they missed a great trading opportunity. It all comes down to a trader, in this case, Iceman, getting in his own way, self-interrupting. By being so hard on himself for not performing better in real time, he cannot perform to his ability. It is a vicious cycle of underperformance fueled by personal ambition or, better said, impossible self-trader expectations. 5 steps to improve trader psychology. So what can we do to break this cycle and get this trader on a path toward improved performance? Here's what. 1. We identify the problem. 2. We allow the trader to develop a plan of correction. First, let the student struggle with a solution. He learns more. 3. We offer a plan of improvement visualization exercises, and again see Bruce Bauer's series on the SMBU blog, Parts I, Roman 2, Roman 3. 4. The trader does the work, the daily exercises to improve. 5. If none of this is enough, we call in the psychology coach, sometimes 2. I am sure that thousands of readers suffer from the same trader flaws and feelings as Iceman. I do. I have to work so that they do not infect my trading. Take comfort that solutions exist. It just takes the smart solutions presented here. I continued this help session with Iceman with the Step 2 approach, allow the trader to develop a plan, and he then responded to my latest email with this. Bella, you asked me to discuss being calm. Here's what I have come up with. 1. It is important to understand that this is a marathon, not a sprint. By understanding that this is a continuous game and having confidence in my playbook and trading abilities, I can reason that one rip doesn't mean that I am screwed. With the right trading system, I will have more chops, and as long as I am making the right trades, I should make money in the long run. 2. It helps to think of trading as a game. Just play, don't worry, just play and keep playing. 3. Think, can this trade make my day? If the answer is yes and it doesn't work, so be it. 4. I have to be cognizant about the things that make me angry. Overtrading in play stocks, and if they don't offer the best opportunity. Losing more than I like on one name, getting too top-heavy on longs or bottom-heavy on shorts, and chasing stocks not being big enough at the best risk-reward entries, overcovering or selling too quickly, when I have size sloppy execution. Because I missed the ideal entry getting slipped really badly. These are the things that bother me the most when I do them. I need to not do these things in order to remain calm. Perhaps I need to understand first and foremost how important it is for me to remain calm. By remaining calm, I perform better and am happier with my job. Being happy and performing well is essentially my main goal. Thus, when I start to do these things that anger me, I need to think of what my goal is, perform well and be happy, and force myself not to do these things for the sake of my goal. In the end, what makes me money is having a playbook and executing my plays crisply. As long as this works for me, I am okay and all is well, and I need to just chill out and trade. This was real thought progress. Iceman was finding solutions to improve his trading psychology. He was working his way through step 2. Psychological issues do not disappear with a single email. PMTC and WLP got the better of his trading emotions soon thereafter. As the record has shown, Iceman gets upset at missing plays. He got big in WLP the day the Supreme Court ruled on President Obama's healthcare law. Others around him got big as well. He got stopped out. He was pissed. Stopped out of well point. Ripper. Why are you pissed? I asked, sitting behind him. I got stopped out. It was a good trade. You did the right thing. We all got stopped out. Where would you get back in? Then the next day, PMTC, concluded Iceman. What? I asked. I got ticked out of PMTC. It just went down 40 cents. Well, get back in. Yeah. He got back in, and it continued down. When he gets so riled up about missing something or not capturing a big move, his angry talk holds back his trading and keeps him from getting into easy trades. Fuming will get a trader nowhere. Later, there was a knock on my office door, and in strolled Alabama, who claims to be the best hoopster at SMB. No comment. Bella, how do I stop trading on tilt? He asked, as if not understanding he was perhaps the 100th person to have this conversation with me. Deep sigh. Remember Iceman's earlier email with his list of things that set him on tilt? Well, we are not going to fix this in a talk. Go back to your desk and keep a list of all of the things that set you on tilt for the next week. Come back and we will start working one by one on your list. After you compile that list, you work on each flaw one at a time. Visualization exercises are employed for each mental weakness. One by one, month by month, the trader becomes a stronger mental trader. As I write, Iceman is at the stage where we are letting him work on his solution on his terms after some guidance from me on his solution plan. If this is not successful, we will call in a professional trading psychologist for further assistance. We are all works in progress, even the fearless Iceman, obsessing about his trading. Iceman cornered me for 15 minutes after the close on the last day of a trading month because he missed making his monthly P&L goal by $30. Bella, I am so pissed I didn't reach my goal. Is that weird? I don't know why it just bothers me so much. I told him several things. He was getting more consistent with his trading, that I was not seeing as many down days as I used to with his trading. He was doing a good job holding on to winners, and he was trading volatile high-beta stocks more, which best matched his personality. The next month was even better for Iceman. His good days found higher P$L. His results continued to be more consistent. He understood his strengths better by concentrating on the opening drive and expensive high-beta stock plays. When he learns how to manage his emotions as well as Shark does, he will likely come after Shark for future top trader on the desk. Shark does not scare Iceman. Iceman thinks Shark is just keeping that best young trader seat warm until Iceman's time comes. And with stocks that offer more risk and more reward, and with Iceman trading the stocks that match his personality more often, perhaps it is. Perhaps this chapter has helped you to start thinking about whether you take enough risk with your trading, or even with your life. And if not, start crafting your solution plan to slowly add good risk to your trading and thus improving your P&L. Remember what we learned from Iceman. If you are not taking enough risk with your trading, you are taking on too much risk as a trader. Let's take a look at a trade that Iceman made that is a both high beta stock trade and an opening drive play. This is double the uncomfortable risk that most traders are willing to take in one trade. Would you expect anything less from the Iceman opening drive play? Iceman, LNKD, August 3, 2012. Big picture. The SBY got above important resistance. LNKD gapped up in the after hours, held above the after-hours high in the pre-market. Extremely bullish setup that needs to be played more aggressively. Explosive stock that is now more likely to move quickly in our favor. A type of momentum trade. Opening drive play. I cannot make money on the open, said by too many traders. A pattern that works on the open. Excellent risk-reward when you master this trade. Can be up big dollar by 9:45 a.m. Difficult trade. Quick execution skills. Gumption. Capture the big move, big picture. The SPY has been in an ascending range since early June. It finally got above 138.60 on the open, which was the resistance level from the end of July. SPY versus LNKD. LNKD had been in consolidation between 103.50 and 104 at the top of the after-hours and pre-market action. It finally got above 104 as the SPY got above the 138.60 level. On the open, the SPY traded higher, and LNKD made a push toward 108, which was the next major level. The stock had fresh news, but the bullish pre-market price action, coupled with the strength of the SPY, made it a better opening drive trade overall. Trade idea. In the after-hours, the stock traded above the prior day high and held above 100. Then in the pre-market, the stock drove over 102 and held between 103.50 and 104, above the action from the after-hours. This shows that not only was the reaction to earnings viewed positively, but also that the buyers clearly had control. This is my favorite pattern for an opening drive long. Seeing this pattern made me confident that I could take on a bit more risk in a stock that is normally rather thin and risky. Probability is very important. There is a difference between risk-reward and probability. Just because a stock has a tight 5C consolidation and one is comfortable taking the trade, especially beginners, doesn't mean that it is likely to work. Having this probability on my side allows me to pay through offers on the opening drive and hold a core until the next level. The opening drive must stop eventually, and therefore we must understand where those sellers that had lost will legitimately think that they have a chance to slow down these powerful buyers that had clearly been winning since the news release. Naturally, the first place is at the next big level of 108, and then the next level after that is 110. So, my play was to hold a long on the opening drive as long as it is above the 103.50-104 area and hope for a move close to 108. Once the stock approaches the 108 area, my risk-reward doesn't signal to hold anymore, and I sell when, after having a battle, it fails to get above 107.50. Intraday fundamentals. Third quarter revenue will be $235 million to $240 million, Mountain View, California-based LinkedIn said in a statement yesterday. Full-year sales will be $915 million to $925 million, ahead of the $880 million to $900 million it projected in May. Analysts on average were predicting third quarter sales of $236.3 million and 2012 revenue of $906.3 million, according to data compiled by Bloomberg. LinkedIn, LNKD. LinkedIn Corporation, LinkedIn, is a professional network on the internet with more than 90 million members in over 200 countries and territories. Through the company's platform, members can create, manage, and share their professional identity online, build and engage with their professional network, access shared knowledge and insights, and find business opportunities. Its platform provides members with solutions, including applications and tools, to search, connect, and communicate with business contacts, learn about career opportunities, join industry groups, and research organizations and share information. Its members create profiles that serve as their professional profiles and are accessible by any other member, as well as by anyone with an internet connection. Average volume, 3.5 million 52-week range, 55.98 120.63 short float percent, 8.0% average true range adder, 4.65 reading the tape. I noticed the buying in the pre-market, and then I noticed how when offers would lift, the stock would just hold higher and not really drop out. Once it got above the 104 offer, it never came back. On a move to 106.50 so quickly after lifting the 105 offer, the stock gets really steep, and this is usually a good place to take sales. That being said, the 105 lift and move gives us a place to pay through 105 momentum and lock in some cash flow. We still hold our core from 104 for some, but we take sales once it slows for whatever we paid over 105. Similarly, later when it pulls back to 104 and then lifts the 106 offer, we pay and capture the move toward 108. The stock later forms a mini range between 107 and 107.50. It then forms a mini range between 107 and 107.40. This is a sign that the sellers stepped down. Finally, a weaker tape and a change in character. Then when it lifts 40, it can't lift 50 cents and gets back below 40 cents. This is a huge change in character. For the first time since 104, the sellers are winning the battle over the buyers. I got much lighter here and then hit the rest below 107. It is very important to get a feel for stock on the open. It is okay to be aggressive early on, but when things change, you must be disciplined enough to understand that this particular trade is over. There may be more in the stock and it might not be done going up, but this opening drive has ended. Trade review. This was a good trade. As traders, we need to use screen time to our advantage. When we see that certain trades work really well over and over again, we need to take advantage the next time we see it. I knew that this was a tough stock, but the probability was very important and allowed me to have confidence and get in the stock regardless. I knew that it had potential to drive on the open to the next level, which was several points away. However, I think I could have done a few things better. I could have been better at buying it back near 104 and paying for more. If I pay for more through the 105 lifts, I can hold more for the bigger move and take more sales along the way, making more money. Sometimes it is tough to gauge a pull-in versus a reversal on the open. So, buying into the 104 area isn't the best place to add a lot, but certainly a place to add some. The place to add a lot is paying through these offers so long as the pattern doesn't chance. Everyone tries to get in between 107 and 107.50, but in reality, this is a weak tape. The real place to make money is by having confidence, being aggressive, and capturing this opening drive. Once I already made money on the move pre-market, I could have been a bit more aggressive with size once the bell had opened. Trade idea. Long above the resistance at 108. Watch 104 as possible support for a pullback play. Longer-term resistance is at 110 and 115. From the training room, an opening drive review with Iceman. I counted at least 24 important trading principles discussed in this trade review with Iceman. I highlighted these important trading principles with my comments in the columns so that you wouldn't miss them. Get those highlighters out because this is a trade review of learning. LNKD, August 3, 2012. Trade the best setups for you. Iceman, I'm going to talk about my opening drive play, a trade I make a lot. For me, it makes a lot of sense. I think it's a great way to start off the day. It's a great tool to have if you start the day off with one of your favorite plays. You boost your confidence. A winning trade right out of the gate gives you a little risk capital to risk on some of the trade to hold later in the session. I think it's a really great trade for you guys to add to your playbook as well. Use after hours and pre-market trading to gain an edge. Essentially, this trade involves a stock linked in, which had fresh news and a really bullish setup in the pre-market and the after hours. The advantage of a stock printing in the after hours and in pre-market is that it gives us clues on how it will behave when the market opens. There are certain after hours and pre-market setups that make us more confident that there will be an opening drive. There is no substitute for screen time. Trading is all about experience and screen time. When you train your mind and eyes to watch the market a certain way, you start to see patterns. Over time, I've learned that when I see certain pre-market action, then more likely there will be an opening drive, and that's exactly what happened in this setup. Simultaneously, the SPY got over a resistance level, which improved the chances of our long position working. We also have to keep in mind that the characteristic of LNKD is that it has the potential to move a lot. Like on its IPO day, LNKD exploded. Part of the mannerism and characteristic of LNKD is that at times when it starts going, it gets very loose and the spread opens up. So you don't want to get caught on the wrong side of it because you'll get run over. This stock can move a lot on the open, and if you're caught on the wrong side, you want out because of the potential risk involved. Bella, let's just make a couple of points about how we can use pre-market and after-hours trading to help us. If there's something in the after hours where there's a lot of volume done at a particular price and it can't get above that price, we can actually use that level when the trading session opens up. The same thing goes for if the stock can't get below a price but does a lot of volume in the after hours or in the pre-market. We can use this level to trade off of when the market opens. Iceman. Some of the best setups are if a stock gaps up in the after hours and then higher in the pre-market and holds. That's a sign that we know the news was received positively because the stock gaps up to begin with, but when it actually holds higher the next morning above where it gapped up, at that point, we know that the buyers have control and the people who aren't in are more likely to pile in for an opening drive. The reason things work in trading is because there are certain patterns that lead to certain results, most of the time. Experienced traders know that when a stock holds in the after hours and holds in the pre-market even higher, that might lead to an opening drive. So if a lot of traders are viewing this setup that way, there's more potential for this to happen. Bella, I'll make a couple of points about an opening drive play overall. I've heard too many traders say they can't make money on the open. So to me, it's not that they can't make money on the open, it's that they don't have a playbook of patterns that works for them on the open. And I think what probably too many traders do is that they look at their results and see that they are not making money on the open and just decide, well, I'm not going to trade on the open, as opposed to, maybe I should be more selective with the patterns that I'm trading on the open and figure out if after I do that whether I can be profitable. This is one of those trades that definitely works and actually has a higher risk-reward, the good opening drive plays, than even some of our trades to hold, because there's more volatility on the open. With an opening drive play at 9:45 a.m., you can be sitting at your trading seat up a bunch of money, which is always a good feeling, as Iceman pointed out, but it's an advanced trade. It's something that takes quick execution skills and the gumption to actually trade this setup. You must capture the big move. You can't bank 10 cents and think you're capturing the opening drive plays. You have to try to capture a couple of points when that is possible. Iceman. Yeah, and when these trades don't work, you take a pretty big rip and you'll start your day with a pretty big loss. You can make money on the open. Bella, didn't you take one today on the open? What were you trading? Racks. Iceman, smiling sheepishly and not thankful. Bella has reminded him of this rip. Yeah, exactly, Bella. That's no fun, right? More downside in a trade doesn't mean you should avoid it. Iceman? Well, yeah, but it doesn't even bother me anymore because I know when these things do work they more than make up for the times that they don't work. So the goal is even though you take a rip at times, you have the potential for a big move. The risk-reward is still excellent. And over the long run, you'll make money on this setup if you trade it correctly. The big picture in this stock is that the SPY got above 138.60, which was a level that was important recently. The SPY got above 138.60 and then kind of got a little bit below this level, and LNKD kind of pulled in at the same time. But all LNKD did was pull into the prices where it was accumulated during pre-market. I knew this was a support level and wasn't a place to panic, but a place to buy more. Then, when the SPY got above 138.60 and held above this level, LNKD took off. That's the SPY, the big picture for this trade. SPY has been in an uptrending channel, as you can see from the chart, see figure 9.2. It's a bullish market, which makes it easier to pay up with some of these riskier stocks and anticipate an opening drive. Iceman. The stock moves up. 138.60 put up a little bit of a fight. LNKD exploded in pre-market, pulled back in, and then as the SPY made a hold above 138.60, it resumed its uptrend, and then also exploded further, see figure 9.3 with SPY overlaid on LNKD. The stock pretty much held higher above 100, which is an important level in the after hours. In the pre-market, LNKD held 103.50 and 104, so it formed a little range between 103.50 and 104. Here, you have a stock that moved 10 to 14 points and you're saying, wow, this moved a lot, how do I control my risk? Or it's finally in a 50-cent range. 50 cents for a stock, by the time is all said and done with 20 points of movement, is actually pretty small, right? So when we see only 50 cents of consolidation in a setup like this, we really have to capitalize on this. Once LNKD was 103.50 by 104, I was thinking, If it gets above 104, I know that my risk is below 103.50. I want to get long if LNKD gets above 104, so that's pretty much what I did. One thing that is very important in this trade is probability versus risk-reward. Everything is in our favor. A strong market, strong news, and bullish after hours and pre-market activity. All this means is that the probability of the stock trading higher is pretty good. Like I tell you guys all the time, if there's a 5C consolidation, that's good risk-reward, but it might not be high probability. You might take that trade 10 times and lose on it every time. In the end, you lose 50 cents. Here, you're risking 50 cents once and the probability is much higher. Trading is a marathon, not a sprint. Yes, your P&L resets every day, but that doesn't mean that your statistics reset every day. In the long run, you want to be doing things that have the highest probability of success. That's important. That's why I love trading these setups. By having this probability on my side, this allows me to comfortably pay through offers once I know that they are lifting and holding higher. And I keep doing that because I know innocent until proven guilty. Until that pattern changes, the probability is still on my side. The next big level is going to be 108 above 104, and the stock is actually going to make a push to 106 and pull in. But eventually, it's going to find 108, and when it gets there, that's where for the first time things change. LNKD actually forms another tight consolidation between 107 and 107.50, just like it did earlier. Every time offers would lift up to 108 from 104, LNKD would lift and hold higher. Once we got to 107.50, LNKD formed this range. Then 107.40 started to hold the offer. So for the first time, sellers were able to get some footing by holding lower. And to make an even stronger case on why I should have sold, 40 cents gets up, it goes up to 50 cents, it gets right below 40 cents, and 40 cents holds the offer again. This is a totally different pattern on the tape than the past 4 points. Great example of how you can tell a stock is done by reading the tape. LNKD was lifting the offer, going up, lifting the offer, going up. Finally, it lifted an offer, didn't go up, and then re-offered lower. That means the sellers finally found their footing, meaning this was a clear change in character on the tape. Stocks do not trend on the open. Now on the open, you don't know whether a stock is going to trend yet. You're simply following the momentum. You are looking for a stock to change its character on the tape, and when you see a stock change its character, you get out. This doesn't mean the stock is done for the rest of the day. In this case, LNKD did try to make another push higher a little later in the day. And over the next couple of days, LNKD made a push to 110. But for an opening drive, we are more than happy with a 4-point move and then sale. Let's get a little more specific. So LNKD beat their sales projections. They beat their number. But essentially, it was the solid sales that got people thinking optimistically about the stock. These are our intraday fundamentals that we consider. Nice explanation here of the psychology of a short squeeze. Let's take a look at the longer-term chart, see figure 9.4. Many traders were shorting LNKD into the earnings number, thinking that the stock was going to go down. That was in the 90s. When that number comes out, the stock gapped up. You guys are making trades off the intraday charts, but that doesn't mean everyone is. There are plenty of people making trades off the daily chart. Some traders shorted off this level off the daily chart and sat there, out above the next level. These traders were feeling really uncomfortable when the earning came out and the stock gapped up. When that happened, the last place it touched before falling was 108. That 108 is exactly where that stock is going to go to on this opening drive. You can see later that there's a bigger level at 110 and that the stock will get there on the next day, which is why I said the stock didn't have to stop there. But for that day on the opening drive, that is where it stopped, and it makes sense why it stopped there, as we look at the longer-term chart. Between 103.50 and 104, there was a 50C consolidation and an offer that was held. Once it lifted, that's when the stock made the move in the pre-market. In the after hours, it formed this kind of range. So there was a fight between buyers and sellers between $94 and $100. And in the morning, we came in and the stock was above that $100. I love range plays where this is a huge battle that ends with a clear winner. Follow the winner and play for the stock to trend. The stock is now above that fight range from the after hours, which means that a winner emerged from the battle. This means that the buyers won. It's simple. If we are trading above the range, the buyers won, and if below the range, the sellers won. In this case, the buyers won. That is huge. When I arrive in the morning, I look for stocks that do that. Those are the stocks that I focus on for an opening drive. Figure 9.5 shows the hold above after hours price action in the pre-market. Gaining a position of strength is very important to hold a core. Fight for the best price, and it is easier to hold your core. Trading around your core for cash flow trades is a wonderful trading technique to learn. Iceman. Reading the tape is important with opening drives, because doing so in the first 30 minutes can give you an edge. When the 104 offer lifted, the stock moved all the way up to 106.50. I remember the 104 offer lifted, and then the 105 offer lifted. When the 105 lifted, it went all the way up to 106.50. On the open, when you see those offers lifting consistently, you pay them. I pay through 105, and if it doesn't go up quickly, I get out of my additional lots. I still have my core from 103.50, 104, because I don't know if I'll ever be able to get those prices again. I am in a position of strength by being long from there. This is my core. I will momentum trade around my core to add cash flow trades. I pay through 105, the stock goes up to 106, it stops, and I get out of the momentum positions. You can make pretty good money trading like that. Great example of how to Momo trade. LNKD followed a repeatable pattern on this open. It went through 105, it pulled back, it came back toward 104, it held again there, breakout price. That's another thing we want to look for. When we see that, and 105 holds and lifts again, LNKD goes up. Then 106 held and lifted and moved up toward 108. As long as that pattern continues, we keep following it. I kept paying when these offers lifted and caught the up moves. Trade the pattern until it stops. But that all explains how the whole 40-50C change of character on the tape happened, which I talked about earlier. The offers stopped lifting, and the bids stopped holding above the lifted offers. This was the clear pattern change that I saw. With setups like this, it's okay to be aggressive on the open and pay through these offers. But once you see that the character of the stock has changed, you have to stop. Take your profits and go trade something else. Use the tape to spot when the pattern has changed. I moved away from LNKD and went to trade something else after I spotted the character change on the tape. You will be tempted to buy the pull-in and stay with the stock. But the easy money is over. And now you are not making an opening drive play but more of a pullback trade. This is a very difficult trade. This is an especially difficult trade on the open because there is no clear trend so early in the trading session. Iceman sure does not lack for confidence. After the character change, it was now 10 a.m., and things trade differently than at the open. You have a different business model for trading the open than the midday. It is dangerous to make the opening drive play your only skill. And if you're going to try to trade like this after 10, you're going to get burnt. So be careful. Once the momentum trading slows down, you have to switch your mentality to trade other setups like trades to hold. You have to be able to switch to an intraday swing trading technique after the open. Don't obsess over it. With this trading style, you have to be very disciplined to do it, but it works. Switch to trades to hold, intraday trend swing trades after the open. Let's take a look at my trade management. See figure 9.6. 103.50 by 104. The 104 lifts and goes up toward 106. 105 lifts and LNKD goes to 106. It pulls back into the 104 area. That's when we weren't sure if SPY was going to get above resistance. Then the SPY got above that resistance level again. LNKD held at the breakout point as SPY broke above this resistance level, and then LNKD all the way up to 108, which is the next technical level. This is where it failed before coming down to the 90s prior to the earnings release. The stock is going up, and there's the 107.50 change in character on the tape. You can even see that on the chart as it turns down on the chart. When that happens, you really want to be out. Good traders are self-critical. Iceman. Let's go over the things that I could have done better. I'm not that good at buying back at 104. When it explodes to 106, I'll make money, but when it comes back to 104, this is where I have trouble. Something that I have to work on is buying those pull-ins. That wasn't the same trade, but that is something I need to work on. Great intraday technical setup to learn. Bella. I think one of our better technical analysis trades is when something explodes from a resistance level, has a nice up move away from a resistance level, and then pulls back to that price again quickly. This is a good area to buy. It's a very strong and powerful technical analysis trade. It's one of Spencer's favorite technical trades. Does everyone understand that? So you might not be great at buying things that necessarily pull back, but you might want to make a distinction that when something was at resistance, and it moved away from that resistance very strongly, then pulls back on light volume to that price, that's a very solid technical trade. Iceman. Yeah, absolutely. The idea behind that is that the stock is very strong, and if you missed it, where are you most comfortably going to buy it? Where your risk-reward is best, and that's where the move started, so that's certainly a trade you can make. Another thing I could have done was pay through 105 when I saw the pattern was working because my risk is very small and my reward is very big there. Questions. SMB trader. Once it finally opened and pulled back again and broke out, did it ever cross your mind that this is going up too fast? Do I need to take some off? Lighten up into moves that are too steep? Iceman. I did take some off along the way. I would add and take off. I had my core that I was holding from 103.50, 104. But whatever I paid through 105, I would sell into 106 or wherever it slowed. Then through 106, I would buy back whatever I sold through 105, so I wasn't just piling on for a mega rip once it turned around. I had my cash flow position, and I had my core position, and I would manage them accordingly. Measure the moves when trading Momo. Bella. So if you're in a momentum trade and when the stock is going up, you sort of measure the way it's going up. Some people just do that with charts, but if you are actually watching the tape, you should develop a measurement in your head. It's traveling a certain amount of distance. It's going up a certain amount of cents in a certain amount of time. You have an imprint in your brain to what that looks like. Then you actually see a time where it goes up a lot more, a lot quicker than that imprint in your brain. It's too steep compared to other moves. It's perfectly acceptable to take some off, if not get flat. If you're really paying attention to the tape, you see the overextended move. There's a way it's going up and this pattern continues, and then it goes up a lot higher, a lot faster than you have seen. It looks like what a blow-off top might look like, such that there's a risk now for you to be long. This price is not sustainable for the near term, or it could just reverse. 1. If the Momo stock does not make a strong enough move, sell. 2. If the Momo stock is too steep to the upside, sell. Iceman. So it's not like I held my entire position the whole time. I would buy some more and sell. I would buy back what I sold, sell, buy more, sell, buy more. And yeah, I probably lost a couple of cents on the way by doing that on those momentum lots, but that's the way you have to trade these setups because that's the way you play defense. Bella. Yeah, but you're massaging the answer. Junior was just asking in its purity, how do you sort of tell how to take a momentum trade off into a steep move? And your answer is, well, I'm doing both. I'm core trading it and I'm momentum trading it. His question is, if he's momentum trading it, how would he know whether it's the top or how to take it off? So there is an answer to that, and it goes back to many years ago when I used to trade internet stocks. And the way we learned to take things off, you would actually hear things on our desk like this. In a really good stock, you know when it's done because you can see the difference. One of the most common expressions heard on our desk while we were momentum trading internet stocks was, and I can still hear the guy behind me in my ear, that's no up move I ever saw before. And then he used much more colorful words, which I can't repeat. But he was watching the way stocks were going up, and he noticed that they weren't going up the same way. They were not making as strong of an up move as previously. And then the other way to get out was that the move was so much steeper than we had seen before that there's too much risk to hold it anymore. So those were some of the ways guys would get out. Iceman. So your stock went up 20 cents, drops 5 cents, goes up 20 cents, drops 5 cents, goes up 30, 40 cents, and then it goes up 2 points and then I'm out. Or you can offer some up to get down to a core on the rest. SMB trader. You kind of answered my question because I just started with 200 shares. I find that when I get out of my first 100 and take some risk off, I don't want to overtrade to get back in. I don't want to be giving away the profit that I'm making on the other 100 shares. Maybe like you said, I have to lose a little, but I'd like to make a little more. Iceman. Just because you took off 100 doesn't mean you have to try to force the other lot back on. You have to wait till the pattern resumes where you added in the first place, and that will give you an opportunity. Because what's the pattern? People try to sell, they lose, they try to sell again, and they lose. Once they start winning, that's a different pattern. At first you are scared, then you get used to the ride, then you start having fun. Iceman. You guys have to try this, and it has to work for you a couple of times. Then you'll be into it. It's scary a little bit when you first start making these trades, but you have to try it. Live on the wild side. Come in one day where you're like, I just don't care, and then try it. And if it works, the next time you'll care and you'll know it works. You have to see the potential of these stocks, and if you lose, don't say that it's too much and that you can't handle it. You can handle it. Trading is a game of math. If the risk-reward is favorable, take the trade even if your downside is more than you usually allow. Bella? Well, you have more guts than the ordinary trader to be able to deal with the rips that are inevitably going to come from trading this strategy. Iceman. Yeah, but if you think about it mathematically, it's just risk-reward. It's just like any other trade. It's not like you're being reckless by taking it. The difference is that you have to not be reckless by taking it. You can't just be like forcing the setup when it's not there because these stocks are thin on the open, less liquid, and if you're wrong, you have to get out. And you have to get out fast or you will get really hurt. You must have a plan. You're very reactive when trading these setups, but that's because you've visualized the way it ought to move. If you see it, you're going to take the trade, but you have to just react because you'll miss it, and then your risk becomes higher than it really is. When you are wrong, exit fast. Bella, that's good. That's one of the improvements from last month. Some of the guys were trading the high beta stocks on the open more so and more profitably than previously. You guys showed some more guts like Iceman. Iceman. Yeah, Priceline today offered awesome opportunity on the open. I caught a quick 4 points on that one. Bella, who's better than you? Traders laugh and leave the training room. Postscript. Iceman is one of the most valuable trades on our desk. He runs our college training program and our Russian mentoring program. He keeps our traders loose, enjoying each trading session. He recognizes that trading and the life of being young in NYC is a privilege we should make the most of. When he sees a setup, he just goes for it. He teaches all of us the importance of having fun, taking necessary controlled risk, and adding value to the others around us. 10. Gman, trading is not easy. Gman is one of the best intraday traders on the street. I trained him. He became a CPT in the style I taught him. But here's what's fascinating. Although he still incorporates everything important that I taught him, he doesn't trade the way I trained him anymore, which is to say that even though he's retained the crucial elements that all traders need to master, he has found his own completely different style. And what a style it is. What lessons can we learn from Gman? Well, for starters, trading isn't easy. Even star traders have to adapt and find new ways to consistently pull money from the markets. If you want to win, you better be prepared to fight. Most important, in this chapter we focus on how great coaching turned this recognized trader into the best trader Gman could be. First, a little more about Gman. If we stepped onto the set of a Colombian soap opera, we could easily find Gman there. The hair of a weatherman, matinee idol looks, that big smile, but when you watch him trade most days, he is a bundle of stress. Gman attacks trading more with the response system of a professional wrestler. Colombian Chopmaster could be his wrestling stage name than the engineer he studied to be. We have had to get him outside coaching to work on that. Gman lives in a world of extremes, between seeking competition and fun. Is Gman competitive? He would bite the head off a market maker and step all over the remains if that is what it took. I have actually heard him say something similar on our trading desk on numerous occasions. Bella, if I ever run into the dumb-ass market maker in has, it's not going to be pretty. He will fight his market competitors until he wins, and if he loses, he wears around a look of pained misery. I stay away from him on these days. Not even a, hey Gman, what's up? He starts so chill in the AM, but then can turn into one wound too tight. Gman's trader speak expresses his competitiveness. Here you go. 1. The boat is loaded. He is very long a position. 2. The boat is tilted. This position better work. 3. That is a piker trade. Do not make that trade again. 4. Get out of there, you cockroach. Stop selling the stock. Gman's life is one continual competition. Brian Shannon coaxed Gman into a hike up Mount Whitney. Elevation 14,505 feet. To prepare, Gman didn't just go for a few jogs and maybe cut back on the Brooklyn loggers like most before the big climb. He strapped on a backpack of 30 pounds and walked up and down the 34 flights of stairs at his apartment building for 90 minutes, 5 days a week, sometimes coaxing an SMB trader like Prep to partake. Previously, when Gman was determined to get in better shape, he didn't go to the gym or hit the weights or maybe take some spin classes for a few months. He did that omnipresent infomercial insanity workout, burning about 1,000 calories a workout. Here's another one. Gman took one of our traders to go play racquetball. The guy was a former ranked racquetball player from one of those countries where they really care about the sport. They didn't just go and play for an hour and grab a few Michelob Ultras. It was a 2-hour, winner-take-all session with premium scotches paid by the loser. I didn't see Gman on the desk that next day. Now, let's be clear. Gman isn't always 100% fight. If there's fun or the possibility of fun and any chance for Gman to get to it, he does. Whether that means a 2.5-hour, post-10 p.m. car service to Atlantic City or a cross-country flight out west to catch a college football game with a buddy, Gman finds a way. I have sitting on my trading desk a bottle of Cakebread Cellars Sauvignon Blanc from Gman's last impulsive weekend trip to Napa Valley. He, without fail, leads the street in emails from the airport about last-minute flights to Vegas. Gman's trading career has not been a clean ascending uptrend to outsized profits. Yes, there was Gman being recognized as a top 2 trader under 30, as reported by Yahoo Finance. Yes, he was named a partner at SMB, but his trading journey, now over 5 years, is one of perseverance, paid outside coaching, and concerted effort to step outside of his comfort zone. As Ray Dalio has said, when we encounter pain, we are at an important juncture in our decision-making process. The ride to his stature takes work, better called rehearsal ethic, great coaching, improvement of your methodology, trading system, struggle, building from your strengths, self-doubt, firm support, high character, and the inner will of a trading warrior. Let's study Gman to find out how he relearned to outperform as a trader. You are going to be surprised at how difficult it all was, and how adaptive of his trading system and psychology Gman had to be. Traders need great coaching. I stood in a packed room in downtown Singapore doing a preview with SMB Capital for the U.S. equities training program I built for their retail traders. It is custom in Singapore to do a free 90-minute preview, giving a taste of what students could learn before they make a commitment. Fighting punishing jet lag that made me feel like I had been drugged, I stressed the importance of coaching. I have a coach. Gman, our head trader, has a coach. In fact, he has recently, after 5+ years of trading, made his most progress because we hired a highly paid elite coach to work with him. Our firm works with 3 coaches presently that help our traders. Moreover, every trader is assigned a mentor. In fact, the trader is paired with the mentor most likely to help them. Why? There is little evidence of elite performers reaching their potential without great coaching. Matthew Sid discusses this in his great book Bounce. Everyone in the room stared at me in disbelief. You could almost hear them thinking, he has a coach. Gman has a coach. I thought they were successful traders. Why would a successful trader need a coach? Let's study some elite performers because traders are, at their most basic, just elite performers, and learn about their coaching so that we can put to rest any feeble-mindedness that traders don't need continuous great coaching. I nominate a look at my favorite athlete, Phil Mickelson, perhaps the second best golfer in the world. He makes more than $40 million a year. He is so rich that he just bid for a stake in the San Diego Padres. He has won multiple majors. He certainly doesn't need a coach, right? No, he employs a team of coaches who help make him better. Here is a quick summary of the instructors Mickelson employs that help him improve each facet of his game. He employs a putting mentor, Dave Stockton. He hired a short game tutor, Dave Pells. He has one teacher who works on his long swing, Butch Harmon, famous for building Tiger Woods' first swing. He has a caddy, Bones, whom he consults before every shot, like pilot and co-pilot discussing the best flight path. He pays for a physical trainer, Sean Cochran, who helped him lose 20 pounds. Mickelson's personal regimen consisted of increasing flexibility and power, eating 5 smaller meals a day, doing aerobic training, and carrying his own golf bag. He works with a mental counselor, Julie Ilian, whom he credits with helping him overcome bad weather and rough conditions to finish T2 at the British Open. Mickelson even has been receiving advice from 2011 PGA Championship winner Keegan Bradley on a new putting technique with a belly putter. The guy has a lot of coaches. If an elite performer like Mickelson has so many coaches, then why don't you as a trader? It's not just Mickelson who employs multiple coaches. Many players, like Mickelson, now have more than one coach, said Mike Bender, the longtime coach for the 2007 Masters champion, Zach Johnson. Bender likened the support crew around Johnson to something from NASCAR. Bender called himself the mechanics guy, but noted that Johnson had a mental coach, a putting coach, a fitness coach, and a caddy who has significant say, too. Top hedge funds and bank traders globally employ personal coaches for their top traders. I've had numerous conversations throughout the years with seven-figure traders whose trading had gone off the tracks and needed a coach to get them back online. I have seen the positive impact coaches have had on my traders even after I trained them. The best practice I found was at multiple hedge funds that offered a list of coaches, specializing in different niches, that any trader can work with. When I visited a top U.S. hedge fund in Greenwich, Connecticut, I couldn't believe there was a gym at the facility with personal trainers available. This place was so much about performance that even in their bathroom hung performance tips. A posted op-ed on the inaccurate calorie listings at fast food joints was right there for reading above a urinal. But of course there was. Health and physical condition improve personal performance, so those resources were provided. Elite performers need great coaches, and if you want to become an elite trader, well, you need a coach too. I remember the email coming in. I remember where I was. I remember that feeling that overcame me. The worry. The concern. That physical reaction that told me we had to act. In one good trade, I wrote about Gman trying to quit 8 months into his trading career. I didn't let him. The rest became history. Now I write in this book that Gman tried to quit again maybe 2 years ago. There were family responsibilities back home. His workload for our education arm, SMBU, was filling his off-trading hours. He wasn't trading very well. He was burnt out. He wrote a very long email explaining a planned move out west and why. A proper and emergency response consumed every minute of my time for the next 2 weeks. I sequestered myself for hours at a time in my personal war room, my office. I was in full-blown crisis mode. What was going on here? Was this just a bad moment at a bad time? Was he truly unhappy and ready to move on? What makes Gman great, his competitiveness, also breeds emotional higher highs and lower lows when compared to most other people. Was this just a lower low that I needed to help Gman manage? Solution-focused therapy. Having read most of Dr. Steenbarger's blogs and books, and having worked with him, I am schooled in his philosophy of solution-focused therapy. In Dr. Steenbarger's words, solution-focused therapy avoids the pitfalls noted above by redefining the aims of the helping process. When traders seek psychological advice, they typically frame their request as, "Can you help me get rid of X?" where X is a problem pattern in trading. Their aim is to eradicate a conflict, habit, or mood state, which they have interpreted as their problem. Solution-focused work does not seek to eliminate such negatives. Rather, it identifies people's goals, the positives they wish to attain, and the ways in which they are already achieving these, even in limited fashion. The idea is not to do less of problem X, but to do more of solution Y. Educated in this mindset, I thought, what could we do to help Gman? I made a list. 1. Stop fading. Gman was fading too much, which caused him too much stress while trading. We could work with his trading coach to trade more of his best setups. 2. Lighten his workload. He had too much on his plate for SMBU. 3. Go home, Gman. He needed to go spend some time with his family. 4. Play. Gman needed an outdoors outlet in NYC. Remember, happiness precedes success. 5. SMB get better. Our desk needed to trade better to add more value to his trading. 6. Emotional checkup. Gman still required help with the higher highs and lower lows as a trader. A plan for improvement with his coach should be discussed. It takes a village. Gman needed help. Even as talented a trader as he is, this is a game that requires support for many of the best. The tricky thing here for a prop desk partner is that you have to trust the coach. Partners can get used to being in control and making things better themselves. The coach cannot tell you what he is working on with Gman or what Gman and coach are discussing. That is a breach of privacy between coach and player. But you must communicate with the coach about your ideas for improvement. You work with the trader daily and know him best after all, and get those thoughts placed in front of the trader in order for him to recognize them. So a dance began. Spencer and I would send issues for Gman's trading coach to work on, along with examples of any self-destructive trading. The coach would place these issues on which to work and others in front of Gman, who had no idea we were involved in his coach therapy. Gman would come with his own set of fixes, and the coach would measure those against the feedback he was getting from us. We all had one goal: to help Gman become his best trader. There were many "Why is Gman still fading?" emails that we sent to his coach. Gman got crushed today on the open fading the market SBT&C. He has been trading well, but this is another example of him fading the market against his self-interest. He should be up 3K right now, but is down over 4K. These are huge swings that materially affect his P&L. There were many Gman is doing better, no. Emails back from his coach. It appears to me that Gman has settled into a steady, productive trading pattern with decreased emotional volatility. Is that an accurate take on things? After one such email that elicited a WTF, Doc, Spencer and I talked about a response. Spencer pointed to Gman's continual cursing and banging, which basically meant I had to calm down the almost always calm Spencer for the price of employing Gman's coach. And then Spencer would acknowledge improvement in certain areas of Gman's trading in a return email. His fading has decreased, but still seeing the usual banging cursing on the desk. Not sure if that is just an emotional release and not harmful to his trading. The crisis worsens. Right after Gman had tried to quit the desk again, he had a horrible day. Steve was concerned about how Gman would respond. Not sure what is going to happen with Gman after today. Finished down around 7K with tickets. There was a big cluster today with locates, as ABN sent the wrong file to LS, so everything was hard to borrow. Market cracked, but said he couldn't get short enough stuff. Asked him why he didn't use options and said the account was locked out. I responded, spent some time talking with him. I am sure he is down. Also talked to the desk about being in the right stocks. All you can do is teach them. Then the next day, with all of us on full alert, Gman rebounded. His coach was following Gman's progress. Sounds like he may be recovering emotionally and dollar a bit today. Steve responded. He bounced back so far, up 3K. I spoke to the desk before the open on working with each other more. It was a good talk, and then something I said happened exactly as I discussed, so that was nice. I followed up with a short email of encouragement to Gman. Remember, praise the resilience, not the result. Good turnaround today. Love seeing that. Enjoy the weekend. Gman hung in there and started to make progress. Let's see how. How Gman improved his trading methodology. I asked Gman to provide his take on his coaching experience. Here it is. 1. First thing was identifying what I wanted to change to improve my performance. We came up with 5 things. Eliminating the one big rip a month. Eliminating small, unnecessary losses, forcing my way into stocks that were not ready, getting myself frustrated when things wouldn't trade cleanly, or if I was overtrading. Eliminating all possible stress in positions not ready. And lastly, building on my strengths to increase the performance of the winners. 2. To eliminate the one big rip a month, we worked at identifying triggers that led me to make poor decisions. This one took a ton of work and has made a pretty big difference. 3. A lot of the conversations led me to break down all the plays in my playbook to analyze which ones were the most profitable with the least amount of stress. Those with the most amount of stress were eliminated altogether from my day trading account. 4. Figured out that those that provide the most stress could be played on a different time frame with different risk settings and trade rules, and started trading those via options. That has helped a ton with my numbers. 5. Curbing overtrading and reducing all the little losses was a challenge, and these adjustments led me to concentrate in developing the pullback trade with a set of rules that worked for my style. It allows me to use the skills I have developed, but, more importantly, to trade while I have the momentum on my side so there is no stress in those positions, and trade them with conviction. 6. While talking about my strengths, I realized that a lot of the overtrading triggered feelings of uncertainty, and lack of conviction in my trading. Now I'm much more comfortable just laying out huge risk, money-wise, but allowing myself to let a stock work its way to my targets. 7. Continuously work on stepping outside my comfort zone size-wise gradually to continue to grow, but doing so in a progressive manner to avoid growing too fast without a solid base for handling the swings in P&L, etc. Gman and I talked about his assessment, and I asked him if he would expand on his answer. I thirsted for more. Working with a high-level problem at a crucial time in his development is the ultimate learning experience for me, and now you. Big rip. I realized one way to improve my numbers was to eliminate the 1-2 big rips a month. They accounted to about 35–40% reduction of monthly P&L. There was a pattern as to how I would put myself in a big hole. 1. Fading the market and trading with a bias. 2. Trading on tilt after missing a play. I spent a ton of time building a position but getting worn out if the play wasn't clean. 3. Going on tilt trying to buy a pullback when the pullback was too extreme. 4. Going on tilt was the easiest thing to fix as I just developed a way to look at the market using hourly charts that made sense to me. Fading market moves has just not been part of my playbook since. 5. Still a work in progress, but I have found a way to keep myself on these ideas using the swing account and the options account. 6. This one was a trade I really liked and thus took some serious work looking into how to develop a strategy to help me trade those pullbacks. The process was more or less the following. 1. I went back and studied 2 years of data looking at pullback trades. Serious grunt work that sucked big time. 2. Obviously, without the tape for each play, I needed a way to look at those charts and find something to work. 3. After many weekends of looking at the 300+ charts, I started to find the similarities and patterns. The pullback trade eventually came from that. Most might be surprised at how little Gman talked about the work that was done to improve his weaknesses before reading this chapter. It was mostly his coach taking Gman as he was and building from his strengths and trying to minimize the effect his weaknesses had on his trading. Gman continued. Well, what was causing anxiety and getting me on tilt was related to plays in which I would start building a position based on the most recent history of the stock levels on charts, tape, etc. And then always puking the position, often giving back a ton of money of what I'd already made or just digging myself in a hole. The anxiety would come when the stock would eventually turn its momentum and start doing what I thought it would do. So yes, I had to work to identify what was causing stress in my trading, and we thought there would be 2 approaches to the issue. 1. Working mentally to handle those situations. 2. Adjusting the playbook so that I could wait until the momentum was back in my favor at the expense of worse prices. Lower size, but often way less risk and no anxiety. That's how the rules of the pullback trade came about. Gman's pullback trade from his playbook is presented in detail later in this chapter. Remember how tough trading is. You may have read the preceding sections and judged Gman as a lesser trader because of his 2x threat to quit and his trading struggles. If so, we need to work on resetting your mindset. Trading is a tough game. A good baseball manager once said that the most important thing to remember when coaching his players was how hard it was to play the game. Even good traders with a track record wake up one day and cannot make another dime. Even the best traders struggle and doubt and need to make improvements to adjust to ever-changing markets. There is a fine line, even for the successful trader, from underperforming to reaching new levels of success. There is also confusion among traders about the value coaching and mentoring can add to their game. All traders learn mostly from themselves. They review their work, they think about their trading, and they figure out things for themselves. But do not mistakenly conclude from this that a coach and mentor cannot make you better. Yes, you do most of the work to make yourself better. But it's also a fact, born from what I've experienced and witnessed over the years, that a coach and mentor can help you reach levels of greatness that you could never reach alone. I received the following email that encapsulates just how truly difficult this game of trading is when you don't have any direction or guidance. This email is an incredibly insightful sharing of just how brutal this game of trading can be. When I received the email and read it, I just sat at my desk thinking, wow. Afterward, let's try an exercise together and look at some solutions that could have changed this trader's fate. Are you ready? This is a root canal of trader misery. I just incurred my last big loss today. Here is my situation. 1. Over 8 years I have lost approximately $40,000. And it might be more, depending on how much I can eventually sell my worthless penny stocks for, enough to give my daughter's education a boost, enough to have money to live on for a few months, enough to buy a nice car cash, enough to pay for the best trader education out there. 2. I have shown over 8 full years that I have zero skill as a trader. More than that, I have shown an absolutely uncanny ability to lose money in all time frames, in all situations, all instruments. Longer-term swing trading, day trading, long, short, trend, fade. Lose, lose, lose. My estimate is that more than 70% of my trades have been losers, maybe more than 80%. I didn't always keep statistics, and my dollar loss per losing trade FAR overshadows my profit per winning trade. My average loss might be 5 times the size of my average win. I am possibly one of the worst traders ever, just statistically. The numbers are what they are. But still, there's always tomorrow. I know I can turn it around, bull. It's just amazing how I can fool myself day after day and now year after year to get up the next day with an optimistic, go-get-'em tiger attitude. Well, no more of that. I can't let myself lose anymore. It's over. This was a dream for so long, to be able to sit in my house, right here at my computer, and make money. To not be dependent on anyone, not have to answer to anyone. I wanted it so very badly. This hurts like hell. I've spent thousands of hours reading, studying, looking at charts, watching webinars. I have over 50 books on trading and investing, and I've read all but about 3 of them. That Neely book on Elliott wave theory was tough. Now I need to get a second job. 3. Most of my losses have come because I simply can't implement what I think is a decent strategy. Here's why. A. I'm utterly incapable of getting out of losing trades. This has cost me 80% of the money I've lost. I'm still in about 8 penny stocks in which I'm down 90% or more. That says something. I've called myself in 1,000 times for not getting out of losers immediately, and every day I say I'm gonna do it, but I never do. Just today I did it several times. I mean, for sake. I was screaming at myself just yesterday for this. Even on the rare occasions when the trade eventually turns my way, I lose because if I would have gotten out of my original losing trade for a small loss, I could have made 2 winning trades as the market moved away from and then back toward that original position. And so often I'm so grateful to be breaking even that I get out right at that break-even point. Then I watch the market continue on in the desired direction without me. B. At the same time, I'm just as incapable of letting my winners run. So many times I've gotten out with a $40 or $50 winner, only to see the trade keep going and going in my direction to where I could have had a $500 winner. You can't do A or B and be profitable, let alone both. It's just not possible. C. This is probably a corollary of B. But I have a rule that says if I get into a trade and nothing happens after X amount of time, if I have just a small gain or loss, my premise is wrong. I made the trade because I thought it would go my way, right? And I should get out. I think I might have done this correctly a couple of times, total over hundreds of trades. Instead, I sit waiting to get killed, operating on hope. Just 1 more minute, 30 more seconds. D. This goes along with A and B as a classic blunder. When I'm losing, I will sometimes add to the trade rather than getting out. Not every time, but not all that infrequently either. That is, and I can prove it, the very best way of all to become poor. E. I trade angry, and when I do that I forget the rules and I go big. It hurts to write this one, just like my final $700 loss hurt this afternoon. F. I trade way too often. For God's sake, 30, 40 contracts a day. Are you kidding me? I should have traded maybe 5 round trips of 1 contract each per day. G. Related to E above, I don't wait for good, high probability setups. I outline what they are in my trading strategy, but I just get caught up in the moment and only use some of the entry criteria. H. I trade too big. I should have had a strict rule to trade just a single contract to this point, but once or twice I've traded as many as 4, and a couple times a week I trade 3. I never mean to, I just let the demons get a hold of me, and suddenly I look up and I'm in 2 or 3 contracts. Nuts. I can't handle the heat. I act like a maniac, screaming at the top of my lungs. I get sullen and petulant. I get down on myself. So when it comes to pulling the trigger on that setup that failed the last 2 times, I chicken out, and that's when it would have made me money. Jay, I need to be right. Deep down, I'd guess my ego would rather be right than profitable, and I often let it drive. Another of the deadly trader sins. I literally have all of them. K. My execution is at times sloppy. I've bought more when I meant to sell, shorted when I meant to buy. I had my order entry platform set to limit order when I wanted to do a market order, didn't buy the right number of shares, and on and on. I'm strictly in the minor leagues in terms of performance and execution. This, after reading 2 of Dr. Steenbarger's books and reading tens of thousands of pages of blog posts, studies, strategies, and more. I continue to trade between 11:30 a.m. and 1:30 p.m. When I know that's the hardest time for me. I usually win in the morning but can't get my bearings when volatility drops off. I keep the statistics. I trade tired. So tired. I work evenings, getting to bed sometimes at 5 a.m. or later Eastern Time, then I'm up at 9:25 a.m. Not even 4.5 hours. I take a nap generally between noon and 2 p.m., but it's still not enough and not the same as sleeping straight through. Plus, I generally stumble to my computer 30 seconds before the bell. I prepared the night before, but still, I really need more time to check out the landscape in the morning. But I need to sleep more. So, my intense desire to trade has put me in a situation where I can no longer trade. Goodbye, trading. You taught me quite a lot about myself, and much of that was not so good. After reading this email, you might think there is no way this guy could have been a profitable trader. Perhaps. But what if we applied some good coaching and mentoring to this allegedly hopeless trader? Look, I get despondent emails from traders just like this gentleman, so I know many of you reading this have had thoughts similar to this former trader. Let's revisit his email, but this time I will plug in some commentary as if I were mentoring him directly. Consider how much different his mindset, career, might have been with each typical trading flaw. Issue 1. Wouldn't it have been better for you to invest in quality training that would have given you a foundation to build from instead of ripping up 40K without direction? Penny stocks. Those are very dangerous, illiquid, often manipulated stocks not for the new trader. What would your career look like today if you had started with a solid educational base? If you had invested in this education, every month, every day, every trade would have been different. At worst, a good training program would have kicked you on to a new venture after 8 months of learning but clear inability to execute. Issue 2. You have a resilient personality. Great. This is a wonderful trait for a trader to have, and it could have served you very well with a proper trading base. But ask yourself, what if you had kept statistics consistently? What if you had found a time frame that was best for you and with a type of setup in which you were profitable? If you had, you would have seen that time frame as a way to build on profitable setups while excluding the unprofitable losers. You clearly have a passion for trading. That is rare, even among many who try to trade. We can do so much with this. Issue 3A. In my firm, we have a simple rule that all traders must adhere to. If you cannot get out of losing trades, you must trade on the demo until you can. What would your live start have looked like if you had worked on this skill before risking real money? Issue 3B. Develop a playbook. Understand your A+ setups. Develop reasons to sell for these best setups. Work on holding your trades until these reasons appear. Judge these trades, win or loss, not by how much money you made, but by how you followed your plan of not selling until there was a reason to sell. Issue 3C. I love that you have identified a time stop as a reason to exit. This is excellent. Come up with more specific criteria for your time stops. For example, if a stock does not move in 30 minutes for XYZ trade, I will exit. Issue 3D. Never double down. Paul Tudor Jones never doubles down. If that is good enough for him, it ought to be for you. After all, he trades billions more in products than you. If you are caught doubling down on our desk, our risk manager will put you on demo for 3 days. Issue 3E. We all get angry at times. There is nothing wrong with getting upset. Try to recognize when you are irate as a trader. When you recognize you are on tilt, get up and go for a 10-minute walk. Do not return until you have changed your brain chemistry from mad to neutral. Issue 3F. You should not trade more than 5 contracts a day until you are profitable trading 4 contracts a day. You do not increase your trading until you are profitable at a lesser level. Issue 3G. I would ask that you develop a plan for yourself to rid your trading of the setups that were too stressful and unprofitable, like Gman did with his coach. Issue 3H. If you violate your sizing rules again, you must be disciplined. If you were to do this at our firm, you would be placed on demo for at least 3 days. A risk manager would watch you when you traded live. If you did it again, you would be placed on the demo immediately. It appears that you, like many other traders, would benefit from someone observing your trading so you do not act against your self-interest. This is why pro teams have coaches. When a player is hurting the team, he is pulled from the game. You may need a coach to pull you from the game when you are hurting your team, in this case, your trading account. Issue 3I. Well, you're not making money, you're not sleeping. I would act that way too. That seems very rational to me. What is not rational is you are not taking the steps necessary to provide more hope. Issue 3J. You're not the first trader with a need to be right. I can spot these guys on the first day of training, and I have trained bushels of them. It is terrific work that you have identified this as an issue. It would be helpful for you to work with a trading psychologist with some of that $40K to learn why being right is important to you. I spent $2K on a bunch of sessions with a noted psychology coach for one of my traders and turned an unprofitable trader into a profitable one in 3 months. The first step is to recognize and understand why you are the way you are. A few sessions with a trading psychologist would be invaluable. Issue 3K. In our training program, the SMB Foundation, we have our traders practice entering orders for 10 minutes a day, every day until they are fast. You are an electronic trader. You cannot be slow and error-prone. It is like being a concert pianist and thinking it's okay to mess up during a live performance. It's not. Practice entering your orders. Issue 3L. Set a stop loss of 30% of your intraday loss limit for any time period in which you underperform. We have been doing this on the open consistently and have seen an improvement in firm P&L. Issue 3M. So much new research shows that college athletes do better with more sleep. 9 hours is better than 8, and 8 hours is better than 7. You spent 4 years never learning how well you could perform because you were not in an optimal cognitive state. Spencer would have simply told you to get a good night's rest each night. From my seat, I see a very hardworking, passionate, and resilient trader with some good screen time under his belt. But I also see someone who has 8 years of trading data that is irrelevant because he never obtained proper training, didn't have good coaching and mentoring, and could have performed much better with some tweaks. If this trader were on my desk, I would cool him down. He is burning too hot to have sent me similar emails without the definitive quitting part. One day as I was leaving the office to grab a fruit salad, for some reason they have the world's best fruit salad on the street, I overheard 2 SMB traders doubting their ability and chances of success because of a 4-day streak of underperformance. I immediately changed my fructose overload plans and interjected balance to the negatively charged conversation. One of our better young traders, MQP, sometimes needs a few moments of chilling as I listen to her conclude her trading is the worst, when in fact she is just going through predictable growing pains. I am not guaranteeing that a good coach and mentor could have saved this trader's career. Most traders fail. But you can see quickly there was so much help to give that could have turned around his trader experience. Remember prep and all he needed to correct. Solutions exist for almost all of your trading issues. Unfortunately, we will never know with this trader, but I can say this: never be in that position yourself. ARG, insufficient trader training. The following email from a trader fired me up in the bad way. Consider it a sad anecdote of a failed trader. It is such a depressing commentary on the substandard training at trading firms and from trading educators. So many consider themselves to be failed pro traders who ought not to. Instead, the real issue is that they never were professional traders, which means, I can't say this enough, they were traders who did not receive proper training and ongoing coaching. They are part of a trader graveyard reared by the churn and burn shops and insufficient trader training. Hey Mike, we talked a while ago about how your book One Good Trade has helped me and my 5 friends on the trading desk at our prop trading firm. I have been trading for about 12 months total and about 6 months live. I have found that your website, blogs, and tweets during the day have really helped me excel my trading curve. My prop trading firm is more of a do-it-yourself type of firm, and I feel in trading to succeed you need a mentor to guide you through all the ups and downs of the market. Therefore, I came to realize that you, your blog, and SMB Capital have been more of a mentor than my firm in general. I don't think that is right at all. If I want to be successful, I have to find the place, environment, and people that are going to help me achieve that. I would be grateful if you took a look at my attached resume, because I have conviction that your firm has the resources I need to become a successful intraday trader. I responded, please send me your trading runs for the past 4 months. Thanks for the interest. He got back to me. His results, not good. 1K down days, almost no positive days, and never even a hint of progress in 4 months worth of data. I was reading abnormal returns. Winning strategies from the front lines of the investment blogosphere, in which Tadas Viscanta tackles the issue of the failure rate of a professional trader. Barry Ritholtz, the #1 finance blogger in the United States, with his blog called The Big Picture and author of the compelling book Bailout Nation, compared the difficulty of becoming a professional trader with that of a professional athlete, clarifying that it was easier to be a pro trader but still very challenging. The trader just described should not be considered in the failure statistics. Let me explain why. 1. He was not a professional trader. He was a guy who sat in front of a computer at an arcade offering a rental service. You rent my space and my computers for commissions on your trades. It is like a bunch of buddies getting together and renting the basketball floor at Madison Square Garden for a few hours of pickup ball. That does not make them professional basketball players. 2. How exactly do you lose $1,000 in a trading day when you have not shown an ability to make money? That is irresponsible, unprofessional, and unacceptable. Who the hell was allowing this newbie to rip it up like this? Given his results, this trader's intraday loss limit should have never risen above $150. 3. What was gained from this experience? The gentleman still does not know how to trade. He learned almost nothing from this experience. This is sad. 4. I have read most of the overly negative trading forums complain that training is not worth the cost. Stick this anecdote in those forum posts, please. Forum's poor advice contributed to the useless trading start of this newbie. It's obvious that this person really wanted to be a trader. So what happened? He wasted a year and well over $25,000 failing at his passion while having no chance to succeed. There is too much data in the marketplace for a newbie to know where to start without guidance. As I have written before, to become great at anything requires coaching. Don't forget, Phil Mickelson has a team of coaches for his golf game. So in this most challenging market, you have almost no chance without a wonderful support system helping you improve every day. 5. There will be traders who are trained well but still fail. There will in fact be a lot. Not everyone can do it. Just like millions play golf, pay for lessons, and never make the PGA Tour. Just like hundreds of millions grow up playing soccer and never play for Manchester United. But if trading is your passion, why not give yourself the best chance to succeed? Why not really learn how to trade? Why not learn the work you must do daily to improve? Why not learn how good you can be as a trader? Why not surround yourself with other pro traders who can offer mentorship? You really want to be like this newbie. And if you give your passion your best effort, are trained well, and fail well, then that was still an experience worth having. Some use the objection that they do not have the money for great coaching or mentoring. Unfortunately, as you will see, the market always requires tuition. There is always a market tuition. Here are 2 common refrains that I hear repeated from aspiring traders. I don't have the money for a good coach, and good coaching is not worth the money. It can cost $120,000 to go to law school. It can cost $100,000 to get an MBA. The best undergraduate degrees may run you even more. Private school on the Upper West Side can run you $40K a year, grades 112. There are many different ways to start your trading career. You can go it alone, you can go with a firm that offers quality support, or you can join an arcade that offers the cheapest of the cheap commissions with zero support. Regardless of which you choose, a truth remains. The market will always require tuition. I have had the pleasure of getting to know Michael Martin over the past few years. Hands down, he is one of my favorite trading educators on the street. And it is so entertaining when he shares his stories about the other great traders he knows. He is a Wikipedia of trading anecdotes. I will share a line from him that sticks in my head, but first a little more background. Michael Martin in one off-the-cuff remark to me at the other side of Wall Street book party for Todd Harrison of Minonville obliterated this thinking. Michael said, "The market requires tuition from everyone." Michael, author of The Inner Voice of Trading, lost 25% of his capital when he started trading on his own, even with guidance from the trading tribe, founded by trading legend Ed Seykota. Howard Linzon, who has taught me more about entrepreneurship by just reading his blog and following his tweets than anyone else on the web, talks openly about the bumps and bruises every new trader must endure even if he's receiving superior mentoring. See the stock twit's edge. I started at a firm that did not offer the trading education that technology, social media, and the explosion of trader education now allows. This set back my learning curve. I did not pay for training, but I certainly paid my tuition to the market by struggling for too long to make money and an overly generous split of my trading profits to my trading firm. I get too many emails from those who try to start trading alone, who have needlessly ripped up too much money and worse yet, have learned very little in 8 months of tuition payments trading losses to the market. You can catch me on Stone Street having lunch with such a person periodically. I also get an upsetting number of emails from traders at firms who did not pay for tuition, received insufficient training, and now are looking for mentorship. Sometimes I get the impression that I am teaching some traders at other firms more than their firms, just with a few emails, our blog posts, and G-chats. I respond to every email sent to me seeking trading guidance. It is the right decision for some to try to learn on their own. Some learn only on their own, some do not have access to quality education, and some are not the formal education type. But if this is your choice, understand that you will still pay tuition to the market. Your trading losses almost certainly will be larger than if you received guidance. And if you start on your own and even do things the right way, you will pay your tuition by taking much longer to become consistently profitable. Further, you will not learn as much or be your best trader. As a partner, it is my obligation to push myself every day to learn more about the markets. Listening to other traders helps me grow. Befriending other traders makes me more valuable to the trading community and other traders. It is an uncomfortable test of stamina to fly across the world to Asia, but I learn. Adding color to this grind, I did a TV interview on the future of trading and HFTs when I first landed in Asia. I was sent the video. I watched it. I have no recollection of ever doing that interview. I have no idea how any of that happened since the first 3 days in Asia felt like some sleep deprivation torture tactic by our partners. It can be lonely to be away from my wife for a few weeks in a faraway land. You know they do not have ESPN or NESN or FOX Sports that plays American sports or YES in these places. But consider the opportunities like sitting at a private dinner overlooking Singapore, enjoying a traditional and delicious 8-course Chinese dinner with Jim Rogers discussing the world markets. We now exchange regular emails in which I always learn more than I give. That makes me more valuable to my traders. I work at sending out emails to those I don't know. Seth Freudberg kids. Bella's Rolodex is endless with Wall Street contacts. I work at learning different ways to look at the markets from other market participants. I work at setting up one-on-one lunches to consume trading knowledge. When I am asked to travel to give a presentation on trading, I pack my day with meetings with other traders in the city I am visiting. For my last 2-day visit to Chicago, I met with 16 separate people. Check my Twitter feed when I travel. Lessons from Singapore. During my latest teaching assignment in Singapore, I learned an important lesson. I was hungry and it was lunchtime, so I packed up my iPad and laptop, jammed them into my North Face backpack, and headed for the food court at the Raffles City Mall in downtown Singapore. I wanted some chicken rice, a favorite Singaporean dish or Malaysian dish favored by Singaporeans, depending on whom you ask. I picked my chicken rice vendor from a choice of 6, grabbed my tray, and started hunting for somewhere to sit and eat. It was quite crowded, so this would take some patience and recon. Finally, I found an empty table. This was my second time to Singapore, but I was still learning. I looked at my tray before I sat, noticing that I had no napkins. I have a habit, while on the road, of wiping down my utensils before I eat. New germs make you sick while away from home, and I wanted to avoid that. As I perused the table I had unearthed, I noticed 4 Watson's tissue packets on each corner of the table. This is awesome. Exactly what I was looking for. I opened one pack and wiped down my utensils. I opened another and blew my nose. If I were in Singapore telling this story to an audience right now, they would be laughing hysterically. In fact, I told this tale in front of 600 at the Suntech Conference Center and watched them laugh hysterically at me. You may not have gotten this joke on me yet if in the West. I certainly did not see anything wrong with my actions during the moment, but I had just made an uneducated cultural facts pass. Shortly after polishing off my soup, which led off the meal, 4 angry Singaporean women converged on me at my seat. They pointed to the tissue packets. "We saved these seats," the angriest said. "Would you please move?" scolded another. For such a polite culture, obviously I had done something to displease them. You see, apparently those tissue packets were not for me to wipe my utensils or blow my nose. They were placed on that table by these ladies to save those seats. You might say I was learning Singapore, but obviously had much more to learn. One of the trading lessons I will always remember came from a lecture by my good friend Robin Ho, one of the top traders in the Singapore market. I have urged in my writing to master the best setups, often clean trending moves, and also to not spend a great deal of time trying to master the shakeouts. For more supportive evidence, let me share the highlights of a lecture given by Robin. Robin and I both were keynote speakers at a conference for Phillip Capital clients in Singapore. I was flown down to Singapore to talk about the opportunities for the Asian investor in the US markets. I didn't know Robin, but I stood in the back during his presentation because I was suffering from 3 herniated discs and sitting was the worst option. Tired feet were better than constant pain in my back from the stress on my spine from sitting. Robin was up first to educate the Singapore retail clients on trades for their markets. Like Joe Fahmy, Howard Linzon, Michael Koval, and other classic trend traders, Robin showed trend trades. The charts were supermodel charts. They were in uptrends with clean channels. After 2 decades of trading, Robin had learned that trend trades were most worth his time. This is where he made his money. There was no talk of the shakeouts and getting back in. No one gets rich trading the shakes. Here was a star trader on the other side of the world, teaching his students what I teach. Build from the easiest patterns and focus on trends. Every day is an opportunity for continuing education. I paid for my trader education when I first started trading, and I pay for my continuing education with my time, travel expenses, lost income from missed trading days and lunch tabs. Why do I always have to pick up the tab? Not only must you pay tuition to the market to begin as a trader, but there will always be a cost for your continuing education. The bottom line is that we all need coaches and mentors to perform at our highest level. The idea that you don't need one is not supported by the elite performance data, nor from my experience training traders from scratch to becoming the best traders they could possibly be. So, for you as a trader, build your team of coaches who will support you every step of the way. Party time. Gman is having fun again, particularly utilizing our new proprietary trading platform GR8 Trade. He has reached another level with his trading. He is making longer-term plays and trading multiple trading accounts. He is trading multiple products, options, equities, and FX. He just stepped out of my office after briefing me on the 8 new algorithmic strategies he was studying with our quant support staff. Some of his strategies are already running live, but he made it to this point only after methodology scrubbing, rehearsal ethic, and good coaching. Make sure that you have the support system in place necessary for you to find out how good you can be as a trader. Let's end this section of the chapter with an example of Gman back to having fun with Iceman, and with the side benefit of you learning some SMB trading lingo. This is a transcript of a Facebook video Iceman and Gman did for the firm. Iceman: how's it going? Iceman here, trader at SMB Capital. I'm here with our head trader, Gil Mendez. So, here's Gil, and he's going to go ahead and break down the SMB trading lingo for us. Gman. Okay, it's important for you as a trader to have your lingo down. So first and foremost, the hundreds making in the hundreds of dollars are called the little bones or the baby bones. As you start getting to the thousands in trader P&L, we call them the G bones. When you reach the tens of thousands, they're called the big daddy stack bones. And when you start playing with the big daddy guys and you start cruising into the six figures, they're called the jumbo bones. And then, whenever you start getting pretty close to pushing the millions in P&L, you're in a whole different ball game. They're called the mega bones. So hopefully, along the way, you can join us over here at SMB Capital and join the fun on the desk and understand our little lingo. SMB created a new training program that's appropriate for the Singapore retail trader. We developed this training program with these challenges in mind. 1. The time difference. 2. The inability of most to watch their trading screens 10 hours a day. 3. The trader who does not have lightning-fast connectivity to the US markets. 4. The trader who does not have access to our low-commission structure. I worked for 3 months putting this program together. I asked Gman to share his favorite trade with Singapore and Asia Pacific. The feedback. Gman's trade that he shared with Singapore was by far the best. Here is the trade, the pullback trade from his playbook, that helped improve his trading game and that he presented via GoToMeetingCom to Singapore. It is a trade that you can learn to master on any time frame. It's an awesome trade by an elite trader and better person who has fought the fight, adapted, and employed some of the best trader coaches in the country to become his best trader. Gman's pullback trade. In August 2012, I visited Singapore to teach Singapore traders investors how to trade the US equities markets. This training program was presented with our partner SMB Capital. The following transcript is from a teaching session in which Gman was piped into our Singapore classroom to teach his favorite trade, the pullback trade. This trade can be adapted for all time frames. Scalping, intraday, swing, investing. For this trade review, I am going to scrap most trading highlights in the columns so as not to take attention from Gman's very detailed description. I will bold important trading principles so you do not miss any and for a better future review. Bella. Okay, good morning. So today's session should be shorter than yesterday's Herculean 7-hour session. Audience laughter. We are going to bring in one of my partners today, Gman, Gilbert Mendez, live from NYC. If you are a good trader, you must have a great nickname like Gman. Does anyone have a trader nickname yet? Audience laughter. So a couple of things about Gman. 1, he has always been someone who makes things better at our firm. I call this being a high-character trader. Instead of complaining about anything the firm does not provide and using that as an excuse for any underperformance, he just keeps adding value. I'm not sure you can be a successful trader without first being a high-character trader. He has gone through stretches as a trader where his confidence was very low and then found a way to come back even better. When I asked some of my traders to create a playbook trade for this training program, it was not surprising that Gman created the best setup for you to learn. It works well in a whole bunch of different time frames and yes, for those interested in making swing trades. Investors can even adopt this trade. Gman, as good a trader as he is, has had both ups and downs and has even tried to quit. Twice. A couple of years ago, Gman was named top 2 trader under 30. Now he is partner. You might be surprised to learn that Gman has a coach that helps him get better. He works with that coach every week. As good as he is, he always tries to be better. He must get better to last as a trader. One of the actual examples of Gman getting better is this pullback trade. Gman is a great tape reader, meaning he can watch the order flow and detect a stock's next direction. But to improve his P&L, Gman had to learn how to trade multiple positions. The other day during an event in Singapore, Gman was piped in to share his trading on the open. He had 21 overnight positions that he was managing while walking Singapore traders and investors through his trades. Audience looks at each other in amazement. To be able to handle that many overnight positions takes an evolution from an emphasis on tape reading to other indicators. On that note, let's bring him in. So Gman, are you there? Gman. I am here, Bella. All right, the stage is yours, Gman. All right, and good morning, Singapore. Let's get the party started. Audience laughs. I wanted to take some time to speak a little about what I call the pullback trade. Like Bella said, this is my favorite trade. Why? I can handle a really big portfolio of many different positions and time frames, and that allows me to manage my risk across intraday, multi-day, and even multi-week. So let's just get started. So about this trade, I look for what is called the second leg. What do I mean by that? Usually, there are institutions that like a stock, and they get in with very heavy volume and create an extreme price. A price that leaves the stock extended. And very often, it is very hard to trade the first leg just because you don't know the magnitude of that leg. You don't know how much the buyer has to commit, and it's easy for the buyer to shake you out of the position. It's difficult to manage your risk. Bella. Gman, can I ask you a quick question? Gman. Sure, Bella. So there are 2 things you can shed some light on for the Singapore trader. The first thing is that a lot of positions that you have been taking recently are overnight positions, and a lot of these positions originate from the pullback trade. Is that correct, Gman? That is 100% correct, Bella. The other day we saw you come in with 21 open positions. Gman. Right, Bella smiling. There is an objection that Singapore traders make. I cannot trade the US markets because of the 12-hour time difference. I have to, sleep. Audience laughs. These objections could be made in Australia, China, Japan, other parts of the ASEAN region like Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, and so on. Well, Gman is an example of somebody who is sleeping and trading since he holds so many overnight positions. And the other thing to note is that you really are managing a whole bunch of positions. You are managing 20 to 30 positions on a regular basis. Is that correct, Gman? That is correct. Bella. Okay, this is one of those trades that will help you manage a bunch of different stocks without watching them tick for tick and creating longer-term trades. Gman. The beauty of this trade is that you have to be patient with the setup and wait to get the signal for the trade to work. After you see the signal and make the trade, then just put your stop limit order in and you can go on about your day. Bella. Okay, great, Gman. All right. You can trade this with any time frame. Intraday, micro scalper, trend for the day, trend for the week, and even as an investment trade. One thing about this trade is this might take more than one try to enter, and that is something that you have to deal with. In this type of trade, I would actually prefer to lose some on the first trade because the second trade offers a better risk-reward. I will explain why in more detail later on. This trade can be used for scalping on a smaller time frame and swing trading. Basically, you can hold the position for 30 seconds, 4 minutes, 90 minutes, and or 1 to 3 days. Something that is counterintuitive for most traders is that you are never entering at the bottom of the pullback. You are always entering when the momentum is on your side. And a lot of people think that in trading you have to enter at the lowest entry to make the most amount of money, and that is not necessarily true. It is very difficult to pick the bottom of a trade without getting stopped out. Bella, I want to expand upon the point you just made about picking bottoms. So you sit there watching the tape, and you see a stock ticking lower to try and spot when and where you can get long. It is very difficult to forget after you enter a position how bad that stock looked when it was actually going down at the bottom. And if you are actually trying to capture the bottom of the stock, what is the memory that you have in your head? The most recent memory you have is that the stock is weak. It is so hard to shake this memory from your trading head after you enter, such that you have to fight your trading brain to sell this position too early. You have to have a conversation with yourself not to overvalue the memory of how weak that stock just was. If you buy at the bottom, your recent memory of the stock is it has gone lower and lower and lower, and it looks so bad. Stocks look the worst at the bottom. So that is one of the reasons why you want to see the stock turn. Because now if you see the stock turn, you don't have that thought in your head that the stock was so bad. And now the thought is the stock is turning up. You can get a lot bigger and hold longer in that position. When you buy that bottom, you inevitably sell too quickly because you cannot forget how bad the stock looked at the bottom. This is human nature. Does that make sense? When you try and buy the bottom, you are often wrong and get stopped out. When you buy the bottom and you are correct, you almost always sell too early because of the recent memory about how bad the stock just was. You are like, oh my God, I am in the money. Sell, 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 as Jim Cramer says. Audience laughs, this stock was so weak. I should take my money and run. But if you do this, then the math for this play doesn't work. Good point, Gman, Gman. Excellent. And one last point about this trade is that when you can combine the idea with tape reading, then you can load the boat with minimal risk. This really gives you the ability to take a lot more size with minimal risk. I will talk more about this. First thing is that you have to use some kind of scanning tool to find stocks that are moving with above average volume. And this is the key. SMB has developed the SMB Radar and SMB Scanner. Those are my two tools that I use. The second thing is that I assume you know how to draw proper trend lines. With this trade, when the momentum is turning back on your side, it's very easy to tell the trend line has been broken. Bella? Singapore is the home of technical analysis education. Correct. Audience shouts yes, Gman. All right, here are some of the requirements. You need a powerful opening drive with above average volume for the time frame important to you. Do you know what an opening drive play is? Bella? We are going to talk about that in day 3, Gman, Gman. Okay, excellent. First, the key is the opening drive and recognizing the direction of the higher time frame trend. So if you are looking at a 15-minute chart, you make sure that the opening drive is in direction of the trend of, say, your hourly chart. If you are using an hourly chart, make sure it is in the direction of the daily chart. Similarly, if you are in a daily chart, make sure that it is in the direction of the weekly chart. The next point is that it should be a lower volume pullback with at least 4 candlestick bars in the pullback leg. This is the key. A low volume pullback must occur. Once you have a powerful opening drive with heavy volume and a lower volume pullback, then you have a high probability trade setup. The next thing is the bar has to close outside of the trend line to enter the trade. What I mean by the bar is the charting bar and the time frame you are using, and we will talk a little more about that. Make the trade when the stock is in the direction of the trend. Here is the trade C figure 10.1. In general, this is what it really looks like. You have an opening drive, you have your pullback, and if the momentum returns in the direction of the trend, you are going to enter where I have circled entry area in orange. You are going to have the stop loss just below the swing low, which I indicate with the red line, and stop right below swing low. The first target is near the previous swing high. The second target is the break of the trend line. Now if you look at it from the downside, see figure 10.2, you have an opening drive to the downside. Then you have the retracement. When the momentum gets back to the downside, you enter to get short. Place a stop just above the swing high. Your first target is the previous swing low, and the second target is the break of the trend line. All right. Now let's talk about the second entry and what it looks like, meaning you make this trade and get stopped out. But then you look to enter a second time, which is even a better trade, see figure 10.3. So you have your opening drive, you have the pullback, and the momentum starts to turn, and probably you enter and take your loss. It breaks your trend line again. The momentum changes back in your direction. You enter your second try and the same rules apply. Have a stop loss below the previous swing low. Your first target is the first swing high, and the second target is until the break of the trend line. On the short side, there is an opening drive and then a retracement, and then you restart the trend to the downside. There might be too many people shorting the stock perhaps with our first entry. Take the loss on the first entry. The stock resumes the downtrend, and we re-enter the position for a second try. Your stop is at the previous swing high. You have your first target, and your second target is the violation of the trend line. Okay, let's talk about the second try, which is pretty important. It tends to be a higher probability trade. Why is that? So let's just think about this for a minute. A lot of people, when they see the opening drive, they want to get short. A lot of these people get short too early and get trapped. Buyers come in to establish a new trend, perhaps. That is the psychology of this setup. You have a higher probability in the second try. Bella. So, Gman, what is interesting about this is that you set up this trade and spend a lot of time outlining that the first entry might not work. I think that can be surprising for a lot of new traders to hear, because most have been taught to enter a trade and how and where to do it. That is the end of the teaching. But in this kind of trade, you are actually saying a lot of the time you are going to be taking the first loss. So what is your mindset after you have taken the first loss in one of your favorite trades? Gman. Actually, I get pumped. I know the second try offers a better opportunity, a higher probability risk-reward. More money can be made with the second try, and very often the first loss is very meaningless compared to the potential of the second trade. So the way I look at it, even if it is my favorite trade, it doesn't work all the time. I know there will be losses, and I will cover the losses with a second try. You know, for every 5 losses, there is 1 winner. I really can make good money in the 20% of this trade that works. If you are interested in learning about Fibonacci levels, please read the trading book written by my friend Anne-Marie Bayand. Bella. You might say you are willing to make an investment in your trading with a first attempt loss. Okay, audience question. Gman, do you use Fibonacci for the retracements in the pullback? Gman. Great question. I do keep Fibonacci levels in mind as well as the tape. When the stock starts to turn, I use that information, and I will combine these technical indicators to make a better entry, which helps when putting on a bigger size. For example, if we stop at support for a Fibonacci level and the stock turns, I may decide to enter with more size. Bella? Question from the audience. Gman, how do you trail your profit? I suspect that answer is coming. Gman. Here is the way I look at it. Once I enter a position, I know where my stop is. Once I put the trade on, I don't touch my entry and exit target ever. Once I am in, I am committed to the trade. Once it reaches my first target, I trail my stops using the bigger trend line. Bella. So let me ask you a question, Gman. So when we are talking about reasons to sell, one might be the market hits overall resistance. Another might be the stock actually hits your target price. Another, the stock hits longer-term technical resistance, and on and on and on. The only way you get out of this position for that second target is if it actually breaks the bigger trend line. Gman. Good question. There is a little bit of leeway to get out of your second target. It is better to make a trade more standard, particularly when first learning a setup. How you make the most profit is you let it break your trend line. With the second target, I use a lot of discretion, and the first target I don't ever mess with it. The biggest part about this trade is you have the highest probability from your entry to the first target, and what happens after that really depends. But I don't touch my position once I have entered the trade, and until it touches my first target. Bella. Okay, thank you. One more audience question. So for your second try for the second target, is the stop loss all the way above the previous swing high or just below the first target? Gman. I will set an exit price so I will not lose on the second piece. The beauty of this trade is when it makes a new low or a new high, the stock will tell you how much more momentum or power it has. So if the stock is making a new high with a high volume, it is very likely to work compared to making a new low with low volume. Here, I am skeptical about letting the trade ride. If you look at the pattern, it comes down with heavy volume, and in the second leg, if there is not heavy volume, then my target is the first target, and I will take the second leg if it is just as powerful as the first leg. Bella. Thank you, Gman. As you get more experience, you will add more rules to the trade as time goes by. But first, you've got to understand the basic setup. All right, Gman, back to you. Gman. All right, so let's get back to the second try. So it's a high probability trade. The psychology on the chart I explained earlier. I don't ever take a third attempt at this trade. Well, sometimes I do, but I shouldn't. I'm not perfect. Audience laughs. I never take that third attempt because at this point the new trend is established on the other side. It starts to lose the likelihood it will continue its previous trend. So, for my personal style, I don't take a third attempt. I'm only giving a stock 2 tries. So the retest of the swing high-low tends to take longer than if you caught it on the first attempt. You must have the patience to attempt the second try for the first target. Obviously, this offers you a better risk-reward. I risk more money on the second try because we have a better probability and a better risk-reward. Bella. What is very important about this trade is something very straightforward. How much money are you willing to risk on this trade, and what percentage of that is your intraday loss? Gman. Good question, Bella. Thanks, Gman. Maybe I should audition for a TV hosting gig. Audience laughs. Gman. So on the first test, I am only willing to risk 10% of my intraday loss, and on my second, I will risk 25%. Is that clear? Bella. Thank you. Gman. Okay. This is the setup and the layout of the rules and what things to do to improve and make the trade your own. We emphasize making trades your own heavily here on our desk. It is not just about learning a trade and executing the trade without any structure. Often what we do is figure out what is the best time frame for you, figure out ways for you to enter with more confidence if using the tape or Fibonacci or whatever works for you. The way I improve this trade is by using the tape to manage my risk better on the entry, and once I get the confirmation, I can get bigger with Tier 2 and Tier 3 and pull out a lot of money. Gman's reading of the tape training program was inserted into the training program we built for Singapore traders. I work based on tiers. So for every tier, I am going to risk 5% of my daily stop. Tier 1, I am risking 5% of my daily stop, 10% for Tier 2, 15% for Tier 3, and 20% on Tier 4. Bella. What is your daily stop? What is your daily intraday stop? Gman. $5,000. Gman trades more than one account, and this is just his intraday account. So in this case, I am going to risk $250 on my Tier 1 for every position. And another thing, if I have 20 positions in Tier 1, then I am obviously at 100% of my daily risk, but that is very rare. Bella smiling. Please, then you just ask for more buying power and get it. Audience laughs. Gman. Fair enough, Bella. Thinking this way makes it easier to build a lot of consistency with your numbers. And now, you can see how the math really helps. If you have a trend day, and if you have 20 positions all on the same side, then you can have great day. You use the previous levels established on the trade to start a feeler position. Start your position early without gaining confirmation. Once you get the confirmation with the break of the trend line, you can add to the position. Use the tape to add to the trade while it is working. And next is a favorite trade, adding on tight consolidations near previous swing highs lows, see figure 10.5. In the above trade, say, for example, you are getting closer to your first target, and near your first target you see a big new seller. Then you can get to tier 5 or tier 4 with very little risk. So there are a lot of very different ways to add to your positions while it is working. This is all about how you make the trade on your own. Okay, now let's get into more of the time frames. So I like to trade on an hourly chart. It could take 2 to 3 days. Sometimes it really takes 4 days to capture the first target. If you are in a really super strong or super weak stock, it can take a day. The positions that get to the first target quickly are usually the ones that have a good follow-through, and this is ideal for short-term swing trades. With this trade, you can put them on and check at the end of the day or check on them every 2 or 3 days. This is the ideal setup. Entries can be better timed with a 15-minute chart. Once you have big positions, watch them a little closer so that you are managing your capital. Next is the 15-minute chart. I am watching some trades that are moving intraday, and these are mostly 2 to 4 hour setups. 20 to 30% of the time you can take the positions overnight. This is an excellent setup for overnights, and it is very ideal for intraday swing trading. Your entry here is better with a 5-minute or 1-minute chart. The next is the 1 to 3-minute intraday charts. These are ideal for scalping volatile stocks. If you are really trying to scalp in the market and you are more a micro trader, this can be an ideal setup for you. 20% of my trades are with these time frames. I can generate $500 to $1,000 a day with this technique, and it is easy to take money out of the market. Now let's look at some real chart examples. See figure 10.6. You are looking at a chart from August 2nd, so this is an hourly chart. On the opening of the 2nd, there is really nice volume, 10 million shares. It is much higher than the previous days. You see the pullback on the 2nd, and the trend seems to be back again on the 3rd with a big candle. You may enter at $18, but you get stopped out as it was a fake break into the trend. Now let's see what happens the following day. You redraw your trend line, and on the next day, it is right at 17. The following day, it breaks the trend line and comes out with good volume, and I add to my position at 17.25, and in the next 5 hours, it gets to the first target. I draw my trend line. And in the next 3 or 4 days, it goes up to 21 from 17.25. Any questions about this trade? Bella. Yes, there is a question, Gman. You have to change the trend line as the chart is changing. Gman. You do. And this is why initially I drew my trend line with the first 3 candles on the pullback. You always want to have at least 4 candles on the pullback. In the 5th one, I was out of the trend line, and obviously now the stock breaks the initial trend line, and we are stopped out. The rule with trend lines is you redraw the trend line at the swing high through the high of the move where it makes a swing low. Bella, do you add when the stock was trading higher after the first target? G-man. I made an entry at 17 and added some near 17.25, and I didn't add to my position after the first target. This stock I didn't trade aggressively. It was not a clean tape. Bella, when we add, we have to be responsible and always add a stop loss. So if the tape is not clean enough for you, do not add and add and add. Gman was trading ADSC live in front of 700 plus people the other night and was getting bigger and bigger and bigger. ADSC was very clean. SMB made a huge chop in ADSC that the audience saw live. Gman made 8 points in that ADSC play, all for the audience to see in real time. It was awesome. All right, Gman, back to you. Gman. Okay, let's look at another example, see figure 10.7. In the same day, GMCR makes a very powerful drive on really nice volume. I was not interested on the first day, and the trade really started at the entry point green circle. I have the bars. I have my trend line and my entry at 22.25 and a stop loss at 21. Using a smaller time frame can be helpful here. At this point, I am getting only a 1 risk-reward ratio, so I started out smaller than normal. I obviously got stopped out, so I draw another trend line and enter at 20.80, which also gave me a better risk-reward. The momentum picks up in the direction of the trend line on the 7th. The first entry was on the 3rd. My second entry was at 21 with a stop at 20. Now you have a better risk-reward, and it is a better trade compared to the first leg. It got to the first target, and I made $3 in the position. Bella, if you have fixed the stop loss at $20.80 and it gets below there on light volume, do you exit or not? G-man. 90% of the time I will exit. If it is a 1-minute or a 5-minute chart, I try to give the stock more room. Since this is a much bigger time frame, many more people are involved. Bella, are you holding on to 10% of your position after you get stopped out? That helps to track if this was just a shakeout. Gman. Well, that is more a personal thing. If it is my first entry, I keep 10% so that I can keep track of the position just in case I get caught up in other positions. Bella, a lot of times we hold on to positions we are very confident about, even if it is a small position, because when you actually own something, you track it better than when you don't. Could the Singapore traders skip the first entry and wait for the second entry? Gman. I've thought a lot about that. If you are trading a 60-minute chart, you are better off waiting for the second try. If you are trading the 15-minute, it is more like a coin flip. I think for the 60-minute chart, the probability is more like 70-30 that you get a second try. For the shorter time frames, you have to take the first entry. Bella. Gman is a professional trader. He takes many of the first trades because he does not want to miss out on this trade. Even though the second try might have better odds, that does not mean taking the first try isn't also a profitable setup. Do not worry about losses as a trader. Your job is to do the right thing. And if you have an edge, you have to take the trade. Losing money is part of trading. Gman, what do you mean by Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4, Tier 5? Gman. I always think about how to make my numbers consistent every day. So, for example, if you have 100 shares of GMCR and you are risking 60 cents. If you have 100 shares of Apple, a $670 stock, with 100 shares with your minimal risk of 3 or 4 points. So in this case, you are risking $60 with GMCR, and in Apple you are risking $450. This will throw off your numbers because it's the same setup, but you are risking more capital. On my Tier 1, I am risking 5% of my daily loss, $250. So if I'm risking 50 cents, I can trade 500 shares. So in a pull, if I'm risking 2.5 points, I am going to have 100 shares. So using Tier 1, I am risking the same amount of capital. Meaning my risk-reward is the same for both stocks. Most traders, believe it or not, do not do this, and this messes up the consistency of their trading. Does that make sense? Bella. Thank you, Gman. Gman. Okay, let's look at a couple of more examples. See figure 10.8. Here we have Vivus from August. You have a good volume opening drive over 3 or 4 days and then a continuous pullback. Actually, on the tape, you can see a lot of accumulation at the 21.30 and 21.40 area. Actually, I bought my Tier 1 at 21.50, 21.60, and had to deal with it for the next 2 days. But you can see the break of trend line. You then can see your entry around here, and the pattern repeats itself. There is good volume at 21.30, and then again it breaks the trend line, and then you add to your position with Tier 2 over here, and Tier 3, and Tier 4 until 22.60. And as you can see, the previous swing high is 23.40, so I had $250 at risk for a $6,000 profit. All right, let's look at another one, see figure 10.9. This is a trade in Facebook. This is a 15-minute chart, and you have the opening drive intraday setup. This shows you something that works intraday. There are 5 million shares traded with the downside move. FB breaks the trend line, and you enter again at 20.85 with a stop at 20.95. Your first target is 20.70, so you are risking 15 cents for 15 cents in this case. You have an entry at the dotted line, which didn't work. You take the second entry here, and with this second leg, you have a very profitable trade. All right, that is all the examples I have, and obviously one of the challenges is you have to go home and look at charts and find the time frames that work best for you. This really is a powerful trade. Bella, question from the audience. Did you take any profits in the Facebook trade in this setup? Gman. Actually, I shorted FB at 21.60 and added to it at 21.50 and took profits before this setup. I have a swing account and an intraday account, and I definitely made profits in the intraday account in this setup. Do you have a comment, Bella? Bella, when you were putting this play into your playbook, how long did it take for you to get confident with it? Gman. I've been using this trade for a couple of years, but I wasn't making good money with the trade. Only after spending time looking at my numbers carefully for a month, I realized that the key was the second entry. I was very happy with the results when I took big positions in the second entry, and the profits were much bigger than the original loss on the first try, and this has changed my play. Bella, so this is your favorite setup? Gman. Yes, correct, for multiple day trades. This trader is now affectionately called Mr. Lunch. Bella? Question from the audience, Gman. If the entry comes near lunchtime, will you wait for after the lunch? Gman. I eat lunch at my desk, so I will execute even during that time. Bella. Question from the audience, Gman. Will you hold this trade over the weekends? Gman. Yes. There is obviously risk involved in that. I take risk overnight. What I try to do is look at the overall short-term momentum in the market, and potentially if the market seems to be going up the next day, and if I have a lot of shorts, then I will go long with the SPYs to help hedge my shorts. I might remove some longs to lessen some potential risk. Overall, you have to identify the time that works for you. If you can't do anything overnight, then the 60-minute chart is not good for you. 15-minute is the best for you. Audience, can you go to the second to last chart, please? Viva 60-minute chart. Here, the pullback is very substantial. So how do you see this as a pullback and trade confidently? Gman. Good question. You see my chart here, see figure 10.10, and the play in question was this leg over here. I want to enter at 21.40 and take out 23. You see it in a longer time frame, and you can see support at 20. I'm playing the pullback over here and wanted it to go higher, but obviously it reversed. So you can see how powerful it is if you are making the trade for the first target. It is likely that it will reach the target, but over the next couple of days it reversed. So I always say if the target is too far away that you take profit early and don't get too greedy. Does that answer your question? Bella. Yes. Any other questions? Gman, what is the split between your intraday trades and position trades, and are you noticing that you are taking more position trades recently? Gman. In terms of volume, I will say 10% of my volume is in position trades and pretty much a lot of my trades are intraday. I will give you guys a good example. I'm still doing 60% to 90% of my volume intraday because I will take the longer-term swing trades to make really good money on the trades I like. I trade over 200,000 shares daily. So that was a detailed description of the pullback trade. Now start making it your own. And shoot Gman an email on your progress, gmendez at SMB Capital. Trade well. 11. South Africa. I was in my hotel room overlooking the Atlantic Ocean in gorgeous Cape Town, South Africa. Dressed in tan slacks, a white Paul Stewart dress shirt, and shined Ferragamo black loafers, I happened to be taking in the ocean when the phone rang. I answered it. Mr. Bellafiore, your driver is here. Grinning, I thought to myself, I have a driver. Life is good. I went down and met a gentleman who was indeed my driver, a former competitive basketball player from Malawi named Jeff. He escorted me in a souped-up Range Rover to one of the coolest trading offices I have ever seen. I was in Cape Town to work with our partners African Gateway and their prop arm, Storm Securities, to help their successful South African market traders add U.S. equities to their trading quiver, and of course, to take a look at their South African trading. We reached our destination. This prop desk was a suburban oasis. I walked through the front door of a mansion that houses these South African traders, past two maids in the kitchen preparing braai, South African barbecue, specifically marinated steaks, and avocado and feta cheese salad. I soon learned that a lot of these guys eat healthy and look like they could be found inside the pages of a men's health magazine. Walking further inside, I saw a pool outside to my left, which was open and ready for some action. There was a bar to my right, fully stocked, and I mean seriously fully stocked with anything you could want. Eventually, I would favor too many of the local Cape Town flavor Castle Lights. Still further ahead, I spotted the gym. Come on, what trading firm doesn't have a built-in gym and one that comes with a shower installed? Trainers meet traders here early in the morning to help them work on their fitness. During lunch, many of the traders hit the gym to blow off steam. Some, such as traders No Carbs and Carp Diem, even work out in teams and push each other during lifting sessions. Oh wait, I almost forgot. There was a pool table on the way in and huge, flat screens for viewing cricket, rugby, and soccer. During my stay here, I would come to miss American sports, any American sport, even a bad NBA game. I began to understand the soccer and the rugby, but not the cricket, where two teams can play for 6 days and the match can end in a tie. And people say baseball is slow. I headed upstairs to the second floor. This was the trading floor. 40 or so mates were sitting next to each other gaming the South African and London markets. My NYC trader attire to their shorts, flip-flops and t-shirts clashed. I was here to teach these pro traders how to tackle the U.S. equities markets. I didn't know what to expect. Here's what I was about to learn. 1. The playbook will help South African traders with their markets too. The playbook will help the desk capture trend plays that they are not making. And 3. Playbook will reinforce their trading fundamentals, which have slipped of late. The no trend pledge. The first rule about teaching, or just being a gracious guest for that matter, is that you must make a connection with your students. It's hard to get through to people if you do not get to know them, find out what makes them tick, and show them that you care. This is coaching, teaching, mentoring 101, but I had just walked in. I'm the person, the author, some Bella guy from NYC staying for 10 days, who they do not know. The only thing pro traders are more skeptical about than their positions is a trading author. I would have to quickly show them that I'm a trader first, a trader who also teaches. I walked around the room and shook hands and met the traders. They seemed happy to meet me, like they had been waiting for my arrival. Well, this was a nice start, even considering I was a bit beat, as I had just flown from Singapore to Johannesburg and then to Cape Town, and it was really 2 a.m. back home. The good news for my teaching assignment was that I had been working with some of these traders before my arrival. I did a series of webinars with about a dozen storm traders on U.S. equity trading. Technology, as it is, one webinar was conducted via a smartphone and wireless headset, as I drove 4 hours from my family condo in Tampa to the Westin Diplomat Resort and Spa in Hollywood, Florida, for a trading presentation. I also had developed and shared a special training program for experienced South African traders. This was a much more active trading training program than the one I would later devise for Singapore retail traders, as these guys were active pro traders with impressive track records. They trade at the largest prop firm in South Africa, which might do 10% of that market's daily volume. My visit was the end of the training program that I had built. That end was to get these traders to start developing their playbook of U.S. equity setups that made the most sense to them. As I walked around and talked with these pro traders, a common theme repeated: their markets do not trend. This was restated often, and as the gospel from multiple different traders. After the 10th trader rehashed this mantra, I started to feel as though I was at some political convention where all the politicians had signed a no-trend pledge. So I started to remember my trading in 2003, 2004, 2005, and 2006, markets where I had to fade most moves trading U.S. equities. Quickly, I learned which stocks they were mostly trading. The 3 biggest South African banks: First Rand, Absa Bank, Standard Bank, gold miners, and oil. The South African market is not as volatile intraday as the U.S. markets. There aren't as many opportunities as in the U.S. markets, because there are mostly 20 names that a majority of traders closely follow. If you talk to some of the best South African traders, they might expand that list to 50 names. But this isn't the U.S. equity markets with 5,000 plus stocks to trade, and almost every day a dozen of stocks in play. All of this felt like when I first started trading, and we could trade only NASDAQ stocks. And we could only trade NASDAQ stocks on the long side, as mandated by our firm. We are a long-only firm, promulgated management. Basically, we traded the same stocks every day: the semiconductors, the chip makers, and the technology companies. It was a year of Dell, Cisco, MSFT, Inc., AMAT, CLAC, and NVLS. Yes, Inc. used to be a great trading stock in the 90s, and Cisco used to be a bellwether that kept growing. In fact, John Chambers, CEO of Cisco, was once idolized like Steve Jobs, whereas today some squawk for his departure. During our first training session, I introduced the concept of the playbook and how the Storm team should think about their trades. I didn't care which trades were in their playbook, just that the trades made sense to them and that they archived a best trade daily. But on day 1, Stormers were sure to let me know that their markets did not trend, so they could not make trend plays like we encouraged to traders on our desk. Okay, I thought. I was not an expert in their markets and had heard their message, repeatedly. I have to admit, in my notes I circled this thought and surrounded it with a huge question mark. It didn't make sense to me that stocks in play wouldn't trend in their markets, but they were so wedded to this doctrine that I accepted their observations and prepared to help make them get better with patterns that worked best in their markets. That's my job, a trading desk of tennis players. After our first day of work, it was time for dinner, drinks, socializing, and learning more about these traders personally. The first trader I chatted with had played professional tennis. At one point, he recounted he had been ranked as the 70th best player in the world. Wow, I asked him his favorite city. We really just went from the hotel to the courts and then to the airport, so I didn't get to spend much time in each city. 20 minutes in, group shots were proposed and ratified. I had not had a shot since perhaps law school, but this didn't strike me as a crowd where a no thank you would have been acceptable. Shot 1. The next trader I talked to had beaten tennis legend Pete Sampras when he was 16. He smiled and relived that athletic feat stroke by stroke. More shots were ordered. Shot 2. The next trader had won the silver medal at the Atlanta Games with Tim Henman. The next trader had been ranked 20th in the world at his peak. Another trader had won 4 doubles major championships. There were 2 college FSU tennis players. The founder of the firm was storied as the #1 South African tennis player when he was a teen and built his firm around the principles of transforming high-level tennis players into traders. He also garnered the reputation as one of the best South African traders. His theory was that former high-level tennis players could better fight all day to pull profits from the markets. This idea made me think of Gman, our ultimate all-ticks battler. There was never a stock created that could stop Gman from fighting. As a former high-level athlete, I felt comfortable with this team of traders. These were guys I could understand and respect. I liked them immediately. Shot 5. Was it true that stocks in play didn't trend in South Africa? The next day, I came back to learn more about the South African markets and this team, our team. I felt I needed to understand how they were trading their markets so I could best apply the principles of the playbook to their trading. Entering stage right was First Rand with fresh news, making it a stock in play. First Rand was one of their top 3 bank stocks. 1. Standard Bank of South Africa Limited, traded as JSE, SBK2. Absa Group, ASA, SJ3. First Rand, FSR, Johannesburg FSR had trouble clearing longer-term resistance, I was told. It did on this day during the open session. In our markets, when a stock clears long-term resistance, we get long and probably make a trend trade. A trend trade means a stock in a trend on the long-term and intraday charts. We follow this trend. We hold this position with the direction of the trend until there is a reason to sell. This is one of our most powerful trade setups and a plus opportunity. During the midday, we met to discuss their open and apply the principles of the playbook to their trading. Was there a trade that made the most sense to them that they could archive for their playbook? In fact, I wrote a blog post from South Africa, discussing the importance of seeing the markets as patterns that make sense to the trader. See the markets as patterns. Trade, control your risk, breathe, vive us. Feb 28, 2012 by Bella. I'm in Cape Town, South Africa, training former elite athletes. Sifting through the daily trading reviews from yesterday, it was clear that many traded vive us. I want to make one point. See your trades as patterns. Trade the setup and then accept the result. Trading is not about being right. It is about controlling your risk and finding patterns where your risk-reward for you is exceptional. Match play winner Hunter Mahan teaches us the importance of this mindset for elite performers, traders. If I wanted to be the player that I felt like I could be, I was going to have to change, Mahan said after capturing the WGC Accenture match play in a 2-1 win over Rory McIlroy. I had to take it easy on myself and basically not try so hard. I didn't want to have my identity stuck with my golf score. They needed to be separated, and I needed to play golf because I enjoyed it and accepted the result and moved on and not get attached to it. One of our SMB traders sent a proper, as we say in South Africa, review of his Vive Us trading. He summarized his trading precisely with this thinking. I traded 22 tickets on Vive Us, and there were about 7 distinct trades I made. 1. Premarket scalp. 2. Opening drive at 23.3. Fade the ticks to buy a pullback during an opening drive. Move from 23.80 down to 23.30. 4. Buying into a pullback after 10 a.m. after it puts a top at 24.83. 5. Intraday resistance breakout at 23.50. 6. One last try for the big move to the long side, taking a feeler and scalping the range from 24.40, 24.80, and 7. Getting short when the range fails and confirms a lower high for the afternoon sell-off. Perhaps thinking of your trading like this will help your trading. During this first in-person trader review session in Cape Town, we reviewed First Rand. One trader chimed in that he shorted First Rand just above resistance. I asked what type of a trade he would call that. Silence. Call that a fade trade. So what is the trade? I asked. The trader looked confused but said he was betting that first rand would fail and return to the mean. A fade trade is a perfectly acceptable trading strategy to master, just not with this setup. This is a setup to be removed from your fading strategy. Why? Because there is no follow-through in our markets. And on Christmas, Santa Claus slides down the chimney and leaves presents for all the boys who were good. Look, you guys know your markets better than me, but first rand had fresh news and just broke out above resistance. If you were on my desk, I wouldn't let you short that. That is a long and a trade to hold to see if it will trend for the next few days. But hey, maybe your markets are different. Anyway, what is most important is that you start to archive patterns that make the most sense to you. A great part of the process is to write down all the characteristics of a familiar setup, brand these patterns in your brain, and then develop the intuition to trade them live. But getting back to first rand, if you want to make a fade trade with the first pop above an important resistance level, that's fine. But if it holds above resistance and doesn't go down, then you have to cover and get long. You should develop the plays that make the most sense to you, but you don't get to make up your own trading fundamentals. Trader individuality within long-standing market fundamentals is good, but you do not get to make up plays. Fading a stock holding above long-term resistance is bad fundamental trading. I call this making up a play. This play doesn't work for the intraday trader and worse yet causes the trader to miss in a plus setup. Later in the day, I walked by the desk of a few traders and watched and listened to what they were doing. Some were still shorting this first rand, and it was clearly above resistance, had held above resistance, and had moved away from resistance. There were no important technical resistance levels near. Clearly, this shorting was a problem. Adhering to the proper fundamentals of your sport is important no matter what your game or who the player. I wondered if it was really true that their chosen and play stocks could not trend. Maybe they were trading the same names every day, and it was only true that on most days these stocks didn't follow through, but on the day there was fresh news that these names probably would trend. Here's what happened. First rand not only traded higher above that important resistance level, but it trended nicely for the rest of the day. In the States, we would have just gotten long and held. Chop? That is how you make $3K plus with just one trade. Shark works hours before and after the close to spot setups like that. Pippin dreams in Mandarin for setups like this. Iceman would be at max buying power, chillin' and ignoring all young lady chats and calls. We met in their conference room after the close. The founder of the firm sat in. Jules, another partner, was there and looking very focused and serious for a guy who's perpetually happy-go-lucky. All the partners sat in. I asked for the chart of first rand to be brought up. Okay, so does any more have a pattern that they see in first rand? Silence. What the hell? These guys had just missed a layup trade in FSR. They could at least spot it as an awesome long. Who was shorting first rand? Some hands went up. Okay, thank you, I'm curious. Why? There were sheepish attempts at, I thought it would reverse. With my peripheral vision, I could see the founder of the firm and market veteran squirming in his seat, clearly uncomfortable and looking up at me, politely waiting to see my reaction. He was like one of those kids overloaded on sugar who you knew just was about to explode. I knew what he wanted to say. He knew what I was going to say. We had both said what I'd convey 100 times, whether it was me in NYC or him to Stormers in Cape Town. Markets are markets. Trading psychology is trading psychology. Yes, our markets were on other sides of the world, but plus trades are universal. They exist in any market. These guys could convince themselves all they wanted that stocks with fresh news don't trend in their markets, and yet here was a glaring example sitting right in front of them, one that we had discussed hours before about how to attack above resistance. And most of them had traded it, ignoring one of the most fundamental rules of trading. I started calmly. You cannot short that stock. It had fresh news. There are no technical resistance levels for points. It held cleanly above the resistance level. There is no trade here but long. Stares and silence. The founder was now pissed. My calm was not appropriate for a mistake that too many traders had made. But I was a visitor in their trading home without the hours of personal sacrifice required to rip them as they deserved. Owners don't mind paying the bills in a tough market. They have deeper pockets and that is their contribution. But they hate it when their guys miss layups. He most appropriately blasted, "Guys, you have to learn to trade with the trend. This was a massive opportunity and you didn't take advantage of it." That is inexcusable. I am so glad to have Mike here to point this out because I was thinking the same thing, and it is important to hear it from a different point of view. You have to take these opportunities more seriously. So much for stocks in play don't trend in South Africa. Like a father scolding a child, this firm head had made his point. And like a master coach, he did so without putting his traders down, without harming their confidence, while pointing to the future opportunities that together they would capture. Teach, do not demean. After the founder ceded the floor back to me, I continued. Okay, guys, there's a trade tomorrow that we must make. What is it? The pullback to 26, offered one Joburg trader who was visiting for my instruction. Yes, if first Rand holds above there on the open, you have to get long. We call this a second day play. This is a very powerful intraday trade. We use the most important prices from day one of fresh news and trade off those prices. You have to start thinking about getting long right now. If it holds above there on heavy volume, what will you do? If it gaps above, what will you do? If it comes back to this price on light volume, what will you do? How you do tomorrow depends on the work you do tonight, the mental preparation you do to crush that opportunity tomorrow. And that, I hoped, took care of that. The American version of SMB traders off the tracks. What happened in Cape Town has happened to my desk in the States and legions of good desks worldwide. Let me share one such incident just shy of 1 year later. One trading day right before the December holidays on our desk, I frustratingly noticed our guys missing easy setups. I had had enough. At the top of my lungs, I screamed, "Why is there only one other trader besides me short PAY and ADB?" PAY formed a bullish flag pattern. Shark called it out, yet only one other and me are in it. ADB brought the opening range and was in play, and no one is in that. That is completely unacceptable. Get in the easier setups. Stop making up trades. An hour later, after I still had not cooled down, I sent an email. There will be a mandatory meeting after the close at 4:15. I recommend that you do not sit in the front row. Here's how I remember that meeting. You guys are not expecting enough from yourselves. Long pause, you guys do not see how good you can be. Long pause, you are not taking advantage of the intraday patterns that work best. Long pause, you are making up some plays. I stood with a notebook in my hand, making sure I hit all the points I had furiously scribbled to highlight before the meeting. I was using a great deal of mental energy to keep from throwing it at a few of them. I emphasized that traders must first learn and make their own the best intraday setups. Trend plays, second day plays, bullish and bearish flag patterns for stocks in play. I continued. Are you covering all of those opportunities? Are you as big as you can be in all of those setups? Are you working to make sure you do not miss any of those opportunities? Build from these trades and then add plays to your playbook, and stop trading Opal every day. That is great that you guys learned how to trade a high beta stock, but trading it every day is not well thought out. Trade it off of very important technical levels and when it is really in play. Adapt the skills you developed for trading high beta to other opportunities like recently in NFLX. Don't miss the NFLX trade because you are obsessed with trading Opal every day. There was more cussing and loud talking. Gman spoke. Carlton spoke. Bella, anything else? Asked Carlton. After another long pause, I ended this trading priorities reboot with, yeah, one more thing. I do not want anyone in this firm thinking you cannot make at least $200K a year. Just like Storm had perhaps gotten off track, my firm does. As traders you will and do. And it takes a firm leader to get traders to reprioritize the firm's trading. News flash, sometimes we really have to get after our guys to get them back on track. Some call that tough love. Some proper traders. After the meeting, Monty, one of the partners, inquired about my interests for the weekend. He's an ex-banker who has South African trading connections like President George Herbert Walker Bush has political connections. The guy is a walking Rolodex of South African trading. In the short time I was there, we met a $1 billion allocator for Citadel who grew up with one of Monty's traders. We tossed ideas around with the brains behind $100 million of algorithmic trading profits at one of the local big banks. We listened to a South African hedge funder looking to cut a deal. We sat with a local firm visiting to talk about a merger or a JV with Monty. We chatted with Maria Ramos, the head of Absa Bank and the second most powerful person in the country. Okay, so I was responsible for that. Most everything that comes out of Monty's mouth starts with, I have a mate who. Or we have a close friend that. If you were starting a management team for a trading firm, you would select him. You just want to be around him, help him, and see him to succeed. They call it charisma. Bella, the guys were thinking of a golf weekend if you are up for it. And here it comes. One of our buddies has a house at a club up the coast. Of course he does, Monty. Of course he does. For my visit, I was diagnosed with 3 herniated discs and had been making it through the day with oxycodone, 10 Coke Zeros, and a rolled-up towel to support my back while sitting. Golf. I couldn't even ride the cart for a round, let alone swing some metal around my body for 18 holes. And remember, these guys were mostly pro athletes, so imagine how they must play golf. I hear there are some decent wine farms here. How about that? I think the boys can manage that, Bella. Stormers Stevie, Philly, and Carp Deem quickly expanded that to a weekend of wine tasting, cheetah petting, a professional rugby match, my first, and a climb up Table Mountain, my last. Now how can I best describe these 3? They are traders with some wonderful characteristics to acquire for your trading. Philly. Some call it perspective. Not spoil what you have by desiring what you have not. Remember that what you now have was once among the things you only hoped for. Epicurus. I often remind U.S. traders like to be so hard on themselves. They can often wallow over their trading errors and miss the big picture. If I had a couch in my office, I might be able to get some graduate degree psychology credits given my hours of trader counseling. They are young, living in an amazing city, playing a game they love, embracing a life-shaping challenge with great teammates. This might be the best time of their life. Some call it perspective. I was having the best brunch in NYC with a Thailand trainee at Sarabeth's. I made this point. Being young and single and living in NYC is an experience of a lifetime, and then you get all that other stuff. Wow. Interestingly, I didn't see this among the South African traders, as they possessed a markedly more positive outlook, a better perspective on trading and life. There was no better example of this than Philly. The boys and I had lunch at the First Winery, dining on Springbok, a local meat. I did not find the meat to my liking as it was too gamey for my taste. Ask Philly and you got. We had a very nice serving. Before hitting the wine farm, we went to pet some cheetahs. The guys were clearly bored and only partaking in this tourist activity for my sake. Philly's take, here you go, and this is about as negative as he would ever get. It was quite average. Next, after we hit the winery, we headed to a Stormers match, the local pro rugby team, but we needed cups to finish the bottles of wine we had bought. The courtesy shop had none, so the guys bought jam jars to polish off the remains. I wondered if in NYC we would have griped to the courtesy shop that they should start stocking plastic cups for future clients. Instead, we sipped carefully from our jam jars, laughing in our van at the absurdity of it. And after the 320 rand jam jars rip. There is almost no complaining allowed in South Africa. You carry on. On a crowded subway, reading a NYC tabloid, I stumbled upon a wonderful exercise that has helped me be more positive. Before bed, I write down 3 things for which I am grateful. Then I replay one positive experience from the day. You might write, I am grateful I trade with great guys. I am grateful I am doing what I love. I am grateful that I got better today. Each day your list will be different. You might then replay a terrific trade you made or meeting a lovely potential significant other, whatever you wish. This is an exercise that has helped me. Try it. Philly has the sense of humor of Hugh Grant with boyish fluffy hair and piercing blue eyes, but he is a shy one or plays that part. Again, like the others, he is an annoyingly good athlete. I think perhaps a scratch golfer. At least he wasn't a former tennis pro. With every sentence uttered by Philly, I feel as though I'm watching the Australian Open. Philly sounds just like tennis analyst Cliff Drysdale, so much so that now when I watch a tennis match, I wonder why the heck Philly is calling the game. All told, it's hard to spend 10 minutes around Philly without him making you laugh. Spending time with Philly reminds me of what I always try and remind my traders. Trading is just a game to be enjoyed with your mates. Bad trade. No worries. Carry on. Stevie. There is no option but to succeed. Stevie. Oh boy, Stevie, so we went to the first wine farm and got served our first tasting. The hostess poured and explained the wine. Philly was ready to propose to the server and said as much after she left. The charming and easy-on-the-eyes hostess brought Philly to joke. We need to plan more firm wine farm outings. You guys free Wednesday? We all laughed, spitting up our white wine. And the second tasting arrived, but shucks for Philly, it was from a fellow. Hey, Stevie, how have you been? We haven't seen each other since that last shoot years ago, said the male. What the hell was this dude talking about? What is a shoot? Are they hunting buddies? Stevie looks like he hunts about as much as Philly looks stressed. But what was more interesting is that the pour was light all around and this new server kind of had an attitude. Stevie, who is that guy? I don't know. Well, he knows you. Yeah, I don't know. The punter kept coming back with the pours, and each time it seemed to me and the boys that the interaction got worse and worse. This gentleman was holding something against us because of our Stevie. Fast forward to later that night, and we were all at a bar in downtown Cape Town. Winter months in the States and Europe are warm weather months for Cape Town, which attracts many of the world's top and wannabe top models during this season. It was about time to close at Chin Chin, a local hotspot crawling with these wannabe models, and I was wondering how we were going to get home, seeing that we were all bombed. And it was past 2 a.m., so too late to call our driver. One girl walked right up to Stevie. Too close, if you ask me. I swear, not 10 minutes later she was driving us all home, and between us clearly had no intention of making it back to her place. So that shoot. Apparently it was a model shoot, and the young ladies apparently love Stevie, which causes awkward moments when we run into guys he has obviously pissed off. A stolen girlfriend. A stolen would-be girlfriend. Stevie may be a lady killer, but he's also extremely focused as a trader. In fact, Stevie was the first to send me a Playbook trade from the South African markets. He keeps a detailed trading journal. He asked the most questions. Rumor on the trading floor is he swore off going to a local gentleman's club in Cape Town for the entire year in order to improve his trading. Some call that dedication. He is a worker. You learn to spot the workers as you train more traders. Alabama is one of those on my desk. He was disappointed in his results, so I gave him extra practice in an email. I would try this to get better at determining good probability trades from the bad. This will take some work. It's up to you whether to do it. Do 2 Playbook trades a day. Before each open, review all of the trades you have added to your Playbook, and review the Playbook trades of the others shared on the desk. Do this for 3 months. This will get you some serious reps looking at patterns that make sense to you and others. Stevie would have done this work, but there's something more about him. He has what I would call an I will not fail attitude about him. I love that about him, just this visible refusal not to win, but there is something more. This goes unsaid by many pro traders. There might also be a fear to fail, like any other job would be a prison term. Trading to him, the rest of the stormers, and most traders globally, is the best job in the world. Giving up this amazingly cool title of trader, every day is new and often in the moment, job and life would be hard. And judging from my interactions with him and his eagerness to get better as a trader, I doubt he will have to. Let's take a look at how the Playbook can be applied to South African markets with an important technical level trade in FSR, first Rand archived by Stevie. Important technical level trade Stevie, FSR, February 23, 2012. Big picture. The FCJSE All-Share Index has been consolidating above the 34,000 level with the breakout level of 34,400 well within reach. On this particular day, we were holding strong at 34,100. Our market was also very well supported by the performance in the U.S. market, with the S&P Future EASE Mini trading at a 2012 high of 1366. Banking shares in particular had rallied very nicely over the past month, February, and were consolidating at the upper end of their ranges with little in the form of pullbacks, which would suggest that a break to the upside was a more likely scenario. Intraday fundamentals. FSR released a trading statement prior to the market open stating that earnings would increase by between 24% and 28%. The increase, although due to a non-recurring item, may lead to speculation in the market of the declaration of a special dividend, and should therefore be taken as a very bullish sign moving forward. Technical analysis. FSR had recently closed above a key short-term resistance level, 2290, actual close, 2294, and had therefore triggered a technical buy signal. Further assumed resistance would be at 2330, its most recent high, with short-term support at the 2250 level. Reading the tape. FSR opened at the 2290 level, traded down initially to 2280, but snapped back quickly and held above that level for the rest of the morning. The stock then traded in a 5-cent range between 2290 and 2295 with a held offer at 2295. A particular big print went through of 1.5 M shares at 2295, and the bid stepped up to 2300 immediately, which was a very bullish sign. The offer once again held at 2305, with the stock only really printing on the offer, suggesting the buyers were willing to pay the offer price. Once 2305 lifted, the The stock made an immediate 2% move to 23.50 and held. FSR has an average volume between 8M and 12M shares, and by midday on the particular day had already accumulated a volume of 15M shares by 12 p.m., suggesting that there was strong buying in the stock and that it had the potential to move higher. Trade review. FSR had released positive news on the day prior to market open. It had also recently closed above a key resistance level, and on the day had confirmed this by holding above there. There should be no excuse that it wasn't along as all the necessary bullish signals had been triggered. Adding more significant size to the trade once 23.05 lifted given how much volume was being done. There was something to learn from and apply going forward. Volume at price suggests a lot about the possible move a stock can make, and in this case, it made a very sharp 2% move after lifting. Presented with the same situation in the future, I would be comfortable playing in greater size in my initial lot, 40,000, 50,000 shares vs. 15,000, 20,000 shares, as in terms of risk-reward, it was a great trade. Carpe diem. A comfort for action. It is impossible to live without failing at something unless you live so cautiously that you might as well not have lived at all. J.K. Rowling carpe diem lives each day to the fullest. His core life philosophy can be summed as, if you can have fun, then you must have fun. On my last day in Cape Town, Monty and the boys and I hit the town. We were standing at a swank bar that felt like NYC. A bachelorette party was sitting down adjacent to us. Traders, alcohol, women. Something was going to happen next. We had been there 10 minutes and were now on our third round of smoothie shots concocted and ordered by Carpe Diem, who was growing annoyed by this bachelorette party. These girls are the worst. They are not having any fun. This is the worst bachelorette party I have ever seen. Carpe Diem sent over shots as he was personally offended by the idea of someone not having out of control, end-of-days fun at a bachelorette party. I got the sense he might react this way if it was just a Tuesday night book club for a group of female friends. The ladies sent back tequila shots. We drank them. Ouch. Carpe Diem found Richie, a young, carefree, and rising Joburg trader, and ordered him to do something to entertain the girls. Okay, let's not disclose the full story here, but let's just say without hesitation, in fact without even thinking of hesitating, Richie stumbled over and did what was ordered. Mission accomplished. The girls were now having a good time and Carpe Diem could go back to enjoying this night out with the boys. Then there's the time Carpe Diem got us last-minute reservations at a local hot spot for 20 people. How? He called up and impersonated a local celebrity. What do you mean you don't see my reservation? You know who I am. As he proceeded to impersonate a local celebrity. I am so sorry, Mr. Local Celebrity. You can come down anytime. Table obtained. After Stormers got over their insistence their stocks do not trend, they started spotting trend trades. One was in NPN. At a 52-week high, it took some guts to find a way into this trade and hold. It can be difficult to exit JSE stocks if you are on the wrong side of a trade. But this trader, like Iceman, has no fear. He partied with this trend trade in NPN all day long as we present below. A trend trade is one of the first trades you should learn in any time frame. See this trade in NPN below. Trend trade. Storm NPN, February 29, 2012. Big picture. The FTSE All-Share Index was up 100 points plus 0.3%, and the S&P futures were also up 5 points plus 0.4%. On this day, all sectors were trading well, and most markets across the globe were positive. Tencent, the Hong Kong subsidiary of NPN, was up about 2% in Hong Kong, and all technology shares had traded very well the previous night in U.S. trading. The trend trade. A trend trade is a trade in which the stock is trending intraday as well as long-term. When these two technical trends are in alignment, the trade made in the direction of these trends becomes one with a high probability for success. Trend trades work well when a stock releases major news that confirms the direction of the trend. For example, if the stock has been trending down for the last 2 years and then releases highly negative earnings, a great trend trade can be made off this information. Levels that are shared on the intraday and long-term charts are very powerful to trade off of. Big moves may be made here, so set alerts at these levels. Technical analysis. The previous day NPN broke through its recent consolidation, its all-time high and important resistance going back 13 months. Reading the tape. NPN broke through extremely important resistance the previous day in decent volume, so my goal in the morning was to enter on the open for a trade to hold as long as world markets were reasonably stable. I took my first lot at 410, which was a bit of a pivot level from the previous day. The stock struggled to break through 410 for the first hour, but when it did, I added to the position. Because of the size of my position and the relative illiquidity of NPN, I didn't trade in and out too much. I exited the position on the mid-afternoon push to 415 when I felt the stock was running out of steam. Let's meet some more stormers. Brody. A pursuit to YBT. I would sooner fail than not be among the greatest. Keats. I walked onto the stormers' trading floor and saw that Brody was trading FSR. Brody had joined us the previous weekend at the local rugby match and we had talked some trading. In the States, when you go to a ball game, there are concession stands everywhere with a plethora of heart attack food choices. In South Africa, locals walk around selling things like freshly made donuts and boxed cappuccino. Philly made a huge mistake of choosing the cappuccino option. It felt like a bad trade to me as soon as he made it. Ultra positive Philly concurred. Standing about 6'3" and weighing 240 pounds by my eye, Brody looks like he played some rugby and could still play. As it happens, he actually was a silver medal doubles tennis champion. Bella, what do you think of this position? Brody was short 25K FSR 20C from significant support. Get out of that position. It makes no sense. Why are you so big right in front of significant support? Save that size for when it gets below that significant support. You are right, he covered. Brody is one of the firm's top producers who likes to trade big boy size. This is a guy who has a feel for the markets and has no fear to size up in a trade, even the tougher trades. This trader has no hesitation to pull the trigger on an all-in trade from our Iceman chapter. What if we took those superior trading skills on this pro's pro and got him into plays that were a little easier to handle and with way more upside? I saw it happen with Gman. Gman transitioned out of stressful trades into easier ones, and these changes have dramatically improved his performance. For example, difficult fade trades can be exchanged for trading stocks that are moving in the direction of the market. Now, I understand the appeal of fade trades. This type of trade is based on the idea that no stock moves up in a straight line, so it's fun to try to call the tops and bottoms of mispriced moves. Spencer has written early and extensively about what he calls the new normal, a lower volatility trading market that makes fade trading intellectually more appealing as well. Some fade trades are well worth placing risk into the marketplace, but they have to be the right setups. Too often, these fade trades are hard and stressful, and often not worth an experienced trader's intellectual and mental trading capital. The central issue here is that superior tape reading as well as entry and exit skills can be applied to better risk-reward trades and lead to a heftier P&L. Often, traders who are making money mistake their making money for finding a style that is best for them. Maybe, maybe not. They must be cognizant of their advanced feel for the markets and superior trading skill. The question is always the same: how good can I be as a trader? And not, am I making good money as a trader? It was surprising to me how open Brody was to change. I would guess this is partly why he was such an accomplished tennis player. You don't reach Olympic medal status without a lifetime of pushing for daily improvement. It's also a great lesson for the new and developing trader. I should also point out that Brody, is it possible to say Brody these days and not think of the captivating Homeland character? Was always front and center during review sessions, where I would eventually hear, "Hey Bella, what do you think of this position?" before the session was over. Brody reminded me of SMB friend Bruss, a professional futures trader in Phoenix. Bruss took the SMB Foundation because he wanted to add equities to his quiver. At lunch with Bruss and Freudberg in Phoenix, Bruss complimented our comprehensive training program, particularly finding his newfound reading the tape skills additive to his trading. Bruss fits our culture perfectly as he was a former elite athlete, a star baseball player, reaching AA with the Orioles. There is an important lesson here. Bruss was a successful futures trader who wanted to learn more, was willing to invest in his trading future, and sought SMB out to improve his trading game. Here Brody was one of the top traders in South Africa, seeking me out to improve his trading game and willing to invest more in his trading future. Remember, Seth met us the same way, willing to invest in his trading future. Now he runs the options division of SMBU. Like Seth, like Gman, like Bruss, like Brody, keep investing in your trading future. Let there never be an end to your trading education. The takeaway here is that Brody was and is still a top-performing trader with a long history of success, and yet he still wanted to improve his game. That's the mark of a great trader. Never take anything granted. Never relax into routine. Always be open to hearing new ideas and, most important of all, accept criticism. That, in a nutshell, is how you become a YBT. You have an unquenchable thirst to improve. You have the willingness to do the work, which includes considering new ideas and possibly abandoning old ones, and to take necessary instruction to elevate your game. Rudders, ultra calm and giving, there was this unassuming and humble guy who kept asking questions. His calm stood out on the desk. I felt like if I dumped him in the middle of Times Square, he would just slow everything down and find a path to the sidewalk. Meet Rudders, a top South African trader. Ask Rudders why he is so calm and he answers, "I suppose years of competing in tennis week in and week out helps you deal with winning and losing." I didn't hear any stories about his athletic prowess from him, nor did I hear from him that he consistently took money from the markets. Let's get back to this point later. On a Sunday, Rudders, Philly, Carp Diem, and I climbed Table Mountain, one of the new 7 wonders of nature, at my request. A Sunday morning getting in some physical exercise at one of the world's treasures felt like a great start to the day. Then there would be lunch and drinks with Jules and the boys after, taking in views of the ocean at his private club. With my messed up back, and with what I can only diagnose as elevation asthma, it took me forever to climb the mountain. Every few hundred feet I had to stop and catch my breath. I felt as though my heart was going to explode out of my body. With his family waiting for him back home to spend the rest of the day, I was clearly holding up Rudders. In the States, this probably would have drawn a look of "Come on, Bella, let's hurry it up" from another trader. Spencer for sure would have left me by now. But Rudders and the guys couldn't care less. We got to the top when we got to the top. Carp Diem and Rudders looked as if they could have run to the top of the mountain, but they were fine waiting for me. Toward the end of my trip, I learned from another trader that Rudders was actually probably the best trader at the firm. Where did that come from? Rudders would never tell you this himself. I would learn he also was a very high-level tennis player after one of his buddies who had just played in the Olympics came by for a visit. Seriously, didn't any of these guys have friends who worked at the local Walmart, and that NPN trade? Take a look again at the chart provided previously. Rudders crushed it. He was big and holding and completely calm about his size and open profit. During this trade, I walked the desk, giving input and watching traders handle this prosperity. There was no thought of "Bella, where do I sell?" from Rudders, or "Bella, where do I lighten up?" No, this was a trade to hold, and with his ultra calm, the only thing Rudders was thinking was, now, where should I add to my position? Brilliant. Some say that those naturally calm make for the best traders. Rudders would on a prop trader's Mount Rushmore of calm. One more quick observation about Rudders that is also so true of Shark. I shot Rudders a few emails for help on this chapter, and he responded promptly. I have been known to circumvent Shark's normal review process and ask him for something special and specific that I can then share with the desk. For example, a Lulu Options trade special request from me, or an example of an all-in trade. I'm not sure what it is. Gman is this way as well. In fact, this is true of all of the top traders in this book. If you ask them for help, they help. They enjoy the process of work. If as a trader you ask them a question after the close, they sit and are generous. Good traders are givers. In this giving, they are learning, working on their game, internalizing the best of their trading. Give like Rudders and you will become a better trader with the added benefit of being a better person. Joe Boy, the natural. Months after my visit to South Africa, our wives, Joe Boy, and I sat at Abe and Arthur's, the hottest restaurant in the meat-packing district of NYC, letting our wives talk about things interesting to them while we talked about, you guessed it, trading. Joe Boy briefed me about his recent in-the-money Opal position. I briefed him about a recent out-of-the-money trader we were backing. In my writings, I have discussed how I am not impressed by natural talent, as trading is a skill developed through concentrated practice. But I have to say that Joe Boy might just be an outlier. While I was in Cape Town, there was a buzz during an after-market cocktail hour that Joe Boy was seriously in the money in some gold buy right after the market close. This news could not be confirmed, and traders were asking other traders for confirmation, like CNN reporters. It was. Joe Boy made $22K on gold and silver contracts in about 15 minutes on the day right after we had a non-farm payroll number. Apparently, this happens often. Joe Boy archived this play in SMB Playbook form here. Precious Metals Fundamental Play. Joe Boy, February 29, 2012. Big picture. At 9:00 a.m. on Wednesday morning, February 29, 2012, Ben Bernanke was due to report the Fed's semi-annual monetary policy report to Congress. This was a day that the market had been waiting on for some time. U.S. economic and jobs data had taken a turn for the worse at the end of 2011 and the beginning of 2012. Because of this, markets were really starting to price in the chance of the Fed coming to the table with some sort of stimulus, potentially in the form of quantitative easing. Over the previous couple of months, price action had been very bullish in the precious metals space because of the potential of quantitative easing lingering. Therefore, there was great expectation on Bernanke changing policy to something more stimulant. Intraday fundamentals. Nothing particular was happening in the precious metals markets early on. They all seemed to be in a sort of wait-and-see mode. If anything, gold seemed to be struggling to break above 1787. Trade idea. Due to all of the recently poor economic and jobs data in the U.S., the market had built in the expectation of some sort of Fed stimulus. This was the contributing factor for the gold price running over the previous 2 to 3 months. I knew there was very large speculative interest open in the precious metals futures markets, and if the Fed didn't make a change to their stance, that most likely it was going to force the specs out. If the Fed doesn't give the market what it's looking for, I'll use that opportunity to sell short the precious metals market. Typically, it takes the precious metals market longer to react than will the S&P future. This allows precious additional time to put my trade on. Trade review. I sold short 2 contracts of both gold and silver within seconds of the announcement. I had this plan in my head hours before the meeting. If the Fed didn't make an adjustment to their previous stance, I was going to short several precious metals contracts. I entered this trade on a fundamental basis, knowing that the fundamentals of the trade should drive it lower if the market didn't get the result it was looking for out of the Fed. After entering the trade, I waited for trade action to confirm my theory that gold and silver should sell off. Gold and silver capitulated so quickly, it made it difficult to add to my trade at levels where I felt comfortable selling. My next decision would be on where to cover. This decision was made on a technical basis and not a fundamental one. So I entered the trade because of fundamental reasons, and I exited my trade because of technical reasons. As you can see by the previous chart, we entered a very steep sell-off. I used the gold price moving through its intraday trendline to exit the trade. Joe Boy reminds me of my old friend Mr. Boo, whom I traded with back in the day. Mr. Boo was notorious for getting amazing fills and was well in the money before you even saw the stock as strong. Joe Boy was Storm's best trader-turned-partner, who began to trade less in order to grow the business. Nevertheless, he was always checking his positions for American stocks on his iPhone. His attentiveness toward the American playing field led him to see how the firm was giving away money by not capturing the big trending plays. He wanted this to stop. After Rudders and Carp Diem caught the NPN for serious profit, Joe Boy expressed his gratitude that I had been around. He caught on quickly that not only had these 2 traders made more by holding and being big in the position, but they didn't fade the move as they usually did, well, more accurately as Carp Diem usually did. Instead of a memorable gain for these traders, it could have been a huge rip fighting the continuing trend. This is the danger of fading very strong stocks, and it can be demoralizing for traders to see a missed opportunity to go long. The muttering under their breath starts. A banging of the desk can follow, perhaps even a slamming of the firm door and a loud cuss trailing the exit. A few traders who get down like this can drown a firm in regret and negativity. Worse yet, better traders, regretful of a missed opportunity, can actually demoralize an entire firm if their regret spreads to all the other traders. As for me, my trip in South Africa was a wonderful learning experience, and as is always the case with me, I was happy to help. During my last day with Storm, the founder toasted me for my contribution over after the close spirits. I thanked him for his kind words and spoke from my heart. This experience with you exceeded my highest expectations. I consider you my friends and hope you do as well. Trade well. Then we joked about a future trip to Vegas as male traders do. The biggest compliment and reward I received are the emails that come in from time to time from my guys at Storm. So what's the larger takeaway here? Easy. The playbook can be applied to all markets. No matter how tempted you might be to think otherwise, markets are markets. There's a universal trading psychology that applies to all of them. The temptation of a bad trader, perhaps I should be fair and say the unseasoned or untrained trader, to short when you should go long exists everywhere. By the same token, great traders are all alike in the sense that their passion, willingness to invest in their trading future, and relentless dedication to learn more and to become better than they currently are is universal. Whether you are a trader in Singapore, London, Russia, Brazil, Australia, or Hong Kong, you can be sure the mindset of your market's great traders is the same. They find the setups that make the most sense to them, then internalize this knowledge, get bigger in their best setups, and then trade on it. This is your path to becoming a proper trader. Conclusion: the future of trading. I am not bound to win, but I am bound to be true. I am not bound to succeed, but I am bound to live by the light that I have. Abraham Lincoln. Remember where we started. My dad had a stroke and we lost my mom, her brilliant presence. Some of our better traders were poached. The SEC requested hundreds of pages of documentation about us while investigating another firm, a capital and brain drain. Admittedly, SMB was, for the first time in our history, heading in the wrong direction at best and much worse at worst. I couldn't trade or go to the office full time. With the addition of time and perspective, Keats provides us comfort during such peril. You not see how necessary a world of pains and troubles is to school an intelligence and make it a soul. Those were some difficult and disheartening times. While I miss my mom terribly each day and that will never go away, things are getting better, and we are making progress again. Buster Olney, author of How Lucky Can You Be, ends each of his aggregator baseball blog posts with, "And tomorrow will be better than today." Professor Seligman taught us that optimism is a learned skill with opportunity often right in front of us after dishevel. Each offers wisdom to inspire our trading work and life. Remember that meeting in the Southwest with a potential strategic trading partner, with me grabbing at that undersized dress shirt not an hour old. After 18 months of negotiation, we completed a deal. Today, SMB sits in a joint venture, JV, with a deeper-pocketed, proprietary trading technology leader. SMB is responsible for training all of its new and developing traders, and thus ensuring continual and profitable new blood into our venture. Coaching and managing bigger NYC traders and SMB traders, and finding trading models to back for our NYC office. During that perfect storm where we were not at our best, we rebuilt from our strength, and we showed we could build profitable traders during a period when others couldn't. Our prop desk sits in a JV exactly where we want it. 1. We back discretionary, experienced traders, taking all downside risk. 2. We back automated trading models. 3. We teach, coach, and mentor traders from scratch and fully back them after sending them through the right starting process, our college training program. 4. Our discretionary traders are bionic with state-of-the-art proprietary scanning software and quant support that ensures they are alerted to all of their favorite custom setups, and they have management tools to exit more positions. 5. The JV possesses technology that enables our discretionary traders to create automated trading strategies without the need to code and with the support of quants. 6. Equities, options, FX, and futures strategies are welcome. 7. Absolutely no commission markups apply to the traders. We are their trading partners and only split profits. Our trader education arm is booming. SMBU continues to grow. We now have or are very close to having partners in South Africa, China, Singapore, London, Russia, Israel, Canada, Spain, Argentina, Colombia, Dubai, Brazil, Nigeria, Poland, and Mexico. We have added the SMB Options Tribe, a growing community, which by the end of 2013 will be the premier options education provider. We have added FX. SMB Systems, our newest enterprise, teaches those with an interest in how to build auto-trading strategies and happily backs those with promise. In my personal life, my wife and I are expecting our first child. I walk around repeating the line from classy winner Payne Stewart to Phil Mickelson after he beat him at the US. Open, you are about to be a dad. My wife and I moved into a newly renovated apartment on the Upper West Side, seeking more space, safety, and amenities in anticipation of our first child. We are having a boy. My dad, with the heart of a lion, keeps improving. Today is better than yesterday. All of this has been a long, difficult slog made possible only because of great partners like Spencer and Gman and the good fortune to team with high character. Elite performers like Shark to Pippin, Prep, Iceman, and yes, even Ruddy. I share these stories so that you know we all get knocked down in this game and must get back up. Firms don't have all the answers. Traders struggle, even those who become CPTs. Trading is not easy. CPTs struggle to be IPTs. So now you know the truth about the path to trading success. We all have to keep working at it. Trader Disneyland, where the uber bright become millionaires because they are smart and where trading is only about clairvoyant market calls, does not exist. We all will have some very difficult periods that test our commitment and perseverance. It is okay to fail. Remember what Dalio taught us. Weakness doesn't matter if you find solutions. Just be mindful of the next pivot you might have to make. Keep after it. How you can become a profitable trader. If you are a new trader, follow the path of Pippin to give yourself the best chance of success. Better yet, be even smarter and start learning early like our former intern, Special Projects. If you land a chance on a pro trading desk, work like two and Shark. If you are a CPT but want more, consider whether you are taking on enough risk with your best setups, like Iceman does. If you are underperforming as a trader, remember Prep. There is a solution to all of your flaws, and focusing on your strengths is always the best way forward. Or perhaps you need to take a time out like Ruddy, like me, and work on yourself first before you can succeed. Or perhaps you just need a refresher in your trading fundamentals like our friends in South Africa, and SMB at times, so start building a playbook of your best setups. If you are really good and want to be a YBT, remember Gman and Brody, the importance of great coaches, and remember that you will have to keep working to improve and adapt your trading methodology. For all the above, build a playbook that makes the most sense to you. After all, this is your business. Discretionary trading skills are being undervalued and just might be at the bottom. Allocators overvalue anything quantitative. Discretionary traders can better tap into their skills and exponentially monetize them by embracing new technology and opportunity. The good news is the future will be better. Doing research for a speaking engagement in Canada, where I was the chairman and responsible for the opening remarks, I was surprised to learn how badly most HFT firms are struggling. I differentiate HFTs from auto trading because I consider HFTs those implementing high-speed scalping strategies. Lower volatility, increased costs, threat of regulation, and lower volumes have forced many HFT firms to cut back as they struggle to survive or even to close shop. The world is becoming more connected such that traders with skill will have more opportunities. Trading education is expanding such that other products can be learned virtually or in-house. Software has been developed so that discretionary traders can build automated trading strategies without the necessity to code. Tools are available for discretionary traders to be more bionic and dramatically improve their P&L. There is an exciting path for the new and developing trader. It is different. It is not just become an intraday trader and get bigger. It is not learn one product and get bigger. The future is to learn how to trade. Take 2 years. Where are you going? And really learn how to trade. Develop your playbook. Get big in Euro Plus setups. Then slowly work on adding plays to your playbook with small size while you are sure not to miss Euro Plus setups. Then dabble, expressing your best trading setups with others' products. Then test your strategies in other markets, coming soon. Next, build auto strategies to add another revenue line to your trader P&L. Develop a goal of never missing any one of your plus setups by building these auto strategies. Become a multi-product, multi-market, bionic discretionary quant trader. The perfect path is to start young and build skill before you ever turn pro. This is the future path to becoming YBT. Trading is about building from your strengths, doing more of what you do best. For the abstract thinker and less miserables fans, a river's just a river. Well, how do you know what you do best? You start building a playbook of the setups that make the most sense to you. You do not do this just by replaying your trading day in your head or just banter with your trading mates and call it a day. You sit down and document in substantial detail the trades that made the most sense to you each trading session. You start to compile your playbook. If you haven't started doing this before reading this book, start now. Your playbook, ferret out the plus setups. Take these setups, place them in a binder, laminate them, and review them before each open. This is your business. You are in the commerce of extracting as much as you can from the market for these setups. Actually, the words of Steve Jobs are appropriate here. Your time is limited, so don't waste it living someone else's life. Don't be trapped by dogma, which is living with the results of other people's thinking. Don't let the noise of others' opinions drown out your own inner voice. And most important, have the courage to follow your heart and intuition. They somehow already know what you truly want to become. How can you trade more setups like this? Should you invest in filters alerts software to find more opportunities? Should you join a prop desk where ideas are shared through callouts or proprietary technology yields more of your best ideas? You develop your system to cover as many of these trading opportunities as you can handle. And then you get bigger with these setups. Slowly and patiently, seek to raise your risk in these trades. We discussed risking 30% of your intraday stop as an intraday trader or 2% to 5% per a plus trade if you are a swing trader. These rules are up to you. My suggestions are guidelines, but you must develop hard and firm rules to get the most out of your trading and be scalable. Let me add emphasis to one idea mentioned previously. You have to stop missing the opportunities in your best setups. With the advance of technology, you have no excuse to miss your best trading opportunities. This is a performance game. Either you maximize your take from the setups that make the most sense to you, or at best you underperform, and at worst, are eliminated by mother market. I was on a phone call with a top U.S. equities trader and Spencer, whose trading we back. He has traded for 15 plus years. He summed up this point absolutely for today's trader. In these markets with computers and everything, you cannot miss the easy setups. You cannot leave that money on the table. Amen. For the new trader, hear the market truth. Trading is a journey that will require many years to become competent. First, learn if you love trading. Spend some time at this discipline, whether working as an intern, doing simulation or demo trading, getting trader education, or so on. The first question you must answer is this: do you love trading? Next comes choosing the right markets and products. Expose yourself to different trading vehicles and markets while trying to determine your best instrument and time frame. You do best when your talents blend with your passion. If you do not have the mind to momentum trade, then don't. After you sort this out, start to attack your best product and time frame with the commitment of a pro. We do the best we can at our passion because what else is there? Develop a basket of setups through live trading and error, review, mentorship, coaching, and self-reflection that makes sense to you with the creation and upkeep of your playbook. Co-opt the trading strategies of others, but do not copy. Charlie Munger, vice chairman of Berkshire Hathaway, said, "I believe in the discipline of mastering the best that other people have ever figured out. Learn from those others, but make their trades your own." Keep adding profitable setups to your playbook. Never stop. One of my favorite emails from a prop trader went like this: "The day you quit working on your game both mentally and physically is the day your career comes to an end." I have suggested a way for you to structure your trades with the playbook. The big picture, intraday fundamentals, technical analysis, reading the tape, intuition, trade strategy, trade management, trade review. If you believe this template will work for you, please use it. I hope that you have learned valuable trading lessons from exposure to how we archive our best trading setups and our review of them. How you think through trades is most important. Understand that some trades will work, but then not. However, the art of thinking through your trades and the acceptance that you will have to pivot to new strategies during your trading career will allow you to sustain as a trader. There is no destination for the trader. There is only the perpetual challenge to learn and improve. You are a multi-product, multi-market, bionic discretionary quant trader. Hurricane Sandy ravaged NYC and code our office for 3 weeks in late 2012. SMB had to move 3 times to temporary offices during this outage. As a result, a diner near my new apartment became my new office. Across the booth from me, sipping bad coffee, was a prop firm head from Dubai who funds a small desk of mostly 7-figure bond, equities, and derivative traders. I was his first appointment after his flight halfway around the world and crazed taxi driver ride into NYC. He was frustrated. One of our better traders banks about $500K with one strategy. Here is how he does it. He finds a UK stock that reports bad news. Then he finds a corresponding stock. When that stock spikes during the day, he shorts it big. I keep telling him to try this technique on US equities because it has so much more opportunity, but he will not listen. One of my good friends who runs a very successful prop firm explains this old trader attitude succinctly. It can be very difficult to get older traders to change. This keeps the experienced pro trader from YBT status. If you ask a successful trader what he trades, he might respond as follows: I trade US equities. Or I trade Australian treasuries. Or I trade municipal bonds. This response is too small. Instead, consider this. You are a momentum trader. You are a mean reversion trader. You are a relative strength trader. You can be, and that trader described earlier should be, a global bionic pattern trader. That $500,000 can become 7 figures. Bionic trading tools can arm you with more opportunities and the ability to manage more positions. You can learn to better express your best trading ideas with different products, such as options. You can express those ideas with auto strategies and expand your game to discretionary auto trader. 7 figures can be mid-7 figures. You can be better tomorrow than you are today. Please remember during this jaunt that trading is a game. Trading is a privilege. Do not think of trading as success or failure, but rather as you finding out how good you can be as a trader. What a worthy pursuit if this is your passion. Remember these words from Abraham Lincoln. I am not bound to win, but I am bound to be true. I am not bound to succeed, but I am bound to live by the light that I have. Your light is your passion. Be grateful to have found it, water it every tick of your trading life, and let your trading reflect your best you. Keep rehearsing your trading game. The words of Bill Bowerman, founder of Nike and legendary track coach memorialized in the brilliant film Outer Limits, may help you understand what you are really doing while training to be your best trader. Running, one might say, is basically an absurd pastime upon which to be exhausting ourselves. But if you can find meaning in the kind of running you have to do to stay on this team, chances are you will be able to find meaning in another absurd pastime: life. I sincerely hope that you find meaning in the pursuit of striving to become your best trader, and along the way learn tradings and this book's true lesson: you can be better tomorrow than you are today. Mike Bellafiore, Bellafiore at SMB Capital, at Mike Bellafiore.